alright though, eh? Right.
Might go and have a look, see if there's any upstairs, just quickly.
Yes, I haven't been upstairs.
I've got one.
I'm absolutely fine, Dave. Thank you very much. Just see.
See if this is on. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1.
Warwickshire County Cricket Club is a club of four. We aim to be an inclusive and diverse cricket club, which is united in against stance against any form of abuse, made online or in the stadium. That is directed at the players, officials, our staff and fellow spectators. If you hear any comments made within the stadium which could be classed as abuse, please report this to the nearest student. Thank you, assistance.
Hell's abusing my wickets, that's what he's doing. Are you going to come on here? What? What? The bad lads over there. What are we going to do?
Well, the time just passed 5 to 11. It's time to say good morning and welcome to Edgbaston. This is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM, welcoming you to coverage of the third day of the County Championship fixture between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. Welcome to you, whether you're listening through the BBC Sport website or app. If you're looking at the pictures and hearing these words over the top of those through the Warwickshire website at edgbaston.com or via YouTube or however it is that you're in touch with Edgbaston today, then it's good to have your company. I hope we'll be able to keep you entertained and amused, or at least the cricketers will, for the next few hours. I say we because I am in the company of Dave Bracegirdle, much beloved of those from the Nottinghamshire area, and many besides, who is already installed to watch a game that he's from what I can tell from the first 2 days and from what I've watched, he's bubbling, but needs to bubble a bit more if it's going to get somewhere.
Yes, good morning Mike, good morning everybody. Yeah, I think we'd probably call it a slow burner, wouldn't we? 250 for 6 on the first day, Warwickshire, and we weren't really sure who had the advantage 24 hours ago, and I'm still not entirely sure. We know now who's got the upper hand. Obviously Warwickshire runs on the board. Would they have wanted more than 341? Probably. Would not have been wanting to keep them under 341, probably, but that's all in the past. We enter the second half of this contest with Nottinghamshire 173 for 3. I think the first thing we should say is just how gloomy it is. I'm seeing my colleagues, correspondents from various stations up and down the country say glorious bright sunny morning it is with clear blue skies north, south, east and west of us, but here it's
Yes, there will be no anticlimax in the weather today, although all things are relative, and by the standards of May so far in Birmingham it's positively pina colada weather, if you're so inclined. But no, it's sufficient to say that the lights are on. Which reminds me, in 3 weeks they're not to be drawing in, but that's another thing. The Notts batsmen are on the way towards us, which is still a rather unusual thing to say, because the teams, for the time being, I don't know when eventually we get to the point when all restrictions are lifted, I imagine they'll come back over here. But in the meantime, the visiting team are changing at the Birmingham end, the city end, and so they meet in the middle, with Warwickshire having emerged from just below us in the pavilion.
Just looking, Mike, around the players and the umpires out there, the shadows around them are very, very visible, which isn't a good sign, because it's not the sun that's causing those shadows, it's the floodlights, and just fear that unless conditions improve rather rapidly, we might not get that much cricket right at the start of the day. We are going to begin on time, but it does look threatening, doesn't it? And we have seen certainly yesterday this pair of umpires, the slightest chance they'll get them back in the pavilion. Here we go.
Will it swing a bit? It's all it might do for Tim Bresnan, who bowls the first ball to Joe Clark, who is 48 overnight, and he allows to pass outside off stump. We're not absolutely in line here, but we'll quickly get an idea, I imagine, as to whether the ball he's swinging. It's not particularly, it's humid especially, but it is, with all the cloud about, you'd think it ought to. And I imagine it will. Bresnan running towards us and has Clark playing slightly around his front pad, but nudging this gently into the leg side for no run.
173 for 3. I was asked this morning for an opinion, as we always seem to be, and I suggested if Joe Clark has a good day, Notts might have a good day here. If Warwickshire get him early on, then it may be a good day for the Bears.
Bresnan with his familiar bound up to the crease and has Clark going half forward to push the ball securely into the offside. We'll be updating listeners to various local stations in a few moments on the hour, as per. You can get in touch with us to share your opinions, views, general heckles by the various means. As always, you can tweet Dave if you want to at Brace Cricket, at Brace Cricket. In comes Bresnan, goes slightly wider of the crease, and Clark is dabbing the first run today into the leg side, and it will be 2 to take him to a half century, a landmark achieved in the first over today, pushing the ball neatly between mid-off and mid-on and mid-wicket, and timing it nicely enough to allow the chance for 2 runs. So Clark to 50 from 78 deliveries and reaching it from the 4th ball today to tick that off and take Notts to 175 for 3 in reply to Warwickshire's 341. And certainly so long as Clark is there, then Notts are likely to prosper, and prosper reasonably briskly by the standards of this match as well. You'd have thought. Bresnan bowls and angles that in. It doesn't look as though it moved as much, but Clark was well aware that it was wide enough of the off stump for him to have nothing to do with it. Does feel like a swingy day, even though it's not terribly warm. In comes Bresnan, goes wide of the crease again, and Clark is forward and driving down the ground. Probably not struck firmly enough to go all the way for 4. It's chased back by Matt Lamb, but there will be time for an eased 2 runs. So a brace of 2s in the first over for Joe Clark, advancing Notts to 177 for 3 and himself to 52. And a tidy start for the Notts number 4. First to bowl from the pavilion end will be Craig Miles. Warwickshire will be mindful of the age of the ball. We had 60 overs with this ball yesterday, so there will be a new ball available a little later this morning for them. But for the time being, Craig Miles is going to have first dibs from the pavilion end today with this older one. Bowled 8 overs yesterday. Break off to just quickly update local listeners in the next few seconds as Miles starts this over and bowls wide of the off stump to James, who allows his first ball today to pass. This is Mike Taylor in Edgbaston, a rather gloomy scene for the third morning of the County Championship fixture between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. A match that can ill afford to lose too much time, given that it's proceeded at a fairly gradual pace so far. Notts have added 4 runs from the first over today in conditions that feel like they should make the ball swing for Warwickshire's bowlers. They've advanced to 341, an early wicket for Warwickshire as Craig Miles has hit the off stump of Lyndon James in today's second over, with James not offering a stroke. So an early wicket picture in the second over today. James bowled by Craig Miles for 4 and Notts 177 for 4. That wicket falling just during that radio update. James, for his second ball today, offered only the front pad, and Miles forced the ball past that and knocked over the off stump. So it's taken 8 deliveries today for Warwickshire to remove one of the overnight batsmen, and it's Lyndon James punished for a misjudgment. Bowled by Miles in today's second over for 4. 177 for 4.
Yeah, I made the comment a number of times in this game already that this season, for reasons best known to themselves, more and more batsmen keep getting out, not playing a shot. And I just mentioned it yesterday before Asiba Mead was bowled by Liam Norwell, and it's happened again this morning. Lyndon James losing his off peg, 177 for 4. So contrasting emotions already this morning for the 2 not out batsmen overnight. Joe Clark reaching his 4th 50 of the summer, and Lyndon James dismissed. I've got any number of people saying the live stream, they're not hearing the audio particularly well, but it has been reported, and it will be
in the last few seconds there was an expert of these things was fiddling with the equipment just below us.
It will be back to the normal standard you expect from
as good as that.
Magic Mike and myself. 177 for 4. Stephen Malany is the new man. Didn't look as if we would see him last night, because we would see Zach Chappell padded up to come in as a night watchman.
Miles is running away from us, bowls a short ball which Malany pulls, and I don't think touched that. Burgess couldn't hold it, as it was rising down the leg side. It was pretty quick, and they've gone through for 2 byes. Yes, confirming that it wasn't a chance off the glove, but it certainly was rapid. And Malany fancied. It's quite a short boundary to that side. The strip they're playing on is towards the Holly stand side of the ground. If you know Edgbaston, it's just to our right. Those of you watching the pictures obviously be looking straight down the barrel, but we are looking over mid-off with the bowling from the pavilion end. But that was certainly climbing, and Malany backed himself to take on long leg, but didn't make contact. He got 2 byes. Miles tries again and pitches this up outside the off stump. It's leaving Malany, and he is leaving it. But Miles, not surprisingly, fired up by... It wouldn't be fired up by knocking a stump over in your first over of the day.
Very much so, yeah. And good for him as well. Liam Norwell yesterday did the damage, all 3 wickets. So the 2 former Gloucester Gladiators are leading the way here for the Bears.
Miles doesn't muck about. He's quickly into what he's quite a sprint to the crease, and bowls. Malany cuts hard for 4 runs. Good stroke. There wasn't an awful lot of width in that, but Malany found enough to hit that hard off the back foot through extra cover for 4 runs.
It's almost like they've been told you're only going to get 20 minutes cricket in today. Just jam in as much cricket as you can get. I mean, that's not the forecast. We are expecting it to stay dry and fine for these cloudy conditions to burn off, and to be at a pretty decent day. But so much cricket crammed into the first 11 balls of the day. Joe Clark reaching his 50, a wicket, 1 down the leg side that caused all sorts of emotions, and now a lovely shot from Malany to get him off the mark.
2 slips, then a bit of a gap to quite a fine gully. Miles bowls straight, and behind the stumps they ask a question as to whether that might be LBW, but Miles himself has given the game away by not really appealing. And it's the end of an over, but a successful one for Miles. And also for Malany for getting off the mark, but 183 for 4 at the end of that second over today, so Notts are trailing by 158.
I've been having a bit of a chunter and a mutter and cursing and accusing and whatever in the last half an hour before play starts. You know, these clipboards are a little sticky. Well, the scorecard that I've been hunting down and chasing and whatever, it actually stuck to the back of my clipboard here. So I've found my scorecard that I've diligently been trying to keep over the first couple of days. I thought perhaps the cleaner had thought, well, that's a bit of old rubbish there from Bracegirdle, we'll chuck that in the bin. There's Bresnan from the Birmingham end, bowling to Clark. And this goes through to Michael Burgess, the wicket keeper. Just 2 slips at this stage of the day for Tim Bresnan. 4 other fielders on the offside and a fairly standard leg side setup. It could be a day-night at 9 o'clock at night. It's almost got that feel about it. As Bresnan in once more, bowls another one that takes off well wide of the off peg, and Clark leaves it alone. Around about 1800 here on the first day, they said. A little fewer than that, we suspect, yesterday, and today 1 or 2 more still coming in, taking their seats as I speak in the Holly stand, but similar sort of number, I would imagine, to the first day. Of course, people now into the weekend, so people with other commitments in the week can come along and enjoy the cricket. Clark, former pair, helps this up to mid-on. It's 183 for 4. 10 runs already this morning and a wicket. And got to feel a little bit for Lyndon James. Didn't get a start this morning, but then the flip side of that is, if you don't play a shot, boy, you've got to be sure of your lines, haven't you? Tim Bresnan once more. Bowls and again nicely blocked by Joe Clark. We commented yesterday that it either looks like Joe Clark's got a new bat or new stickers on it. It's when the floodlights were on yesterday evening. I made the comment, it almost looks like he's batting with a lightsaber. You just keep getting a glint, a flash.
Didn't see that.
From the stickers on his bat handle as the floodlights glint off it. Clips this one away. Fielded by Hannah Dolby, 183 for 4. Yes, he obligingly did it just then, just as I was mentioning it.
Straight out the shop, straight out the cellophane.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought he'd bought it, would you?
No, well, I couldn't say. I don't move in those circles, do you? Danny
Briggs whirling his arms around, I would imagine in optimism rather than real belief that he's going to get a twirl in the next minute or two, as Clark helps this one away. Down to Liam Norwell, 184 for 4, and that's the end of the over. Now on comes, I think it's number 11, Ethan Brooks. We had this yesterday with Ethan Brooks and George Garrett with the 2 fielders, or the 2 sub-fielders yesterday doing the work. 180.
Just over today, in conditions that feel like they should make the ball swing for Warwickshire's bowlers. They've advanced to 177 for 3. That's in response to Warwickshire's 341. An early wicket for Warwickshire as Craig Miles has hit the off stump of Lyndon James in today's second over, with James not offering a stroke. So an early wicket for Warwickshire in the second over today. James bowled by Craig. Curve in from started quite wide.
It's all about knowing your bowler, isn't it? Knowing if he's got that in his armoury, and I don't know if Lyndon's faced him before.
Miles is starting a new over, and this is tucked off his hip in the air by Clark, but quite safely, because on that shorter boundary side of the ground, the bowling from the pavilion end, it's quite a short leg side boundary this week, and so there was lots of room to hop that ball into, and it went out to Lamb at mid-wicket on the boundary, and they have won.
Only a young man, Lyndon James, and something else just to store away there in the armoury. First thing in the morning, second ball, if it's somebody you've not faced before and you're not entirely sure what weapons he's got,
certainly had that one. Miles tries again. This is a no ball heading down the leg side and eased away for one off the bat by Malany. So reckon all those up. It'll be 3 altogether.
You've got your scorebook on display again today. Are you scoring?
Always have.
Well, I know you use
It's mildly obsessive. Look, I've had to do it now. Now my young and he's playing cricket now. He's got himself in a team, so I put my hand up for scoring the other day. And you've got the pressure's on, isn't it?
Anything for a free tee. You don't get them now, do you? You can't have teas at club cricket.
Bring your own. Miles starts in again and draws Clark forward here. Full straight delivery, and Clark has played it firmly to mid-on. You feel the pressure, can't you? It's not... Here I can happily be, 1 or 2 out and nobody will ever know.
That's right. You can tamper with it during the evening to your heart's content. There's play up and down the country in all 7 of the county championship matches, and of course the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy starts today. 4 matches underway in those matches as well.
Miles in, it's a real sprint, and he's pitched this up even further, right Yorker length, but he's dug out by Clark, and it managed to evade both the bowler and the dive across from mid-on, and scuttled down almost to the straight boundary, but Will Rhodes, the captain, has set a good example and hurtled after it, managed to haul that in, and by the time he's done that and thrown it back, they've come back for 3 more runs, so the scoreboard ticking up now to 191 for 4. That was a teaser, wasn't it, for bowler and fielder?
It was. I just wonder how much moisture there is out there, because I see Will Rhodes he's got a rag. I wonder what was bulging out of his pocket there as he slid on the ground. But when he got up, he answered my question, because he popped a towel out and started to dry his hands.
Miles on his way, still in this awkward light. Oh, it's hit hard by Malany for 4. It was just a little bit short and a little bit wide, but it got more than a little bit of treatment from Malany, and it raced away to the long boundary for 4 good runs. You let me know if you can't keep up with the Nottinghamshire Raider scoring here in your scorebook. That's a 4 and a 3 the last 2 deliveries. Crikey, this morning, what have we had? 22 runs inside 3.5 overs. So we'll keep you up to speed periodically with what's going on elsewhere up and down the country. Spoke to my correspondent in the northeast this morning, not holding out much hope of Durham fighting back against Essex. That, of course, in this group, Group 1. Doesn't hold out much hope for anything, does he? Here's Miles bowling full and straight on the off stump, and it's pushed away into the offside for no run. They're playing at New Road, the other match in Group 1. We sensed we might be in a little bit of weather trouble yesterday when they went off for quite a time at New Road. Weather sort of tends to drift up the country, doesn't it? Cardiff and Taunton to Worcester, and Worcester to Birmingham, and then it all gets dumped on Trent Bridge. Usually that's the way of things. We didn't really have it heavy here at all. Palm tree's not out in Nottingham yet. She's full and driven for another 4 through extra cover by Malany. That's 3 he's had through there now in no time at all. And Nottinghamshire, with the scoreboard going around like a fruit machine, have rattled up 15 in that over to move it to 199 for 4, a difference of 142. Yes, the entertainers are rattling along this morning despite the loss of Lyndon James, bowled by Craig Miles for 4. Joe Clark has now passed 54 times this season, but best of 66 he is due, shall we say. And of course Warwickshire have been on the wrong end against him in the past. He got centuries in each innings against them at Trent Bridge in 2019. Here's Bresnan into bowl to Clark. He nudges it into the offside, fielded by Danny Briggs. No run. Notts need 1 for a first batting point. The bonus point situation from the Warwickshire innings was 3 apiece, and at the moment Warwickshire have a bowling point here. Notts 1 run away from tying it all up at 4 all. Bresnan is in, and
Joe Clark defends. So we're down to Malany on the scorecard at number 6. Tom Moore's due in next. Then Liam Patterson-White, and then the 3 quicks, Zach Chappell, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson, who was very much the star of Nottinghamshire's bowling effort here with his first 5-wicket haul in County Championship cricket. 199 for 4, Bresnan to Joe Clark. He'll cut this away, but straight to Briggs again in the offside. It's neither one thing or the other there, really. Danny Briggs is not at point, and he's not an extra cover, so no. I suppose he's a cover. He's in the covers, but well, whatever he is and wherever he is, Joe Clark keeps picking him out.
Yes, trying to pack the offside field, but if he gets past any of them, it's a fair chance he's going to be 4.
Slightly shorter side, isn't it, towards the Holly stand. Bresnan bowls again, and Clark adopts a different method, opens the face and just chops it down towards third man. They'll get a couple of runs as Peter Malan chases and fields, and that will be Nottinghamshire squaring it all up in terms of points in the match. 4 apiece as they bring up the 200. 201 for 4.
And the rope is not even right out to the fence in front of the Holly stand, because it's before the sort of artificial track that runs around the outside of the ground now, so it's about 10 yards in from the fence.
Bresnan to Clark. Hits this firmly up to mid-on. There's no addition to the total. 201 for 4. Bresnan into his 12th over now. None for 19. A miserly return as usual from Tim Bresnan.
Yes, and interesting to see him, perhaps not terribly surprising to see him coming on first today, given the conditions and the age of the ball.
He had to drop back on the leg side fence. Joe Clark just, I'm not sure he could do a deal else actually, but he just drops it into that gap that had been vacated and takes the single, so he'll keep strike. 202 for 4 Nottinghamshire here on BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC Radio Nottingham, with Dave Bracegirdle and mighty Mike Taylor.
There's runs wherever they want them at the moment, with 29 added in the first 5 overs today, despite the loss of James. I'm trying to make my mind up whether the sky is lightning at all. I think it's wishful thinking at the moment.
We don't get any lightning.
Well, no, yeah.
I know what you meant.
Yes.
Mark is with us. Morning, gents, from a verdant garden in sunny Tunbridge Wells. Readying myself for a Fletcher special after tea later.
Tunbridge Wells has never been any less than verdant.
Verdant.
Verdant. Heavens. Miles starts a new over and bowls full just outside the line of off stump, and Clark is driving this with a satisfying clunk up to mid-off. And Rhodes fields, and he's drawing the ball easily on the bottom of his jumper.
At Brace Cricket, at BBC WM Sport.
At Sport BBC WM. No, somebody pinch that one. Don't do that way. Really.
Oh, well, I keep copying them in then. Well, at Sport.
Sport BBC WM.
Oh, crikey.
I know. Off goes Miles, and bowls drifts onto the pads here, and she's nicely timed by Clark. There's a run and a well-judged slide round the boundary from Lamb. I'm trying to do that on the AstroTurf behind you. I wish you hadn't. Anyway, he ensures that there'll only be 1 to Clark, who is bowling along nicely at the moment to 61.
Dan's with us. Morning. Early indications here, and Notts are trying to get on with it. He's got in inverted commas, only way to get the win, I guess.
Yes, things have got to start happening quickly, although there is a little bit of extra time allocated today. Miles goes for a Yorker length again. Might even have arrived almost on the full toss to Malany. He bent down low and squeezed it into the offside for no run. I notice it says here on the board remaining 99, so they've added 8 overs to the day's allocation today to make up for the loss yesterday.
That's why you're paid the big bucks and I'm not. I knew that, but I'd forgotten and hadn't mentioned it. So yeah, here we go. Another 7 7:15 finish.
I just see 99 anywhere. I feel peckish. That's all. Gets my attention. Miles is off and sprinting in again, and once more he's trying to go full to Malany, who drives another flowing drive, but this time he picks out the fieldsman reasonably close in at extra cover, and there isn't a run. It's Rob Yates, I think, there. Just 2 slips, the close field. They will have a new ball, as I was saying earlier, a little bit later this morning.
Comes off the bat quicker.
Well, yes. Been coming quick enough of late. 66th over with this one. Off goes Miles, and on the line of about middle and leg draws Malany forward, turning this into the leg side. Presumably Norwell and Hannon Dolby being held back for and go with the new ball. It's still a few overs away yet.
I don't know what umpire Graham Lloyd was bellowing down here below us, possibly towards one of the Warwickshire 12th or 13th or 14th men, wanting something to be brought out. Perhaps they've forgotten their light meter. Let's hope so.
Yes. Off goes his Miles, and Malany's driving firmly again, but once more he's picked out a fielder. This is Norwell at mid-on. It's the end of an over, just 1 from that over. Relatively restrained by the standards of the morning, but we have had 30 from the first 6, taking not to 203 for 4. 61 Clark and 13 Malany, and they're behind now by 138.
He's really rattled on with it in his last 2 innings, Stephen Malany. A very quick fire 88 last weekend against Worcestershire, and in the previous match 117 against Essex, right on the front foot, really took it to the champions. So he's in decent bit of form. 203 for 4.
Best telling the blast hasn't started yet, although he's moving towards us.
See, after Malany's now asking for some supplies to be brought out from the Notts dressing room. Can't make out on the back of his bat, but you would imagine there's the old faithful Manchester City sticker there for Stephen Malany. I can imagine where he will be this evening, between about 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock.
Also, he won't be too keen on extra overs then, will he? He'll be the one in the umpire's ear at 6 o'clock.
Oh,
you know,
I'm sure they.
Look how dark it's getting up.
I'm sure they'll be back in good time for for that. For non-footy folk, there's a semi-meaningless little match this afternoon. Well, there's a match this afternoon, of course, isn't there? The Championship playoff this evening. Stephen Malany's beloved Manchester City in action as Bresnan bowls to Joe Clark, who forces us into the offside. Rob Yates fields. Umpire Russell Warren comes and has a little bit of a look at where Bresnan's landing. Get off my land, he says to Tim Bresnan. 203 for 4. Warwickshire made 341. 138.
130.
I think
Yes, no, that's it. That's
the cogs were turning. Bresnan, huge tarpaulin behind him, and he's hit him on the pad, and they're going to ask here, and he's given. No real surprise that Joe Clark is given LBW. Clark didn't want to look at the umpire. He just turned away from the scene of the crime, began walking towards the square leg umpire with his back towards Russell Warren, but he knew from the celebrations that he'd been given, and a wicket to Tim Bresnan, and Joe Clark's wait for a maiden century this season goes on. Notts 203 for 5, and that, in the grand scheme of things, you'd imagine was quite a significant moment in what probably will be the really big point, I guess, of this session, because Clark, armed and dangerous, could have really sped Nottinghamshire along towards that Warwickshire total, but now he's gone off the side out. 203 for 5. It's going to be left to the likes of Malany and Tom Moores, who's coming out now to join him. Joe Clark out for 61. LBW Tim Bresnan.
Quick squint at the replay. I think that's hit him on the back pad. and he had an air of guilt about him, didn't he?
Yeah.
I fear Joe Clark.
But wasn't at all surprised it was given, even though we're not in line.
No, it's the replay implies that it's come back a little bit, and
it was very animated from Bresnan as well. You know, it doesn't always go, you know, anywhere sort of near the top of the appealing stakes. But you know, that was a good 9 out of 10 from Tim Bresnan. He was very convinced.
So both wickets this morning, it's been the ball that's come back in to the batsman. It's done the job. Defeated one from Miles that plucked out James's off stump when he thought it was going past. And Clark, another, from what you were saying, slightly unfulfilling score. Not that he was playing well enough.
Yeah,
he's playing well enough, quite clearly. But
it's all about converting, isn't it? Players of his standard who clearly want to go on and, you know, impress the selectors and win matches for their side above all else. You know, 450s, nice degree of consistency there, I guess. But you know, is 450s in 7 matches enough for a player of Joe Clark's quality? I'm sure he'll think not. Bresnan bowls. New man is another lefty, Tom Moores. We've already had Ben Slater and Ben Duckett. We've now got a couple of lefties on the card here in Tom Moores and then Liam Patterson-White to follow. It's nearly 11:30. Time for me to go and speak to the good folk of the Robin Hood County.
Yes, with some news that will not entirely please them, I fear. Bresnan arrives and bowls wide of the off stump, and Moores, with an elaborate method of leaving, sort of lifts the ball almost over the bat, almost over the line of the ball, allows it to go past. 2 wickets in the first half an hour for Warwickshire, and I wouldn't really mind too much, I suppose, trading those for a few runs. 203 for 5. Bresnan bowls, and Moores again with that similar gesture that seems to have it's bothered Bresnan, who is, or something has, who stands with hands on hips at the end of his run-up in a rather pointed fashion, and looks at Bresnan, who's not having anything to do with it. Looks at Moores, rather. In at number 7. Two slips and a gully are the close catches. Still quite an orthodox field as Bresnan draws Moores forward, and he does play at this one. And pushes back to the bowler. It's the end of the over. And a successful one for Bresnan, a wicket maiden. And he has kept things relatively tight today. More of the runs have come from the other end. But Bresnan's first wicket in this innings, 13 overs, 5 maidens. 1 for 20 in all for him, 1 for 8 in 4 overs today. And Notts 203 for 5. Still trailed by 139. And the game starting to pick up pace, both with bat and ball today, as Miles bowls. And he hits Malany on the pad, and they really liked it behind the stumps. Miles had a slightly more diffident air about his appeal to begin with. But Burgess and the slips really liked that, but not enough to persuade umpire Lloyd. One more wicket at this stage, and Warwickshire really might feel that they were properly on top for the first time since Thursday afternoon. It might have been just a little bit high. Peeking at the replay, I wonder what those of you who are looking at seeing the pictures think. But it was pretty straight. 203 for 5. Slight more tension in the game just at the moment as Miles bowls full, and Malany with one hand off the bat, and Miles flinging himself after this as it pops up about a third of the way down the pitch. He throws himself full length, doesn't quite make a grab. Whether it was a cut and bowl chance, not entirely clear from here, whether Malany nibbled that straight into his pad and it popped up, or whether it just came off the pad. But Miles threw himself at full length. I think maybe that's arrived to him on the full, and he's inside edged it down. I Can't see precisely enough whether he's inside edged it down into the ground or into his boot, and it's popped up from there. But Miles couldn't quite get there to catch it, to ask the umpire to make a ruling on that. Now he hits Malany on the pad again as he comes forward. But he's well out of his crease by the time he intercepts that one, Malany, so there's no appeal. But Miles is suddenly right in the game. It was a big shout first ball of this over. Almost grabbed what may have been a caught and bowl chance. I wonder if he just nicked that into his boot and that's where it popped up. Might explain why it lobbed up like that for a moment. 3 to come, 203 for 5. Miles racing in. Bowls a little bit, pulls the length back a bit, outside off stump. And through to Burgess. The tension suddenly picked up a bit here, Dave.
Very much so, yeah. I was felt throughout this game. There's just a little bit in it out there between the two sides. We saw it yesterday when Liam Norwell dismissed Ben Slater, gave him a right old sending off, but Slater had just spanked him for a couple of impressive fours and a big six. But I just thought then, yeah, a bit of feeling in the game.
Miles rushing in, and this is a little bit drifting down the leg side. Malany tries to tuck it towards long leg, but it comes off the pad, and Burgess, scrambling to his left, hauls it in.
And he made the point, of course, not so hard getting changed the far end of the ground. I mean, they will see that as a lucky changing room, because that's where they were for the Blast finals last October, where they won the trophy. So they're in the lucky dressing room, but you know, rather like boxers, one coming in from one side of the arena and one from the other. Whereas when they're both, you know, sort of next door to each other down at this end, I think by and large they get on. They've had a good relationship over the years, not some Warwickshire.
It's a small world, isn't it, really? Now this is Miles down the leg side again, and this time Malany does get something on it. Rolling away for 4 of some description. It's 4 runs he's given. So 4 to Malany, his 4th boundary. 207 for 5. With just the 4 runs from that over, and Miles perhaps be feeling a bit grumpy he didn't pick up another wicket.
He's done okay this morning, Craig Miles. Certainly has impressed. Tom Moores yet to get off the mark. Moores this season has scored 257 runs at an average of just under 43, helped by 96 not out in the opening match against Durham. He had a 62 as well at New Road against Worcestershire. Last couple of innings really added to that. He got a first baller against Essex, and last weekend he only faced 1 ball, 1 not out. As Nott's got to 400 and declared as Bresnan comes in, and this is just shaping away from him. Well taken by Burgess. 207 for 5. Got scores of 31 and 7 against Warwickshire in the reverse fixture at Trent Bridge. I suppose this is the reverse fixture, but you know what I mean, when they met earlier in the season. Essex have lost a 9th wicket this morning at, well, they've lost the first wicket this morning. They're 8 down overnight, but they're 290 for 9 at Chesterley Street as Bresnan bowls and Moores leaves it alone. So they lead Durham by 373 with 1 wicket remaining. That'll be a good run chase for Durham. I wouldn't necessarily imagine they've prepared a pitch that will suit Simon Harmer yet. As always, the smart money is on Harmer to get a second innings 5 for he seems to do it week after week after week, doesn't he? 207 for 5 as Bresnan bowls and Moores leaves it alone. Derbyshire 108 for 3 at New Road. Middlesex in their second innings 74 for 1 at Grace Road, leading Leicestershire by 233. Gloucestershire 60 for 1 at the Oval, replying to Surrey's colossal first innings score. The Roses match, Lancashire bat on and on and on, 376 for 6, leading the White Rose by 217. And Sussex in their second innings at home against Northampton 152 for 4, that's a lead of 71. Bresnan in and bowls, and it goes through to the keeper. And there are 4 matches, as I said earlier, in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy. Northern Diamonds are playing the Central Sparks, the Southern Vipers are playing the Lightning, Sunrisers the South East Stars, The Western Storm are playing the Thunder. We'll be quizzing Mike on all those a little later, but if you want to get up-to-date details and scorecards, they're all on the BBC Sport website and app.
There's going to be a Vipers derby.
Is it?
I hope so, at some point. Not today.
Are the two Vipers?
You say two Vipers?
207 for 5. Again, past the outside edge. No. So I'm going to have to do it again, aren't I? Northern Diamonds v Central Sparks. Southern Vipers v Lightning. Sunrisers v South East Stars. And Western Storm v Thunder.
Sounds better. A nest of Vipers would have been... That would have been an oversight, wouldn't it?
I think, I don't know if you've done a game down at the Ageas Bowl recently. Emily Windsor, who plays for the Southern Vipers, often helps Kevin James out these days. As Moores chops this one to backward point, and fielded by Peter Malany. All the makings of a very fine broadcaster as well as a very fine cricketer.
Don't it make you jealous
Emily,
to be able to do both?
yeah, Emily Windsor. And she often features with Kevin Howells on his 9 Wickets Down podcast as well, if you follow that. 207 for 5. Was that a maiden, young man?
Yes, it was. 2 in a row from Resnan. He's 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8 today, so he has restrained things from the other end. Well, he's more than restrained things, he's got a wicket as well. It's been a little bit more all action when Miles has been bowling from this end, and his first ball of a new over, his 5th today. He's full and just drifting towards the leg side. It's flamboyantly turned to deep backward square leg by Malany, and equally flamboyantly chased round the boundary and hauled in by Lamb to keep them to only 1 run.
And if anybody knows anything at all about flamboyance, it's Mike Taylor.
I don't like to say.
It was a nice bit of cricket, wasn't it, really?
Yes.
Good shot, good fielding.
And that's brought Moores onto strike against Miles for the first time. So Miles is going to bowl to the left-hander for the first time today. So a short offside boundary. But he's not going to attempt to protect that. There are just 2 slips and a gully. And then a ring of 3 more fieldsmen from point to mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Looking rather friendless there, a long way from everybody. Miles round the wicket to the left-hander and leaves Miles, and it leaves Burgess rather nonplussed as well. And that must have been darting about. It flicked off the glove. Burgess is shrugging his shoulders as if saying, well, how could I possibly have stopped that? It was going all over the place. And they have taken 2 byes.
He's just explaining to everybody there, Michael Burgess, that it went this way and then it went that way.
He has a point.
Bowled well this morning, Miles. Certainly upped his game. It was Norwell v Notts last night. Craig Miles certainly coming to the party this morning. He's had a extra bowl of Weetabix or whatever it is.
Yes, he's bounding in and has Moores coming forward here, defending back up the pitch.
It's the other one, wasn't it? Was it shredded wheat? Can you eat 2 or 3 or whatever? Other breakfast cereals are available, but was it that one that was supposed to give you?
It was.
Extra energy. 210 for 5. So with 37 runs and 2 wickets in the first 40 minutes or so of the day.
If you're running in as hard as you can, I thought you'd eat more or less whatever you like. Well, I'm sure you can't. Miles bowls and forward comes Moores. Runs this off the outside half of the bat, and a diving stop in the gully is warmly applauded. Rob Yates, who's a fine fieldsman, gets down to his left quickly. And isn't it nice to hear people applauding stuff?
Yeah.
None of your made-up fake crowd noise, which I can't be doing with. On anything.
No, I don't like that at all.
Delightful to have people in the grounds again, and many more soon. Let's hope it's safe and sound enough for everybody to do so.
Legside fielder dropped out.
Yes, he's gone a long way back at deep square leg here as Miles pitches up outside the off stump. Moores is offering no stroke. It's such a long boundary there, even with the rope 30 yards in front of the Priory and West stands, that it would have to be a pretty meaty hit from Tom Moores to get over that, for him to take it on. but it's more about having some folks out there he was to miscue a hooker, because that is quite a long way back, Briggs, even though he's not quite on the boundary rope. Miles going to give him something to pull. He doesn't. He bowls wide of off stump for the final ball of this over, and Moores is doing his clever little leave gesture, lifting the ball with the bat over the line of the ball and out of the way. 2-10 for 5 at the end of the over.
29th of May, always around about this time of the day where we try and dig out one or two birthdays or one or two events that might have happened on this day. Happy birthday to you if it's your birthday today. I've sadly let Nottinghamshire folk down. I can't find a single Nottinghamshire connection with a day today, and I've only found one Warwickshire one. He's a guy I can only just remember from my from my younger days. Basil Bridge is 83 today. I'll tell you more on Basil in a moment. We've got Tim Bresnan still to continue from the Birmingham end. We're bowling to Stephen Malany, who's made his way quite rapidly this morning to 18. Came in second over of the day when Lyndon James was dismissed. We're just waiting because Bresnan's asked for the slip cordon to be bolstered with a third. So Rob Yates in there. First ball is pushed back to the bowler. Basil Bridge, he was born in Selly Oak, obviously local lad here. Played a couple of games in both 1955 and 1956. Then went off and did national service. And when he came back, actually Wisden described him as potentially the long-term spin successor to Eric Hollis. That's how highly he was thought of.
No pressure then.
210 for 5 as this is played to backward point. In all, Basil Bridge played 99 first-class matches for Warwickshire, scored just over 1,000 runs at 10, but he was in the side predominantly, as I say, as a right-arm off-break bowler, and he took 283 wickets for Warwickshire at an average of 26 with a best of 8 for 56. Like I say, a Selly Oak fella. Basil celebrating his 83rd birthday today, and many happy returns as Malany clips this nice and fine down to long leg. He'll come back for a couple of runs. So we had an Oswald yesterday, Ozzie Wheatley, and a Basil today. A couple of names that have dried up in terms of an appearance in county cricket. As I say, I haven't got any Nottinghamshire birthdays. David Murray, it's his birthday today. He was sort of the West Indies wicketkeeper that just sort of wedged in, trying to get a game or two between Derek Murray and Geoffrey Dujon. This one is pushed back to the bowler. He's the son of Sir Everton Weeks. He's 71. He was one of the rebels. Went with my chum Franklin Stevenson on the rebel tours of South Africa. Barbadian David Murray. It's his birthday today, and a tie-in with Edgbaston on this day in 1902. Mike,
yes.
The inaugural test on this ground
testing,
started here.
Gosh.
England versus Australia. This goes through to the keeper. And what did the England 11 all have in common with each other? There you are, England versus Australia, the inaugural test here at Edgbaston, 1902, 119 years ago today. What did the England 11 all have in common with each other? That's all right, I wouldn't...
That's a good one. I like that.
212 for 5. It's not happened very often. In fact, I wonder how many times it has happened. Next ball, 112 for 5. I'll tell you, I wasn't really trying to catch you out.
Want to mull over.
Or do you want to mull over it? Or do you want the answer?
I could mull over it till tomorrow. I don't think I'll be any nearer.
Right.
To be honest,
all 11
yes.
that were selected for that Test match here,
yeah.
on the England side, had recorded first-class centuries.
Now that really wouldn't have happened very often. Although I suspect probably more often these days than it once would have done, because there are so few.
Do you think so? Do you think it happens more these days than back then?
I'm sure it still doesn't happen very often, because most teams have got one, haven't they? But what I mean is there are fewer players who really can't bat around. than they used to be. But even so, it'd be a bit of a stretch. I'm sure it's not very common. Off goes Miles and bowls outside off stump to Moore, yet to score, and pushes forward firmly back to the bowler. I dare say some enterprising listener might even find that out for us, but I don't.
In my time broadcasting, I know it's happened once with Notts, and it was one of those occasions when Swan and Broad were available.
Yeah.
Andre Adams as well, so that was sort of the and I think they were sort of 9, 10, 11, you know, Chris Reed and what have you. It was against Lancashire back in 2012, I think.
Miles comes round the wicket and bowls to Peter Moores, who turns it away into the leg side run. I couldn't say for sure, but I would think Warwickshire must have had a few teams like that in the last few years, given, I mean, at one time they were rattling up. I think we're 2 seasons running where the last 5 wickets scored more runs than the first 5 wickets for Warwickshire throughout the entire season. They had, you know, some power in the lower. Chris Wokes coming in at 9 and things like that.
There you are, folks. If you've got anything on that, all 11.
Comes Miles and there's no stroke from Moores.
I'm guessing it's a bit of a rarity in the fact that, you know, beside that. This, you know, that occasion that on this day, 1902, was the first test here. All 11 had first-class centuries. The very fact that that was mentioned would suggest it doesn't happen all that happen in Test cricket. Essex are all out for 301 in their second innings at Chesterley Street. Durham wish them well.
That sounds.
Or do we?
That sounds a tall task. Oh, go on. Miles round the wicket. Bowls to Moores, who pushes back, and there's no run. To be fair, I mean, you talk about Harmer there, usually racking up wickets in the second innings, and he often does. But because he didn't here when Warwickshire beat them earlier in the season, and it wasn't quite as many as that Warwickshire chased. Off the top of my head, I can't remember it. I don't think it was quite that many, but everyone was saying, well, of course, they've got to get through Harmer in the second innings, and they did.
I think it's a seamer-friendly wicket by all accounts up at Chesterley Street.
No.
But, you know, deliberately for this match.
I couldn't say. Here's Miles bowls, and this is Moores is off the mark finally, and in handsome fashion. He's on-driven just to the onside of straight, and he's gone away for 4 runs. It's been a little while for Tom Moores. He's been there for 25 minutes, but it's worth the wait. 216 for 5. Yeah, 5.
Just to the onside of straight. Throw back to the old words of the coaches. Before you get into double figures, only hit the ball in the V. He did that.
Miles has got through a fair bit of work this morning. His only reward came right at the start for him. Round the wicket he comes to Moores, who is defending this from the crease and nudging it down into the leg side. Miles picks up. He's got through 6 overs now today. 216 for 5 knots. They are 125 behind, and the game has moved on at a little bit of a brisker pace, I think, this morning in the 12 overs that we've had. But it's going to need to keep moving like that I suspect if we're going to get a result one way or the other. But it's quite an interesting stage at the moment. Notts couldn't really afford another wicket or 2 in the near future.
I found that Nottinghamshire game, the only one that I know of, and in fact it was 2012 May at Old Trafford, and this Nottinghamshire side had all scored first-class hundreds when they played Lancashire. Alex Hales, Neil Edwards, Michael Lumb, Samit Patel, James Taylor, Chris Reed, Paul Franks. So that's the top 7. You'd expect all of those probably experienced players to have had hundreds, and they had. Then Stuart Broad, of course, he got one for England against Pakistan. Here's Bresnan, 216 for 5. A bouncer. Oh, that could have been called. It is called a no ball. I was going to say it. He's only a little lad, Stephen Malany, and that was sort of twice his height, wasn't it? So 2 to the total. So where had we got to? James Taylor, Chris Reed, Paul Franks at 7, Stuart Broad at 8, Graham Swan at 9, Ben Phillips, who you know, he'd played for Kent and for Somerset before coming to Trent Bridge, but he'd had a couple of first-class hundreds, and Andre Adams at number 11. All 11 of those first-class centuries as Malany pushes this back to Bresnan.
I think Bresnan would be quite pleased with himself having got the ball to bounce. He still forces it through a bit. He's still a big, strong man, Tim Bresnan. Oh, that was a really smart pick-up by Warwickshire at this stage of his career.
Very much so, yeah.
He's got a lot to offer, and you'd have thought a lot of wisdom to offer as well.
218 for 5 as Malany defends, and as we were saying yesterday, it's wisdom that he can pass on both to the young batters and the young bowlers.
Absolutely. I mean, if you were one of the youngsters in the Warwickshire squad at the moment, and you saw a fellow like him walking, you'd surely be thinking, well, if I can't learn off him,
yeah.
Even if it's just to watch the way he goes about his business,
He's 36. How does he keep going?
Yeah.
You know, what does he do? 218 for 5 as Bresnan is in again, and Malany tries to mid-off. I mean, you know, he might not be an example. He might just rack in 5 minutes before the start of play. He might not.
Well, it looks well on it. That's what I would say.
Cigarette in one hand, can of beer in the other. This isn't the way to do it, but no, Tim Bresnan's not like that at all. I'm sure he's, well, by all accounts, it's right. He's only too happy to pass on his knowledge. Malany will pull this away into the gap on the leg side. There's two fielders out there, and he's bisected them both. It's a former Gloucestershire ice dancing masterclass there on the boundary edge. They were almost choreographed to perfection. Miles coming one way, Norwell coming to the other. They very nearly collided with a flamboyant little salsa of their own, but the ball got between them despite the dive. And it's feet off the ground time for the superstitious amongst us, Richie Bano, who isn't on the board here. We've mentioned we're in the hallowed room here at Edgbaston. We've got all the great and good of cricket broadcasting and Dan Norcross on the wall here beside us. Good man, Dan. Malany on to 24.
Miles is coming round a bit. He's coming off the boundary. He's coming to mid-wicket.
Bresnan bowls and Malany blocks. We must be due a bowling change, you'd imagine, because we've almost been going an hour. Said through the first 2 days, Mike, it's in setup. It's two very similar looking attacks. They've both got five right arm medium pacers and one slow left arm spinner.
Yes, but they're at a slightly awkward point, aren't they? Because we had 73 overs now, so it's still a bit short of the new ball.
Bresnan balls again, clipped on the leg side. Perhaps a bit of Danny Briggs and a bit of Will Rhodes. I only said I wasn't going to say Danny Briggs then, but just as the words were tumbling out my mouth, I saw him turning his arm over and taking his cap off as he is now. So.
But equally, you don't want to be sort of filling time.
No.
You know, there's not that much time of the game, and not that much of a difference between the teams to sort of just be, you know, filling in a bit. So it's a slightly awkward balance in the overs for Will Rhodes, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think Danny Briggs being brought on is being brought on just to soak up a few overs to the second new ball. He's always looking to take a wicket. I'm sure he'll have an attacking field, and you know, maybe Bresnan feels good enough that he can go for another 3 overs. Would it be 4 overs? 3 overs until the second new ball does become due. Feet are still off the ground here. 2-2-2 for 5.
Yes, he might well do. He's got through 7, and he's still bounding in. We saw there. And no, I mean, Briggs will back himself, and so he should. He's a very capable bowler, but it just feels like it's seamer condition. But we don't know. Having said that, outside the left-hander's off stump, and he's going to bowl, first of all, Briggs now, to the left-hander, Moores. The pitch is marked up a bit now. Now we're into the 3rd day. So, looks to be off quite a wide-ish line, those footmarks for the main, but nevertheless, there's something potentially there to explore for Briggs, whose first ball today is pitched up for driving by Moores, and it's slightly misfielded at mid-off by Norwell, but not in a way that's going to be costly, because they have settled for 1 run, so Moores up to 5.
Put him under pressure a little bit, didn't he? It was almost hit it and run from Tom Moores, who's given himself a chance here. He's faced 22 deliveries now. That's only his second scoring shot. He hit a boundary a wee while ago, and now he's on to 5. I often say he sort of comes out and looks to hit 5th gear right from the get-go, but giving himself a little bit of a look this morning.
Round the wicket comes Briggs, and Malany takes him on and just clears mid-on. Norwell throwing himself high to his left. It was a little bit of a miscue, I think, from Malany, but he's got away with it with 4 runs.
Full teapot from Danny Briggs, stood there, hands on hips, glaring at Malany as if to take in what had happened, as if to absorb what had happened. Clearly wasn't expecting Stephen Malany, the first ball he'd faced from the spinner, to, as you say, just have a bit of a swipe at that one.
Now, what are they going to do with Norwell? He's too far back to say 1, but he's not on the boundary, and it's not a particularly long straight boundary either. He's neither one or the other. Briggs round. Oh, he's bowled! He's drawn Malany forward, and he's bowled. He's knocked the off stump back, and Malany's ended up down on one knee. He was trying to flick it, I think, towards the leg side, and Briggs has rattled it through him and knocked over the off stump. So Briggs has had the last laugh in that very short duel, and it's 227 for 6.
Day continues to move ahead at quite a pace here. 227 for 6. I was just about to say, when you said what are they going to do with Liam Norwell, I was just about to suggest perhaps they want to swap him with Oliver and Dolby, because it only just cleared Liam Norwell. The much taller Hannon Dolby might have had a chance leaping, but that's all supposition now, because Stephen Malany again looking to he's looking to get on with things. It was an ugly, awkward-looking shot, the one he was getting out to, and I think he was giving himself a little bit of room, trying to force it away on the offside, and beaten by the turn of Briggs, who has come on and got a wicket. 227 for 6, and time for me to go and do a midday update.
I think it did turn just a little bit as well. It was, but Malany was playing quite loosely at it. He was trying to flick it through mid-wicket, and he's flicked right over the top of it. 227 for 6, and although there is still some batting to come for Notts, there's a little bit of an opening here. Warwickshire might think, I sense the sky is lightening. It's still shades of grey. Can we say that these days? There's still nothing so vulgar as a bit of blue sky, but it's getting brighter. The sun, I sense, is on its way. And Warwickshire in slightly the sunnier position just at the moment, after a 3rd wicket in the first hour this morning, coming after exactly an hour. Malany bowled by Briggs for 26 in the spinner's first over today. And now for the new batsman, another left-hander, Liam Patterson-White. There is going to be a short leg. Sam Hain has gone in at short leg, as well as the slip fielder. And Patterson-White is playing across a ball that turns back into him from a well outside off stump, and he's hit on the pad, and as you can hear, there's a loud appeal, but it is denied by umpire Lloyd, and Briggs is very excited. He's taken a wicket in his first over, and he thinks he was in the market for a second, and that one straightened a bit. He's in again, left arm over the wicket, and Patterson-White, he's offering the front pad to a ball that started a bit wider, and it carries on through. An awkward start for him. Not still 114 behind, and Patterson-White is forward defending this into the offside. Completes the over. Success for Danny Briggs in his first over today. 227 for 6. With Moores 5. And Patterson-White, the new batsman, and Will Rhodes, as I think Dave was suggesting a few moments ago, he's going to come and bowl his swinging medium paces to help Warwickshire towards the new ball, and maybe more than that, who's to say? Briggs has already done appreciably more than that by taking the wicket of Malany in his first over. Update local radio listeners in the West Midlands in the next few seconds as Rhodes is preparing to start a new over and a new spell. At Edgbaston on the third morning of the county championship going between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, things are starting to happen at a little bit of a quicker pace today. Notts have looked to score briskly. They've added 44 in this first hour, but they've lost 3 wickets in doing so as Warwickshire maybe move slightly ahead in this game. Right at the start, Craig Miles hit Lyndon James's off stump when he didn't offer a stroke, and before long Joe Clark had been given LBW to Tim Bresnan, a ball that also nicked back a fair bit. Stephen Malany scored quickly, but just now lost his off stump, flicking across the line to Danny Briggs in the spinner's first over today, so Warwickshire maybe have a slight advantage, not still 113 behind at 228 for 6. And a single off the first ball of Will Rhodes' spell. It's taken Moores to 6, and now Rhodes is going to bowl for the first time to Patterson White, coming right arm round the wicket, and Patterson White is defending back up the pitch. So 2 left-handers at the wicket now, Moores and Patterson White. Rhodes be able to get the same sort of movement through the air that the others have got. He drifts to the leg side here, and this is tucked off his hip for 1 run. Down to long leg. So Patterson White is away. He has 1. 229 for 6. In comes Rhodes round the wicket, and Moores is just pressing his front foot forward, and then decides not to offer the bat, allows it to go through to Burgess. Tricky time now, 112 the difference. New ball will be available before lunch, quite soon in fact, maybe in about half an hour's time. So there are openings here for Warwickshire, Dave, if not more than that. Certainly.
Ian Patterson White has been short of runs, made 73 not out against the Bears though at Trent Bridge.
This was nibbled off an outside edge, I think, but run down along the ground wide of the slips and couldn't quite be hauled in by Hayne at second slip, so it's dribbled away for 2 runs. That was awkward for Moores, and he's adjusting equipment. I wonder if it's just knocked his thigh pad askew. I wonder for a moment if he was if he did hit him on the hand.
No, wardrobe malfunction, I think they term it in the business. Durham have lost a wicket already. Cameron Bancroft out. 8 for 1. Jamie Porter with that wicket. Would seem as if Essex are on their way to a 3rd win in the group and a 3-day victory. Played 1 match more, of course, than Durham, Warwickshire and Notts.
Round the wicket, Rhodes, and slanting this across Moores, who guides it into the leg side, and he's going to get a leg by. It runs away down towards long leg. So quite on the target in that over. Will Rhodes, his first today, and 5 runs together. 232 for 6 at the end of the over. 1 to Patterson White, 8 to Moores, and the gap is 109.
Yeah, Notts have got to basically emulate what Warwickshire's lower order did. Warwickshire just looking, they were 248 for 6. Got to 341. Notts 232 for 6. How many will they be able to muster before they're bowled out? 18 short of a 2nd batting point. Desperately keen to at least get on a par with Warwickshire. Here's Danny Briggs. tosses this up and driven away on the offside by Tom Moores. He's only going to get a single. There's only one man out there on the rope, Oliver Hannon Dolby, and Moores hit it effectively straight to him, so when he gets a single, a couple of yards either way, and would have been 4 to the total. 233 for 6. So Liam Patterson-White is back on strike, facing Danny Briggs. Lovely rhythmical action from the former Sussex and Hampshire man, of course. Patterson-White dropped this on the leg side, fielded by Yates. Ball quickly back in the hands of the bowler, and this one has just gone through the tentative prod of the batsman. Burgess whips off a bail.
She was quick with the gloves there, Burgess. Patterson-White was well anchored.
Next ball driven back to Danny Briggs. Liam Patterson-White averaging around about 25 going into this match. Just the 150, as I say, 73 not out at Trent Bridge against the Bears, and this time he's clubbed this one straight to Will Rhodes in the covers. 233 for 6. We've got much better visibility all around the ground now. Can clearly see all the buildings in the distance as this over comes to an end with a defensive block. 233 for 6, and that's the end of the 76th over. Couple more from Will Rhodes, couple more from Danny Briggs, and a second near ball would be due if Captain Rhodes wants to get Oliver Hannon Dolby and Liam Norwell into the action this morning.
I know there are more points available for a draw than there used to be, so maybe there isn't quite such a premium on winning, but this is such a competitive group that I do sense, and certainly sense, that Notts are trying to still play quite a, attacking cricket as much as they can. There's a big value on winning this game for both these teams, the way the group is. Now, Rhodes, starting a new over coming round the wicket, angles the ball into Moores, who ends up having to let that hit him, really. And he doesn't seem discomforted by it. It runs away down into the gully. But he got in a slightly awkward position for it.
As we were saying yesterday, I don't think it's going to happen. Almost certainly it's not going to happen. But I think both Warwickshire and Notts would like Durham to defeat Essex.
Round the wicket comes Rhodes, and Moores is leaning back here to guide this on the bounce to the rather deepish set point fielder now, Malan.
And that, far from being a snidey comment towards Essex, it's a respectful one, because they've been so strong over the last 3 or 4 years, and they've played a game more in the group. If they were to lose against Durham, they'd only have the 1 game left, or 2 games left, one against Notts next week.
Forward comes Moores and flicks a ball that looks as though it was slanting in across him, and gets it perhaps not quite out of the middle of the bat, but it's run away for 4 all the same, just backward of square leg. Rhodes, and that involuntary reflex of both arms starting to go up, and then frustrated to see that it hasn't hit the pad. It's nipped away for runs, but that I don't think that was quite where Moores aimed it. Matter though, 4 all the same.
It went quickly out there for a miss hit. It absolutely raced away to the boundary, but you're right, he didn't mean it to go there.
Still, he won't be too fussy at the moment in the circumstances. Tom Moores, 237 for 6. In comes Rhodes round the wicket, and it's caught and bowled. Moores drove that back firmly, and it came right in the slot for Will Rhodes on his follow through, and stuck in his he got 2 hands to it. Came perfectly to him at an ideal height, and it's a good sound grab by the Warwickshire captain, who takes his first wicket in this innings. And not just subsiding a little bit here at 237 for 7, still trailed by 104. Moores caught and bowled Rhodes for 13.
Yeah, they've looked to play positive this morning, and that approach has at least seen the board moving along in terms of the score, but they're losing wickets, and they really are big wickets that have gone down today. Lyndon James didn't get a start, but Joe Clark, Stephen Malany, Tom Moores, all... I said it earlier, didn't I, with Moores when he came out. He very often looks to try and get to fifth gear very, very quickly. Well, he didn't. He gave himself a little bit of a start here, and in many senses he was a little unfortunate there. But Clark, Malany and now Moores have gone, and that really is the engine room for Nottinghamshire. The middle order that can score runs quickly, can hurt the opposition, have all gone during this morning session, and now it's down to the lower order. It'll be a different approach from Chappell, Fletcher and Patterson, of course, and Liam Patterson-White. You wouldn't necessarily expect there to be a burst of quick run scoring here. It might just be a case of now grinding it out to hopefully lunch and beyond. But Nottinghamshire in a heap of trouble here. They're 104 behind as Zach Chappell does make his way to the middle, having been padded up to come in as night watchman last night, but wasn't required.
No, but they wouldn't mind him hanging around for a bit now. With the new ball will be available soon, but Warwickshire doing all right with this one just at the moment.
Mentioned it yesterday. He is a player who has a career best of 96, which does indicate a modicum of talent, undeniably, but it was 5 or 6 years ago in his very early days, one of his first matches for Leicestershire.
Forward he comes and he edges for 4 runs to third man. It went wide of Yates. There are 2 slips and then just a little bit of a gap to Yates at a very fine gully, but it was wide even so of him, and down to third man for 4 runs. 241 for 7, a gap of 100.
Yeah, he's only scored 2 first-class 50s, Zach Chappell. That 96. In fact, it was on debut. It was on debut back in 2015 against Derbyshire, and then he's had a 66 in 2017. But 2018, his highest score was 40. The following year, 29. Last year in the Bob Willis Trophy, 1 was his highest score, and this year 22 so far. So an extraordinary start to life as a county cricketer with a 96. Little like Luke Fletcher, who got a 92 in just his second or third match, but not much since.
Rhodes sprints in. That climbed a bit on Chappell, and it went past the gloves really, and Chappell slightly flinched at it. It's gone through without touching anything through to Burgess. There were 2 boundaries in that over, but it was a pretty good over all the same, and more importantly from Warwickshire's point of view, they removed Tom Moores. So 241 for 7, 4 to Chappell and 1 to Patterson-White, and Notts are 100 runs behind. Purely a reflex catch from Will Rhodes. It was almost self-preservation. It was drilled firmly, crisply straight back to him, but it was a good height to catch, wasn't it, in his follow-through, sort of waist height, and he took it nicely. Good bit of work from the Bears skipper. 241 for 7. Here's Danny Briggs bowling to Liam Patterson-White. He drives it into the offside, and Warwickshire's lead now is just 2 figures, 99 in front. They are 242 for 7. Did make the point, didn't they, when after 72 overs that suspected it would be Briggs and Rhodes, and you quite rightly said Warwickshire needed to maintain the fine start they'd had today to attack and continue to look for wickets, and both Briggs and Will Rhodes have now scooped up one. It's a full toss, and Zach Chappell will feel he's missed out there. Clipped it firmly, but straight to Rhodes at mid-wicket. Yes, if he misses him, it's 4 on that side of the ground.
Chappell with 4, Liam Patterson-White with 2. Danny Briggs in again, just held that one back a little bit, but Chappell, who's a big tall man, happy to defend. James 4, Clark 61, Malany 28 and Moores 13. The 4 wickets to go down this morning as Zach Chappell again defends under the Edgbaston floodlights. A little bit of blue sky in the distance now for the first time. Again, Chappell hits it forcefully into the offside. Gets a run. 243 for 7.
I think we'll be able to dispense with the lights after lunch, will we not? Well, they're not. Are they?
We'd hope so, wouldn't we?
To
We'd
keep
hope
them
so.
on for, you know, it's one of these rules that once you've started with them on, because soon they won't need them.
You'd hope so. You'd certainly hope so. Here's Briggs to Patterson White, and he'll pull this away. Another single. Again, the fielders are in the right place for Warwickshire's purpose, not for Nottinghamshire. It's Matt Lamb who's keeping them to one end of the over. 244 for 7. LPW is on 3, and Zach is on 5. Not too many Zacharys around either, are there? Zachary Chappell. Born in Sleaford, but in fact born in Grantham, but it's not Sleaford. Spalding is the hometown. Get him a Lincolnshire towns all make. 244 for 7. So this is the 79th over about to begin. Would you go straight for the second near ball?
Very tempted, wouldn't you? 2 slips, and again that just very slight gap before Yates. That sort of 4th slip. The first ball of a new over from Patterson White's forced up to Lamb at mid-off. I think you probably want to take it, wouldn't you?
Yes, yeah. Today seems to be things have flipped around. Here on the first day, not many wickets, whereas they were tumbling all over the country. And this Saturday morning, the wickets seem to be going down here, but very few elsewhere.
Round the wicket comes Rhodes to the left-hander Patterson White, who turns him off his pads for 1 run down to deep square leg. Well, I say deep. It's not all that deep on that side of the ground. People in the front row of the Holly stand who've booked their seats there, you'd feel you were right in the game, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You probably are if you're not careful.
The Roses match, Josh Bohannon 74 not out for Lancashire. They're 407 for 6 now. That's a lead of just shy of 250 over Yorkshire.
Boots being filled there. Rhodes back over the wicket to the right-hander Chappell, who defends back on the offside.
Sussex fighting back nicely at Hove against Northampton. We've got a centurion in that match, Tom Hames, who's enjoying a fine start to his professional career. The young opener, he's passed, or he's reached 3 figures. Is that the 3rd time this season? And Ben Brown, his skipper, is with him on 50.
Chappell leaves this one, left quite late, but with a real jerky motion. Very deliberately left that from Rhodes wide of the off stump.
Joel says, morning team, listening from a very sunny Cambridge. Feels like the game is right on a knife edge here. Fancy Notts will get within 50 and then give it a good go later with the ball. Nice to hear from you, Joel. Sunny Cambridge.
Very smart. But that's verdant. This is Chappell coming forward, taking one hand off the bat, but levers it firmly back up the pitch. Where was it? Was verdant earlier on? I forget.
Tunbridge Wells.
Tunbridge, well, that always is. But Cambridge surely not far behind.
The home of the Pantiles, isn't it, Tunbridge Wells? I don't know if you've been there.
I've been to Tunbridge Wells. I missed the Pantile. What should I do with the Pantile?
I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, yeah. Rhodes rolls outside the line of off stump, and Chappell offers no stroke. It's the end of the over. I feel I'm going to sound terribly ignorant here. What would it sounds like a call my bluff word?
Well, it's like a famous.
Do I eat it? Put it
It's
in
a
my
famous.
garden or what?
It's a very famous street.
Is it?
I was going to say a little bit like the Shambles in York, but it's not. But there's some very lovely buildings, lovely architecture along that. Some high-end shops and what have you.
Yes. You'll be in the Kent Messenger. BBC man slams Kent Shambles.
No, it's not a shambles. It's
Disgusted at Tunbridge Wells.
Very nice. 245 for 7. Here's Danny Briggs. LBW appeal here, not given. 245 for 7. When your phone lights up with a message, you just wonder. Diddle-dee-diddle-dee-dee.
Can't Got a tangle there, Patterson White.
Yeah.
Going to reverse sweep. He ended up getting off strike with a leg by. I'd be happy about that.
I've just got to go and do an update for Radio Nottingham. I'm not sure what time the football kicks off. Perhaps it's 12:30 today. I wasn't sure, but they want me to do an update now, so I'll leave you.
Oh, okay. I should be bereft. At least there's more to the point. Chapel now fighting, pushes away into the offside. 2:46 for 7. Slipping a short leg weight. Oh, I think this is a full toss from Briggs. And it went down the leg side. He's not happy. He kicks the air because Chappell's helped himself to 4 runs down to long leg. That wasn't the best delivery he's bowled so far today, Briggs, and he's cross with himself. Warwickshire will be keen to force home the opportunity they've opened up. But there are still 3 wickets to get and a decision to make about the new ball. Quite imminently. This is the 80th over. Briggs bowls. Forward comes Chappell, reaching just in front of his front pad. And pushes back up the pitch. And there's no run. If you want to drop a message to us, you can get to David at Brace Cricket. You can send me a tweet to at Sport BBC WM. Here's Briggs bowling to Chappell, who drives and misses outside the off stump. Briggs gathers this in. Burgess, I should say, gathers in, knocks over the bails, but there was no move from Chappell, so he's quite safe. 250 for 7. Definitely the lightest conditions we've had all day. Briggs fires this in outside off stump. No stroke. And it's the end of the over. 250 for 7. We've had 80 overs. And are we going to see a change of ball? I suspect there's a lot of busyness going on around the field now, so I'm looking at the umpires. We'll soon get an impression. Yeah, yes, there's the ball being waved, I think. There it is, brand new one. Those of you looking at the pictures can see that in the umpire's hands there. Look at that, absolute shiner. Straight out the cellophane.
We didn't see the polythene bag, did we? It's the one chance a day we get to say polythene on on the radio.
Maybe there's a sort of an eco-friendly wrapping there. Perhaps they come in paper now.
Maybe they do. Maybe they do. Yeah, I didn't realise the old Notts County footy kicked off at 12:30. I thought it was a 3 o'clock one, but there we are. Anyhow, Notts County just about to get underway at Bromley. 250 for 7. Is that in Kent?
I think it is.
Because we were just talking about Tunbridge Wells. Oliver Hannon Dolby has ball in hand. Notts. I've been a couple of times with Notts. 2010 to Tunbridge Wells, and when I stayed on the Pantiles. And 2 years ago, 2019, there's Oliver Hannon Dolby going to bowl. It's down the leg side, first ball taken by Burgess. I don't know about you, but if I'm away somewhere, I always have a bit of a look to see what's on, where I'm going. And 2 years ago, I went to Tunbridge Wells and had a bit of a look in the local theatre there. Ramesh Ranganathan sold out.
Oh God.
So I rang up. I tried it on. Had a bit of a telephone flirt with the receptionist, and said I was there for the BBC, stranded in their lovely town for 4 days. Next ball is defended by Liam Patterson-White, and tried everything I could think of. And
did they not know who you were?
Well, no, they certainly didn't know who I was. But anyway, she disappeared, and I thought she just sort of left me hanging on the telephone, as Blondie would say. Came back about 5 minutes later and said, "You're very, 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 very lucky." Oh, yeah. She said, "We've had a couple of returns from the production company, and I've sorted you out with a front row seat." So I went and watched Ramesh Ranganathan for Note at Tunbridge Wells a couple of years ago. Very funny. This one's defended by Liam Patterson-White, 250 for 7. So sincere thanks to that lovely lady. It's in a church, or an old church. I mean, it's obviously a theatre now, but so many of these old buildings up and down the country are sort of put to other uses, aren't they? When they're they're no longer used for their main point.
The most immediately obvious use. Sounds like a nice venue.
It's an old church in Newark that's now a furniture shop. 250 for 7. Next ball clipped firmly by Patterson White up to mid-on. And there's no run. It remains 250 for 7.
You can't hire a pew, can you? Presumably Norwell will come and bowl at the pavilion end shortly. They'll perhaps get, what, 3-4 overs in each before lunch. You'd
imagine so. He'll be a little bit like Dane Patterson in the Notts innings. He'll be looking to get a couple of wickets. This is pulled away by Liam Patterson-White, and again the fielder is in the right position. It's not just all guesswork, is it, when they send the fielders out and, you know, a little bit to your left, a little bit to your right, back a little bit, hit it straight to him on the bounce, and they only get 1 rather than 4. Not to 90 behind. Patterson-White has 5. Zach Chappell has 9.
Ollie Hannon-Dolby's proved himself a very valuable member of the team in red ball cricket. He was more in white ball cricket until the last couple of years, but leading the way.
Next one swings away from Chappell. Ball goes through to the keeper. End of the over. Before he had to go off and put his pads on last night, Zach Chappell, to be potentially used as a night watchman. We saw him and Dane Patterson and Luke Fletcher sprawled on the hover cover, watching the play away to our left, in front of Gary Barwell and his troops. Their little hidey hole down there, down the concourse there.
It doesn't look the most comfortable thing to be resting on, I wouldn't have thought.
I don't know. It's spongy, foamy.
Oh, maybe. You'd get a shock if somebody fighties on.
You often see the Notts ground staff doing it at Trent Bridge if they either want to come out and watch the cricket, or they're sort of on red alert just in case there is a rogue shower passing through. It is going to be Liam Norwell, his first bowl of this third day. 2 of his wickets from this end and 1 from the far end.
3 still available to get, and he comes round the wicket. His first ball's a little bit short of a length to Patterson-White, but he plays it neatly, guides it off his hip into the leg side. 90 the gap at the moment. So, a very important stage of the game here with the new ball, because it can sometimes disappear quickly for a few runs. If Notts could get back within 50, they'd be pretty pleased with that. Round the wicket, Norwell. Oh, he beats Patterson-White here. It was one that, if it carried, it went very low through to Burgess. I'm not sure he did. I think it arrived on the second bounce. But that was an awkward delivery. It was too good for Liam Patterson-White.
Picked up a couple of wickets. Patterson-White in the Warwickshire effort. Wicket on the first day, and then wrap things up yesterday morning with the final wicket.
Round the wicket he comes again, and Patterson-White's back here and forcing this firmly to Lamb in the covers.
In fact, when roles were reversed yesterday, Liam Norwell certainly came out on top. He hit Patterson-White away for a couple of big sixes down the ground.
Yes, that was a lively spell. Slater's 77. He's still the top scorer in this innings.
Liam to Liam.
2 slips again, and then a slight gap before Yates. This is slanted across the left-hander, and Patterson-White will get... Well, there will be a run. I'm not sure he will get it. No, leg by is signalled. 2-5-2 for 7. Norwell coming back, waiting for the ball to be returned. Anxiously polished on its way around by Briggs at mid-off. All 6 of the Warwickshire bowlers get a go in the first 90 minutes today. And the wickets spread about. Norwell got 3 yesterday. Again, still very orthodox field. They're not overly attacking here, Warwickshire. In runs Norwell and bowls an awkward, shortish ball to Chappell. And he moves behind the line of it and then ends up flexing to turn it off his hip and drop it into the leg side. There's a long leg fielder down in front of the barn stand there in front of the old scoreboard. It's not the longest boundary, however. There's a man just in front of square leg round towards mid-wicket. And mid-on, it's the leg side field. Norwell bowls and Chappell is standing up a little bit straighter this time and turning it into the leg side. No run, and the end of a maiden from Norwell, just the leg buying it. 2-5-2 for 7 at the end of the over. 5 to Patterson White, 9 to Chappell.
Just over 25 minutes to go until the scheduled lunch break at 1 o'clock. Of course, Notts were 9 wickets down. Although I'm just wondering, with the extra half an hour, with the extra overs, I've not seen anything. It may well be that lunch today is 1. I've half a feeling that that's what they do when they add the overs on. They just sort of extend the sessions a little bit, and it may well be that it's 1 lunch, 4 o'clock tea, and play through till 6:30. I think that's the way they generally slice it up, but we'll have to see. It's Anand Dolby. The ball to Patterson White, clips it away for a single on the leg side. So again, it's left to Zach Chappell potentially to have 5 deliveries in the over to negotiate, as he did in the last over.
When 104 overs in a day was the standard thing a few years ago, I'm fairly sure lunch was. It was either 10 or 1:15 was the standard time off the top of my head.
I think now when they when you do make up the overs, I'm fairly sure, as I say, it's 1:10 and a standard 4 o'clock for tea. And Dolby in and bowls, and nice looking shot, going to bring him a couple of runs here for Zach Chappell, forcing it into the offside. Didn't properly get hold of that. He was hitting towards that shorter boundary and it didn't go all the way, but found the gap, so gets 2 more. 255 for 7, and I think right now Notts are at the stage where all contributions are gratefully received. The players who you can sort of look towards and think, well, if he has a good day and he has a good day and he has a good day, they might get to 3 figures, have evaporated, been dismissed this morning. This one's gone through to the keeper, so whatever contributions they can get from Liam Patterson White, Zach Chappell, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson, as I say, will greatly be received, as Notts look to get as close to Warwickshire as they can. Right now they're a long way behind, and they're 45 runs away from getting a 3rd batting point, which is what Warwickshire achieved. 255 for 7. Anand Dolby with that white wristband, sweatband on his left wrist, pulls wide of the off peg, and it goes through to the keeper.
Yes, be a danger here. You could crumple against a new ball and still find yourself 70 behind, which might end up being quite significant.
Well, they're rather more than 70 at the moment, aren't they? 45, 86 behind right now. Men out if you're just joining us. Lyndon James for 4, didn't add to his overnight score. Joe Clark 61, Stephen Malany 28, Tom Moore's 13. Anand Dolby bowls a good delivery, good line there, and we're not really at an angle or position to tell if Zach Chappell had a fiddle at that one, but it certainly brought 1 or 2 gasps from the Warwickshire slip cordon. Wickets this morning for Craig Miles, Tim Bresnan, Danny Briggs and Will Rhodes. So it just leaves the 2 bowlers in operation at the moment, Anand Dolby and Norwell, to make their mark today, although Norwell, of course, Grabbed 3 wickets yesterday. Final ball of the over. Single from the first. 4 dots have followed. Anand Dolby bowls, and this is driven. Oh, he's hit the stumps at the far end, and they've got to be sharp here. They take a single, but that could have led to all sorts of chaos. Very nearly did. It was a lovely shot from Zach Chappell, which probably deserved a boundary, but wouldn't you know it, it clattered straight into the stumps at the far end. He decided to go for the run. Liam Patterson-White, knowing that the shot was hit back towards the stumps, had to make sure he was in his ground just in case there was a deflection, and then had to respond to Chappell's call. It was close to chaos, but they do take a single at the end of it all, and it's 256 for 7 as everything grinds to a halt with a hand sanitising break.
Yes, everything could have gone drastically wrong there.
Yeah, let's have a squirt of jollop this morning. What's this flavour? I don't know. Elderflower or some such. 256 for 7. The floodlights are still on. As we mentioned earlier, I think they sort of like to leave them on once they've been brought on in a session.
Yes, but we certainly wouldn't need them for starting a new session now.
No.
So hopefully we can dispense with them for too much longer.
Chappell into double figures, then he's on 12. Liam Patterson-White on 6.
So what's left? Fletcher and Patterson in that order?
Yep.
Norwell hurries in on a chest-on approach and has Chappell going back in the crease, but playing this firmly off the back foot to mid-off. It's very, very gradually getting lighter, but I'm still looking for the first patch of blue sky as a real breakthrough moment. There may be some over the top of us that we can't see, but the weather tends to come from over our left shoulder, from where we're commentating at the pavilion end, as it were. Norwell goes slightly wider of the crease, and Chappell is forward defending.
So we're in Edgbaston, I know that. Where's Balsall Heath? Because whenever you punch in the Edgbaston postcode, it always comes up as Balsall Heath.
Well, these districts are extremely close together, but yeah, it's more or less sort of, it's quite a small area, quite imprecise to define, but towards our right-hand side, the way we're looking from here. Now, this is Chappell is driving and beaten by this. And it goes through to the wicket keeper. It was full and right. It's sort of in the slot for tempting the drive, but it was quick. But you know, it is in the cities now, all the districts. It's so hard to see the join between them. But Edgbaston really as an area, he's more away from us to our left, or towards the Bristol Road.
As I say, sort of where I'm staying.
Forward comes Chappell to defend more firmly back up the pitch.
There's the Edgbaston Tennis Centre, the Edgbaston or the university there, the university grounds and sports centre, and obviously the hotel. All within a mile and a half of the ground here.
Well, the Edgbaston Priory Club, which is where the big tennis tournament is next month, is not far, just down the road from here. Off goes Norwell, goes slightly wide, he beats him again here. Chappell, he's forward, he's looking back at the stumps, pleased to see them still there.
Inelegant attempt to play that one, really, from Zach Chappell. Big, tall fella. Didn't take a wicket in the Warwickshire first innings, so I'll be very much looking to address that when Nottinghamshire have to bowl for a second time. I'll be hoping that's much later today, but might not be.
Norwell he's beat him a third time in this over. He squared him right up a treat there, and Chappell was pushing at fresh air for a lot of that over. Norwell's got it going through nicely. He does look at bowler when not dissimilar to Stone. He's not quite as quick as Stone, but when you know, he's completely fit and firing, and all the gears are moving together, and everything is good. He does impress, Liam Norwell. He's got all the attributes there.
256 for 7. Over ends with Zach Chappell on 12, having faced 29 deliveries. Patson White is on 6 from 25. He's missing a couple of his vowels on the scoreboard to get it all in there. Patson.
That's how they describe him in Yorkshire, is it?
256 for 7. And then Dolby bowls, and this is eased into the offside. We did have this yesterday as well, double-barreled. 256 for 7.
And they say cricket's not an elitist game anymore.
The cranes are still marking a weekend in the city. Next one is well pitched up there, and Patterson White has an expansive mow at it, gets nothing on it as it goes through to the keeper. It's the last time you can ride around the city with your exhaust blowing all sorts of fumes here, there and everywhere, and not be charged for it.
Yeah.
Congestion charges come into the second city on Monday. 256 for 7.
It's been a lot of traffic-related chuntering is much the in-topic around Birmingham at the moment. It's not just about that.
I can imagine. Next ball is driven crisply. It's well stopped though. That's a fine shot for no run. Is that the skipper at mid-off, a diving stop?
But you've got to know your alphabet soup. It's the CAZ is the one in town. That's going to the clean air zone.
Oh, right.
And then there's the LTN, which is the
Luton.
low traffic neighbourhood. And there's 2 or 3 of those around the city, and some people really like them, and some people really don't like them.
I wouldn't.
And it's filling Midlands today up 3 times a week.
Very slow to embrace change at the best of times. 256 for 7. Next ball driven away, and this time he does find the gap. Liam Patson White gets at least 2. They'll get a third. Is it Zach Chappell who's dropped his gloves there as he came back for a second run? He's dropped both his batting gloves.
It's about 3 for the throw in that corner.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Yeah, we suspected yesterday there was an occasion where if they'd really gone for it, there could have been an all-run 4. It was just an ambled 3 that was taken, but with an attacking field, if you do hit it out there into that far corner, there is the potential certainly for us to see an all-run 4 or maybe even a 5. 259 for 7. The right-handed Chappell back on strike on 12. And Dolby bowls, that's gone through to the keeper. In the Warwickshire first innings, 250 for 6 at the end of the first day, 262 for 7. So not too far away from where the Bears were, but I just wonder if Nottinghamshire will be able to produce a last wicket partnership of 52. They might have to get some of those runs with this pair still at the crease rather than leaving it to Dane Patterson.
Well, Chappell will be winding these bowlers up a treat because he's played and missed about 5 or 6 times in the last couple of overs. 259
for 7, and in Dolby. 2, Zach Chappell hit him on the pad, asking, not given by Russell Warren. Oliver Hannon Dolby certainly can't complain for the amount of support he got from keeper and slip cordon. A very vociferous appeal. Not got the replay, but Russell Warren, shake of the head, end of the over. 259 for 7 here on BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC Radio Nottingham, with Dave Bracegirdle and Iron Mike Taylor.
Iron now. Can't do irony. They're quite a chorus line behind the stumps, aren't they? They've been in full-throated form, like a Welsh male voice choir.
Bresnan, Hayne and Yates predominantly at 1, 2 and 3.
Give it plenty of that. Burgess with the mitts on, waiting for Norwell to bowl to Patterson White, who is moving quite easily across here and nudging this down into the leg side for no run. I was trying to look through the playing conditions.
I'm sure it's 10 past 1 just to save you.
You should never do while you're commentating.
No, just to save you.
Yeah. It merges in front of you. Look, it's in tiny print, so it's like an optician's test for a start, and then it sort of becomes like a magic eye picture after a bit. Round the wicket comes Norwell, and Patterson White guides this away off the back foot for no run. I might explain why my umpiring career has been taken off though. But
well, you like to score, don't you, rather than umpire?
But these days, I fear I have the same sort of result with scoring as Bob Newhart's in sketch about his accountancy career. So right. I used to think if I got within 2 or 3 bucks of it. Norwell round the wicket bowls. Patterson White's forcing this off the offside in the offside, and there's no run. So my theory of accountancy never really caught on.
There or thereabouts will do. I think so. Round it up.
Yes. 2:59 for 7. Norwell, fair-haired. He's walking back. Briggs is warming up, but I suspect mainly for his own amusement for a bit. 2 slips. Yates gone slightly wider here. He keeps shuffling about and leaving a different size gap between himself and the slips, but he's not employed here other than as to come and mine the stumps, because the ball's run off the pads the other way into the leg side, and they've had a leg bye, I think.
Yes, I think it was a painful leg bye as well. I think that got Liam Patterson White on the fleshy bit of the leg rather than the protected pad, and sort of hobbled down to this end. Might be a nice bruise there a little later on.
Off goes Norwell to bowl with the right-hander. Chappell is beaten by a really good one there. He's done well to miss that one. It bounced a bit more than the others.
Doesn't know whether to stick or twist, does he, Zach Chappell? He's not getting a stride in to get forward to Norwell. He's not really going back. He's not moving across his stumps to get solidly behind it. He's really, really in danger of being exposed here, because he's just having a little nibble each time just outside the off stump.
But Norwell will be coming to the boil if he doesn't actually nick one in a minute. Because it's been a hole in his bat for the last couple of overs, but he's got this one. He's guided it safely on the bounce, well played, down to gully, because the odd one, he's bouncing a bit from Liam Norwell. That previous one was really tricky. Anyway, 260 for 7, the end of the over.
Yeah, it was ticking last night when Ben Slater was slapping him away for 4s and a 6, and then it all came pouring out when he got Slater flashing at another one and was caught behind, and I think he said well battered or something like that to Ben as he got him out.
I bet he did.
260 for 7, 81 is the difference.
Your fast bowler's got a bit
of
bit of knock about him.
Of course.
And they're all such nice fellas, aren't they?
Yeah.
Most county cricketers.
Yeah.
You stand interviewing at the end of the day, you that fella I've just seen steaming and boiling for the last 4 hours.
Here's Handolby. Bowling to Patterson White. Goes through to the keeper. Again, I've done pretty well today. Keep calling him Norwell. Come from Newark, and just outside, and almost one of the next villages is a place spelt exactly the same, but it's Norrell.
Oh,
it's, it is
Norrell.
Pronounced as Norrell. So every time I see him on the scorecard or on the scoreboard, the temptation is there to go Nottinghamshire on him. 260 for 7. Is OHD. In and bowls, driven away for 4 by Patterson White. That's a nice looking shot. Just behind square on the offside. Useful runs for Notts. 264 for 7.
That was a good stroke. It was only maybe slightly wide and slightly over pitch, but he gave it plenty. When he commits to the drive, Liam Patterson White, it's a full flamboyant thing, doesn't he? He doesn't spare it.
Left-handers thing, and it always looks more attractive when it's a lefty doing it. Been an odd session, this one. Runs were free and easy to come by early on, but wickets tumbled, and It's been a little more gritty in the second hour of the morning session. So we're not entirely sure when it will end, and it'll be dependent on a couple of things: whether everybody knows the regulations, including us, and whether knots are 7, 8 or 9 down. This is worked away on the leg side by LPW for another single, 265 for 7. So the morning began with knots 173 for 3, so they've had a 92 for 4. That's a reasonable morning's cricket so far for the spectators in attendance, and for us, a couple of chumps in the commentary box as well.
Yes, and those folks, well, the ones outside, not us, should be rewarded with... there's the blue sky looking, so I told you, just in time for a break. Generally, that's when blue sky arrives in the cricket matches. Splendid. Yeah,
of course, normally they can go out on the outfield at most grounds. I'm not sure if they can here at Edgbaston, but normally they can go out and have a bit of a potter around, a wander around as Chapel defends, and in that time-honoured fashion, you'll see the old sage cricket watcher wander out to the middle, have a look at the strip, rub his chin 3 or 4 times, and shake his head and wander back to his seat.
In normal times, yes. Here, in the last few years, it has been a very welcome addition to a day's cricket at Edgbaston. Whether in the current regulations that's allowed, I suspect it may.
They certainly can't at the moment, but it's always nice to see it when it is permitted.
Quite.
265 for 7 down the leg side. Chapel has a bit of a flick at it, gets nothing on it.
No, there are many things that will be welcome once once the regulations are all passed, and my goodness, there's been bigger considerations throughout all this than over the last 15 months than where you can go in a cricket ground. But nevertheless, goodness knows, hasn't there been more serious stuff going on than that? But all the same, it's these little things.
I don't know. Let's promote exercise. These spectators should be allowed to go for a walk every 2 hours.
Well, for that.
Bit of fresh air, walk on the grass. Josh Bohannon is 92 not out for Lancashire. I say that because I think there's at least 6 players in this round of matches, something like that, that's been dismissed in the 90s. 265 for 7 as this one's defended, including Will Rhodes in this match, out for 91. But up and down the country, it's been the end of a number of players. Might not be quite as many as that, but we were reeling them off on the first day. Oh, he's just gone for 90. He's just gone for 97. He's just gone for 91. 265 for 7 here.
I'm proud to tell you I've never been dismissed in the 90s, Dave. But I'll let you know if it happens.
This time yet, you're only a young man.
Yes. I'm more likely to be batting in my 90s than have to worry about that problem. Norwell's going to have a go at 3 minutes to 1 from round the wicket to start a new over, and Patterson White has played this nicely off his toes for probably 2 runs. Yes, should be plenty of time for 2. As Hannon Dalby stretches down and flings in a return from he shoots from the hip there. A real discus throw back to the wicket-keeper Burgess.
Get him in the Olympic squad.
I'll say.
Richard Wilford's podcast mate, isn't he? OHD.
Yes.
Very good of him to lay forth all his secrets.
He's a tremendous sport. He's a good one from Norwell again. He beats Patterson White here, who was not really forward to that. And he does climb a little bit from a length. Norwell is extracting a bit more bounce from the pitch. I mean, he's quicker than Hannon Dalby. Hannon Dalby's been a very good user of the new ball in recent years. Not only in helpful conditions, but particularly in helpful conditions. But he's not as quick as some of the other seamers. And Norwell, he's pushing it through a bit here. And he drifts again in line, though. And Patterson White is easing that away for another couple of runs through square leg. Oh, there's almost a collision between the fielders. That wouldn't have been very smart. Miles on the slide, and Hannon Dalby had to almost hurdle him. And he's stalking away again, Ollie Hannon Dalby. I'm not sure this would be the moment to record one of the podcast.
Is he ticking?
Well, he's still wicketless in this innings, which is no
And of
good.
course,
And now he's got to
Yeah.
move about 140 yards across the field. So yeah, I would say he is. I mean, he's too nice a fella to tick for long, Ollie Hannondolby. But you know,
it's a tough old ass, that long leg to long leg, and especially after you've just done a bit of sprinting to do the fielding, then you look up and you realise he'd taken that third run, so you've got to set off yourself. Must be a good 100 yards. So he's auditioned for the discus and the 100 metres in this.
no sooner has he got there than Norwell. Oh, and they're appealing for a catch at the third slip, but I think that came off the pad. It sort of looped to Yates, and so yes, it was. They started off appealing and then realised there was an obvious reason why they wouldn't. But again, it was an awkward delivery. There's a few good ones being mixed in here from Liam Norwell, but he is still without it. The new ball has not yet taken a wicket yet, and that will be bothering Warwickshire. It'll be bothering these two in particular. Norwell's wasting no time. He's into bowl, in the air, caught at mid-wicket. Chappell miscued a drive. It wasn't the way he looked like he was going to get out for most of the last half an hour, but in the end, to his own annoyance, and I think he's probably reflecting on that too. If he'd nicked one of the ones that have been going past recently, that would have been one thing, but he's chipped that rather meekly to Lamb at mid-wicket, and it's 270 for 8.
Yeah, just as you were bemoaning the lack of any exposure produced by that second near ball, it happens, and it was a bit of a tame way to get out by Zach Chappell. Disappointingly, one way or another. It's just before lunch, a couple of minutes to 1 o'clock. I think they will go on till 10 past. Luke Fletcher makes his way down the steps at the far end, and he's going to have to come out and support Liam Patterson-White now. He's really settled into his innings, hasn't he? He's played some nice shots recently. Patterson-White, he's on 19.
Well, of course, were there to be another wicket now, then they would play on anyway, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
So, two regulations, possibly in concert here. But no, I feel for Chappell a bit, because he'd managed to get through all those awkward deliveries, and then he's chipped one straight at mid-wicket. But that's why this is such an infernal game, and its many charms. Slightly lost on Zach Chappell as he trudges all the way back to the dressing room, and it's quite a climb by the time you've gone all the way from the middle and gone up the steps there to where they're changing now. It's roughly where the old press box used to be.
Yeah.
Once upon a time.
There was one there, and then there was another one in the Scrivens opticians stand.
Well, I think that he's still shorn of sponsors. He's still the one they call the press box stand, even when the press box wasn't in it. But
there were many different commentary boxes at this end of the ground before this pavilion was built.
There were all sorts. In fact, while this pavilion was being built, we were commentating from in that little stand there, which is a slightly different angle to some of the others. Norwell bowls of, oh my goodness, first ball to Fletcher, and he's forward. It runs off the outside edge, but on the ground into the slips, and that's the over.
Liam Norwell with his fourth wicket of the innings, and he might be eager to get another over in. Luke Fletcher this season, 0, 2 not out, 0, 0 and 2. Not exactly found runs easy to come by, as easy as wickets. He's got 32 wickets this season, Luke Fletcher, and 4 runs. So it's time for him to contribute. His high of 2 came against Essex, and 2 not out against Worcestershire. Didn't play in the match at Trent Bridge against Warwickshire. That was the game where he turned up feeling a little poorly on the first morning and was left out. Dane Patterson got his debut and has remained in the side ever since. 270 for 8.
Interestingly, the captain's bringing himself back in. Will Rhodes. I'm going to have to do an update in about 50 seconds' time, Dave, I fear.
Yep.
At 3 minutes past. So I might just, retain the strike, so to speak, just for a moment, as Rhodes bowls round the wicket in this slightly extended bit of the morning session to Patterson-White, who defends up to mid-on. and stays unbeaten at the moment with 19. There's been some good strokes in there. 274.8. Rhodes had 3 overs with the old ball, in which he picked up a wicket. He's going to try again to Patterson White, who leaves this one. And at Edgbaston, on the third morning of the county championship game between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, the Bears have had slightly the better of this first session today. Not 274.8, still 71 runs behind. Although runs came with a reasonable flow for much of the morning, wickets did too, and Warwickshire have shared 5 among them during the course of the morning. And of late, the new ball was brought a lively spell from Liam Norwell, and a first wicket with it just now, removing Zach Chappell, caught low down at mid-wicket by Matt Lamb. Playing a slight extension to this morning session, not still 67 runs behind at 274 for 8. And they picked up 4 during that with a rather handsome flick through mid-wicket.
Yes, and that means we've had more than 100 runs this morning, 101 for 5 this morning, and you're quite right, 5 different bowlers have taken the wickets.
Rhodes is going to try and be the first bowler today to take 2 wickets, and Patterson White, trying to deny him that privilege, has come forward to defend the next ball into the leg side. And I think I'm prepared to go as far now to say for the first time today the conditions are bright. Looking out across the city, it's like the start of The Simpsons, looking out across the city from here. Blue sky starting to emerge. It's all a much more cheerful sight than earlier on. Round the wicket comes Rhodes to the left-hander. Oh, and Patterson White slightly got away with this. He's popped this off a leading edge, and it would have been a catch to... It's quite one of the fashionable positions these days. You have that very straight, silly mid-off, isn't it? And that would have been straight to him, but they don't have one. They have employed that quite a bit this season, Warwickshire, but they didn't there.
Fielders being brought in from the fence on either side of the wicket here with 1 ball left in the over. They want to bowl at Luke Fletcher.
I can't imagine why, given the fact you just rattled off. Rhodes bowls and Patterson White is forward, defending back up the pitch, and the over ends 274 for 8, and they will have their chance.
Yeah, 2 overs. You'd imagine to go until the lunch break for Notts to survive, but if they don't, then we'll play on, because Notts will be 9 down with only Dane Patterson to come. 274 for 8, so 26 runs obviously required for that extra point, but Nottinghamshire will want to get a lot closer to the Warwickshire score of 3-4-1. Going to be Norwell looking for his 5th wicket of the innings. Luke Fletcher on strike. 3 slips. They're ready. And this one thuds into the pad, runs away to Matt Lamb on the leg side, and there's no run. That's one of the 12 deliveries ticked off. This morning, Lyndon James out for 4, Joe Clark for 61, Stephen Malany bright and breezy 28, but that's what I wanted, rather more from their skipper and from Tom Moores, who was caught and bowled sharply by Will Rhodes for 13, and Zach Chappell played a couple of nice shots, but still perished for only 12. 274 for 8. As Fletcher solidly behind this one. Clips it up to Rhodes at mid-on. Twice in his career, Luke Fletcher has reached 92 very early on in his debut season against Hampshire, and then in 2017 at Chesterley Street against Durham, where he had a century in the palm of his hand. This one's clipped away on the leg side. There's no run. It's almost farcically run out on 92. Should never have happened, and it's a course of great regret to him. It was ball played by James Pattinson at the other end, the Australian, into the gully to Keaton Jennings. Fletcher backing up had come a little way down and slipped, and The ball was returned to the bowler and he was short of his ground. 274 for 8, but he'd done everything right in that innings to get to 92. The old boy's feet gave way on him, slipped over and was stranded. 274 for 8. Doubt that he'll be threatening 3 figures in this particular innings. In fact, the way he's been going this season, he'd be surprised if he reaches 2 figures. And right now, he's still looking to get off the mark. Norwell into bowl to Fletcher, solidly behind it.
I reckon if he's remotely threatening that 3 figures today, then you'll be talking to him at 6:30. In fact, if he's got anywhere near 3 figures today, he'll be chasing after you at 6:30, demanding to broadcast
for 8.
Spread the good news to the folks of Nottinghamshire. He's a good sport as well.
Liam Norwell, just that's not going to improve his mood, is it? The bowler, he was running in, and Luke Fletcher was over by the square leg umpire having a natter. He's back now, ready, and this is wide of the off peck end of that over. So it remains 274 for 8. It's about 8 minutes past 1 o'clock. I think there'll be one more over, Mike, and then everybody will be off for a spot of tiffin.
He's bowling very nicely here, Liam Norwell. He's found a really good rhythm in this this spell. Looks like he's enjoyed himself.
The rhythm is going to get you. Who was that?
Oh, I don't know.
No, I don't.
I'm not, my dance floor days, I fear.
Oh, hey, there we go. There's a surprise. Now talk me through that one at 8 minutes past 1.
Oh.
Yes, exactly. I don't quite get that, but there we are. It's lunch, apparently.
Well, it's 10 past on the scoreboard. The scoreboard clock, which may be the one they're going off, is a little sharp.
I'm staggered.
Because it was 10:58
when they started.
On the well, not on Greenwich Mean Time, are we? Whatever we are.
British summertime.
British summertime. That's it. It was 58 minutes past the hour when we started. So I reckon that somebody's wound up the scoreboard clock pretty tightly. And if that's the timepiece we're going off, then so be it. So it's 10 past 1, and there it is. 274 for 8. Then.
I think Luke Fletcher did a good job there, just having that little walk out to the square leg umpire between the 5th and 6th delivery.
He's no fool, is he, Fletcher?
He's
played this game before.
That's it, folks, this morning. Lyndon James, Bob Miles for 4, 177 for 4. Joe Clark, LBW, Tim Bresnan for 61, 203 for 5. Stephen Malany bowled by Danny Briggs for 28. That was 227 for 6. It became 237 for 7 when Tom Moores drilled one straight back to the bowler. Will Rhodes out 13. 270 for 8, the last man out. Sack Chappell caught Lamboll. Norwell for 12. 4th wicket of the innings for Liam Norwell. Liam Patterson-White 19 not out. Luke Fletcher yet to score at lunch. Nottinghamshire replying to Warwickshire's 3-4-1 at 274 for 8.
Well, it's 12 minutes to 2 here in Birmingham, and well, at least it's by the by the scoreboard clock anyway, which is the one that we're going off. So I hope wherever you've been taking lunch, if you're in a time zone where lunch is the appropriate meal at this time of the day, I suppose you might not be. If you're listening or watching online, then I hope you enjoyed that, and the cricketers enjoyed theirs, because they're going to come out and entertain us once again after what was in the end quite a brisk first session. We had 30 overs and the score was 101 for 5 over those 30 overs. So it was a busy session of cricket, and there were spells when both teams seemed to be going quite well. Notts were scoring briskly at one stage. Feeling is over the piece. Warwickshire probably feel they got slightly more out of it. But nevertheless, with Notts trailing by only 67, they are by no means out of the picture, and never out of the picture. Centre stage, Dave Bracegirdle.
I was nearly out of the building.
Were you?
Went downstairs, tried to get a bit of fresh air, and nearly locked out.
Oh dear. Will Rose is going to bowl the first over after lunch by the look of it, and Liam Patterson-White, who looked in quite good all before the break, making 23, has defended out on the offside. They didn't throw you out, did they?
No, I don't know if it's a drill for the stewards or...
oh, yes, I heard that.
Or what, but the lift suddenly became out of order, and everybody used the stairwells and what have you, I don't know. Let's hope it's nothing untoward. It is just a bit of a drill.
Round the wicket comes Rhodes, and Liam Patterson-White drives slightly off an outside edge, and they get one for an unusual fumble by Rob Yates, who throws at the non-striker's end and then hits Patterson-White. But everybody agrees that as the ball runs away to the outfield, that one run is the honourable course there.
Liam Patterson-White batting, his dad has... answered pretty much the last question I posed before we went off to lunch. Dan says, rhythm is going to get you. Gloria Estefan, Dave.
Oh, well.
There we are.
Bow to a superior knowledge.
Thanks, Dan. I hope your lads is on the ball when it comes to picking off a few boundaries this afternoon as you are with your music.
Going rather nicely at the moment, but he could do with somebody sticking around with him, and Luke Fletcher props forward to the next one from Rhodes and makes for all the world to look as if he didn't play at that. So we shall offer him the benefit of the doubt and say that he didn't. But I think he was thinking about it. Nevertheless, if all he's able to do is keep Patterson-White company for a bit, then he'll have done a service. After he lost his partner Chappell not long before lunch, Rhodes bowls, and he certainly leaves that one. That's a bit wider. And Fletcher allows that to pass outside the off stump. I would imagine he'd be both eager to have a bowl and try and get some wickets, because goodness knows he's had plenty of late. But at the same time, not so eager, because the longer he's batting, the better Notts will be.
Yeah. Yes, he'll want to stick around, get a few runs.
2 slips, and I'm going to call that almost third slip. It's hardly any different now. And he comes forward and does drive here, reasonably elegantly in relative terms, but he hits it straight to cover point. The gap between Hayne at second slip and Yates, who may or may not be classified at third slip, has been bothering me all day.
It's fair to say there's 3 slips.
Yeah, but sometimes there's been a bigger gap, and then other times he sort of comes near, as if he can't quite make his mind up.
You can squeeze one in between Hayne and Yates on a good day. It's probably first, second and fourth, but there are 3 slips.
Fletcher is harvesting some runs for Notts here, possibly off his pad, although he may just have got a nibble of edge on that. He might be trying to persuade the umpire that he has. And he does.
Yes.
So he's got he's 1 not out. I besmirched him there. He's won Fletcher with that, and it's 276 for 8 at the end of the over. First one after lunch.
Notts County drawing 0-0 at half time for anybody interested, and I saw Solihull not too far from here. Solihull Moors are 2 goals to the good in their match.
They finished the season with a run after changing manager. They're changing again soon.
Liam Norwell no real surprise that he's going to bowl the second over of the session, because he's on he's on 5 for, he's on 4 for 60 at the moment.
Thought he bowled jolly well with the new one before lunch.
Did indeed. Got rid of Zach Chappell, bit of a tame chip to mid-wicket where Matt Lamb pouched the catch. Luke Fletcher might just be realising the folly of taking a single from the final ball of the previous over, because he's in the firing line. Norwell bowls to him and Fletcher clips it away to Lamb on the onside, and there's no run. He'll be thinking, I've been struck on the helmet by a lot quicker bowlers than you, Liam. And he has.
Is the Fast Bowlers Union not still in vogue?
I don't think it is it?
He can handle himself, young Fletcher.
Just as I say that, Notts County have gone a goal down to Bromley. 276 for 8. Next ball from Norwell is driven crisply, but straight to Danny Briggs at mid-off, and there's no addition to the total. So Nottinghamshire 24 runs away from that third batting bonus point.
He didn't get a run, but that was a shot.
Was
for a signed photo, that wasn't it, Fletcher? He was a super.
It's just what mystifies many of us about his batting over the last 2-3 years, because he can play. He's struck on the pad here, one that undoubtedly, because it didn't produce a bigger appeal, would have been going down. 276 for 8. In his locker, he's got a nice little memory of it in Lancashire's Matt Parkinson away for 4 consecutive sixes. He very much enjoyed that. There's not too many do that to Parkinson. It was obviously in white ball cricket 3 or 4 years ago. Oh, he's ducked underneath this one. Shot delivery from Norwell. Well taken by Burgess. Fletcher bobs down again just to show he can do it twice.
He spotted that rather well.
He's a big target area, Luke Fletcher, let's say, for a bowler. 276 for 8. Full and straight, I would suggest, from Liam Norwell here. Fletcher on 1, and well, he's clipped this up to Rhodes at mid-on, and no addition to the total.
He's ever on the move, isn't he, Fletcher? He doesn't. He's not stand still when he's out there batting. He shuffles about.
Depends who's bowling to him.
Well, yeah.
If it's a quick, you might find him over by the square leg umpire somewhere. Genuinely quick.
Pottering about between deliveries here.
Norwell. Final ball of his 19th over, and Fletcher will get his second run. And whether by accident or by design, he's kept the strike. Once again, 277 for 8.
Playing on his own. I suppose all the league matches will be well underway for a Saturday afternoon now, won't they? For the Nottinghamshire leagues, they're all back up and running, I suppose.
Let's hope so, because I think last weekend a lot of the Saturday cricket was washed away up and down the country. It was. Well, obviously Friday was the wet day, wasn't it? But there were a lot of grounds that were so soggy they couldn't play on the Saturday. 277 for 8.
Yes, I know it's been difficult. I mean, my lad's been picked for teams for weeks, but they've only actually got 2 games in. There's the start of a new over from Rhodes, and Fletcher, keeper of the strike, has earned this off his hip to Miles for no run. The team they played in a game the other night, it was their first one. It was near the end of May, and so they'd been due to have, I don't know how many, but hadn't got it on. So there was a real anxiety to play, almost regardless of what the conditions were. But at least there's a lot of kids wanting to play, which is a good thing.
Yeah,
that is a good thing. In comes Rhodes. Busy approach, fighting in the leg side. He's given out, tickled down the leg side. It was a good tumbling take by Burgess, but Fletcher will be cross to get out like that. A proper strangle. It wasn't the best angled delivery from Rhodes, perhaps, but not a classical dismissal. But they all count, and Fletcher is out. Caught by Burgess. Good take off Rhodes for 2, and it's 277 for 9.
Tame again, isn't it, really? Just tickling it down the leg side. It's a good catch from Burgess, but it's really not what's needed. You know, if you get out going for big shot caught on the boundary or well, but you know, it's either play for your partner and try and get Liam Patterson-White on strike and see what he can do as the better calibre batsman, or leave it alone. But just a gentle, lazy little flick down the leg side and tickled it through to the keeper. Initial reaction was that it might have been the pad, but he didn't seem to have any qualms with it, and the umpire stuck the finger up. Clearly there was a bit of noise out there, so off he trooped. 277 for 9.
Yes, I was expecting that it was the pad, but they all seem to be of one mind, the umpire as well. And it was a rather heavy, guilty tread that Luke Fletcher made. So there he goes. So it's only Dane Patterson who has been doing good things with the ball, hasn't he? South African. He's played a bit of international.
He's played two tests against England the winter before last. Funnily enough, as I was saying yesterday, as a teammate of Peter Malan. They both appeared for that series and were then overlooked, and they've next been reunited many miles away at Edgbaston this week. No great shakes as a batsman, and his scores for Notts are 0 and 22 versus Warwickshire, 0, 0, 0 and 1 not out. So Warwickshire in the second innings at Trent Bridge felt the full wrath of his batting performance. See what he does here.
Rhodes bowls to him, always sort of half forward here, but he was a bit late on that, and it sort of jabs the pad and goes out on the offside. 277 for 9. So we've now got on the scoreboard Patterson, White and Patterson, which sounds really like a very expensive firm of solicitors, doesn't it? My case is in the hands of Patterson, White and Patterson, isn't it?
2 T's and 1 T. How many T's in your sugar?
Briggs is still warming up here. He's desperately hoping somebody will notice. Although he did his bit earlier on, a quick spell and got a quite an important wicket of Malany. Patterson is pretty well beaten by that outside off stump. And Rhodes has got 2 for 24, so the captain's timed his intervention handily. Picked a couple of wickets today.
He's strapping his pads on in within the 10 minutes, I would imagine.
I was watching the pictures on Thursday when he got out just before tea for was it 91? Yeah. Oh, you've never seen anybody look so sore to be getting himself out. This is fault from Rhodes, and Patterson's jammed the bat down on that. Not cross with the decision or cross with the umpire, but he was clearly upset with himself as if he couldn't believe he'd given it away at that point.
He just popped one up to Hamid at short leg, didn't he? The boundary riders are released out into the wild again. They've been in for most of the over, but last ball of the over, let's push them out and let's see if Dane Patterson is willing to take a single. He might be. Like I say, he's not scored many runs.
Well, he's grateful for everything, but he's got right in line actually to defend this into the offside, so it's the end of the over. 277 for 9, so not still behind by 64, which would be a handy enough lead for Warwickshire if they could preserve most of that.
23 away from a batting point. Seems a long way off with the Patos together. Elsewhere in Group 1, Durham 51 for 2 now. Been set a colossal challenge by Essex. Still need 334 more to win at Chesterley Street. At New Road, Worcestershire 421. Derbyshire 202 for 6. In Group 2, Middlesex in their second innings 145 for 4 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. That's a lead of 304. Danny Briggs is coming on
Shows what I know.
to bowl. At the Oval, Gloucestershire on the wrong end of this one. Surrey 473, Gloucestershire 117 for 7 now, as Briggs, well, he's being made to wait because We're watching the short leg. Sam Hain, is it? Just getting dressed.
I think I'm just going to have to do an update shortly. 3 minutes past the hour. I think I'm still on for those. Apologies for that.
Lancashire 461 for 6 and Sussex 264 for 7, the other two batting sides.
I'll just hang about until we reach that. Yeah, 3 minutes past the hour I have to perform. By this clock, not the
umpires.
scoreboard ones. Not the umpires one. Yes.
If it's the umpire's clock, you've missed it.
They're on short time, yes. So Briggs is going to start an over just before that. Oh, reverse sweep from Patterson White, which is going to get him something. It might get him 4. Yeah, it's bounced down and over Bresnan at slip and away for 4, which was different. On the third day of the County Championship cricket at Edgbaston, Warwickshire having the better of things against Notts. The visitors 281 for 9. Wickets have been shared around by the Bears bowlers all day. 6 wickets split between 5 different bowlers. But the captain, Will Rhodes, has just taken his second of the day, having Luke Fletcher caught down the leg side for 2. Warwickshire hoping to preserve as much of their lead as they can. Just 1 wicket to get, and Notts still trail by 60 at 281 for 9.
Burgess bowls and another reverse from Patterson White. This time he'll only get a single. Ironically, he hit that one better than he did the one that went fine for 4. It's always the way, isn't it? But the difference now 59 between the two sides. 282 for 9. May well be a case of Yahoo if Danny Briggs tosses one up in the air here to Dane Patterson. I sense he gets a little bit of bright light fever. If the ball's tossed up in the air, he'll be looking to whack it to well, not just Balsall Heath. He'll be hitting it to Selly Oak, wherever Selly Oak is. All points north, south, east and west should be on standby if Briggs tosses one up here.
Well, the short leg side boundary, but I think they're going to give him that on the basis that if it carries that far, it's probably going to be 6 anyway. So
Briggs bowls and restrains himself, leaves it alone, and somehow the ball has enough strength, there's enough bounce in the surface, still hard enough ball to just go over the top of middle stump. That was a sighter. Next one is played on the leg side. He'll take a single, perfectly accomplished shot, and that was actually just what was required. Nicely done for Dane Patterson. 283 for 9 is almost namesake, say it's spelt differently, is on 29. Next ball, and again he's gone for a reverse sweep. He's played this one in front of square. It's bizarre. Three balls he's faced from Briggs. 3 attempted reverse sweep. 1 nice and fine went for 4. The other one that he got the first single from, he played it quite nicely square of the wicket, and this one in front of square.
You're just about right-handed, so he's trouble.
Yeah, he's on to 30. 284 for 9. Briggs bowls. Here we go. Yahoo! 6 runs straight down the ground. Doesn't quite reach the middle tier of this south stand, but you could see that coming. It was one thing or the other was going to happen there. He was either going to get hold of it and whack it many a mile, or it was going to be bowled neck and crop, and he got hold of this one. Perhaps it's just as well that it's the final ball of the over, so he's got a second or two for the blood pressure and for the pumping heart just to come down a notch before he faces another one. But a mighty effective shot.
Yes.
Almost tipped that, Mike.
He wasn't going to die wondering, was he?
No.
But I was going to. Norwell's changing ends. That makes more sense. Because I just thought it might have been quite an interesting conversation to your fast bowler who's bowled well with a newish ball. You've got 4 wickets and the last man's come in, so I'm going to give the spinner a go.
Newish ball.
Pardon, Skip?
Newish ball, which might be damaged. They've had a long old look at it. I think it's been given back to the Bears to get on with it, but it always happens when it goes clattering into concrete, as that one did. That it's likely to pick up a dent or two.
So it's a change of ends for Norwell. That explains that.
4 for 61 his figures.
I wonder why. Anyway,
it's the entertainment business.
Well,
they wanted to see Danny Briggs floating them up to Dane Patterson. No, I don't think. quite right. I've no idea. Here we go. Anyhow.
Yeah, well, he is round the wicket then to bowl at Patterson White, who cuts and misses, and it goes underneath his attempted stroke and through to Burgess. There's only one slip now. The rest of the field is quite scattered. That's overstating it a bit, but there is a long leg and a third man and a deep point, giving that impression. And there's a sort of square leg on the boundary too.
Lots need 10 for that extra point. The Bears have got maximum bowling points.
4 for 61, Norwell, and he's on his way, rushing in from the Birmingham end, and this is pulled by Patterson White, and he didn't really get all of that, but he got enough for it to drop near the square leg umpire, and Lamb keeps them down to 1. So 291 for 9, and Norwell's going to have 4 balls at Patterson, and I wonder whether he'll try and take such liberties.
Oh, he will. He will.
Well, it could be all the fun of the fair here. So where do you set the field for a bloke who's just going to try and smash it?
Well, you just ask your bowler just to
Yes.
get it up in the block hole. Hannon Dolby, actually, you know, you can understand Norwell has deserved the opportunity to get a 5 for. He's been the pick of the bowlers, and you know, he is the right call. But just for Dane Patterson right now, Hannon Dolby's skills at bowling the ball right up in the block hole might just be what's needed.
Here he comes, and Patterson makes a bit of room, and he guides this down in a rather exciting fashion, down to third man for 1 run. That was a peculiar stroke, but it was quite effective. It's got him off strike again, so it's all good.
Second highest score in county cricket, comfortably achieved, by the way. He's had that 22 against the Bears at Trent Bridge, and as I said earlier, nothing else.
His feet were going in one direction, the bat was going the other. 292 for 9. Round comes Patterson White's had a go here, and diving parry by Hannon Dolby. They might, in other circumstances, have taken 1 anyway, but they decide not to. It's a good stop, because it was a bit of a clump from Patterson White, wide of, well, not quite wide of mid-on in the end.
It's a fabulous shot for no run, wasn't it?
Gave it a bit of a wallop, down on 1 knee.
Josh Bohannon of Lancashire has reached 3 figures. He's 102 not out in the Rovers match. Roses match. They're not on Coronation Street. Lancashire 474 for 6.
Did you still get the freedom of the Pennines for that?
Probably.
In the Roses match. Round the wicket, Cole Patterson White's had an enormous wallop at this one and missed it.
We always used to say there was a street here we could see that looked like Coronation Street.
Yes.
But the temporary permanent stand that's been built over there in the corner,
yes,
sort of obscures the view of that little street. I'm sure there aren't cobbles and
no, I'm fairly sure there aren't. No, that's
I'm sure Dev hasn't got a corner shop, and I'm sure there isn't a pub called the Rovers, but we always used to call that Coronation Street when we could see it.
Yes, that'd be sort of Borthleith over there. Round the wicket comes Norwell. Oh, this is edged, and it's going to be runs 1, possibly... No, 1, they'll settle for 1, won't they? He'll keep the strike. It was half parried by Bresnan down to his left. It wasn't a chance, it was already scuttling. But he took some of the way off it. Malany came round the boundary to throw it in. Patterson White gets 1, and they carry on here. Knots at 293 for 9 at the end of the over. 32 now to Patterson White, who's done a good job for his team today.
And we've got the fizz out there. James Pipe. Just a gulp of water for Liam Patterson White. I don't know if there was any sort of tablet he needed for anything, but we often see James Pipe. He's never very far away. He's always walking the boundary anyway with his bag of medical goodies, and he just rushed out there to Liam Patterson White, but I think it was just purely because he was on hand and gave him a drink of water. But he may have needed a tablet for some such. Anyhow, 293 for 9. Not quite 993 for 9. I was looking downstairs at all the posters, all the memorabilia on the wall, and the Lara photo of his 501 and the scoreboard showing 800 for Warwickshire. Crikey, great days. Lovely photos of Alan Donald as well. as Liam Patterson-White pulls this away for 4. It's a nice shot. He had a gulp of magic potion there brought out to him, and he's used it to good effect. Swatted it away for 4. 297 for 9. Notts trail by 44.
Can't be short like that.
Last wicket partnership now worth 20. Of course, the Bears one was worth 52, and it really did put a little bit of gloss on their batting performance. Just got them back to sort of where we thought they would be. Nice shot, Patterson-White onto 36. He's played well in this innings. Plenty of leg side protection. Briggs bowls, and again he's gone on the sweep. Oh, fingers up, he's out. He's had a caught behind. The ball is in the hands of Burgess, so presumably there was a tickle, and Notts are all out for 297, and that's a shame because they're 3 runs short of that important batting point. Liam Patterson-White caught by wicketkeeper Burgess off the bowling of Danny Briggs for 36. Dane Patterson 8 not out, which included a 6, and the Bears have a first innings lead of 44. 2 wickets to Briggs, 2 to Rhodes, 4 to Norwell, and 1 apiece to Bresnan and Miles. 297 all out.
He liked that reverse sweep, didn't he? But it looks slightly overbalanced almost. It toppled a bit after playing the shot while he was waiting for the decision. So a gap of only 44. It's a handy lead in a tight game, but it's by no means a decisive lead for Warwickshire, who will be back out there in 10 minutes, or just under 10 minutes.
can't see if I'm sorry, mate.
No, it's alright, I'm like that, but what you do, you do.
Oh, nice guy, great. And then downstairs.
That's right, Ben. Oh, good, I'm glad. Yeah, no, good.
Please welcome our umpires, Roy and Russell. Yeah, with the offensive being led by Captain Wicket of Malany. Throwing the opening batsman for Warwickshire, Rhodes and wickets.
Well, as you can hear from the announcements in the background, and those of you, of course, who are looking at the video feed on the edgbaston.com website or on YouTube, such a welcome enhancement. I know there's been some pictures available over the last 2 or 3 years, but I'm sure all of you using that service this season appreciated that. The counties together have done a great deal, and for those who are taking the BBC commentary, I hope that helps as well. We certainly appreciate it. Anyway, you can see, those of you, the players who've made their way out to the centre. A lead of 44 for Warwickshire, which is a useful lead, but by no means a commanding lead, with, what, 4.5 sessions to go in this match. 66 overs are available today, and then a full complement tomorrow, of course. The weather forecast is good for the rest of the game. And here is the start of Warwickshire's second innings. Luke Fletcher, of course, he's first up for Notts. And his first ball to the Warwickshire captain, Will Rhodes, who made 91 in the first innings, brings Warwickshire a first for the second innings, and Rhodes as well, as he eases it away from his pads for a single. So Rhodes is underway straight. Made 91 in 2 sessions on the first day, but looked mortified to fall just before the tea break on Thursday. So we'll be keen to make amends. Fletcher to bowl to Rob Yates, who didn't have such a good time in the first innings, and he's beaten by his first ball here. The left-hander. Two left-handers, of course, opening for Warwickshire. And that was a good one. From Fletcher, who is rarely far from the target. Having a splendid season, over 30 wickets already, as you've heard. One for none, Warwickshire. Building on a lead of 44. And in comes Fletcher, wide of the crease, round the wicket to the left-hander Yates. And there's no run. Here he comes, Fletcher. Chest on approach, then gets side on in the last few moments before he hits the crease. And just fires this wide of the off stump. And there's no run. Chatter around the field, 3 slips are waiting. In goes Fletcher, and Yates is quite decisive here. He bowls, he comes forward, but made an early decision to leave. And does so confident. He's made some good runs this season, and didn't do so well in the first innings here, but has been in fine form. And here he comes again, and he beats Yates. Oh gosh, that was a good one. It was right on the line, and Yates was groping a bit for that. It went through low, and was taken low down by his ankles by Tom Moores. So Fletcher right on target from the very beginning here. 1 for none, Warwickshire, after the first over of their second innings, so the lead of 45. And a good game in prospect in a tight group, with Essex seemingly well set for victory at Durham. They would temporarily at least go to the top of this group, but whichever team could win this match, if there is a winner, would be decently placed. Zach Chappell, he's going to bowl from the pavilion end for the first time, and he bowls a ball which climbs a bit at Rhodes, but he plays it well, or rather he leaves it well, because it's slanted across him. Chappell, he's bowling right arm over the wicket to begin with to Rhodes, and Rhodes made sure he kept the hands low and got out of the way of that. Good start for Chappell. He also has 3 slips. Golly, he's quite deep set. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And he pitches this up. Oh, Rhodes leaves that late. He was set to play at that and then withdrew the bat. He did leave it, but it was a late decision by Rhodes. And it remains 1 for none. Rhodes twirling his bat busily in the crease. and now stands still and upright and waiting for Chappell to go close to the stumps, and that's down the leg side, and Rhodes's helping it on its way for 4 runs. It was quite a flamboyant stroke, and it went fine, but not in the orbit of the wicketkeeper Tom Moores. But he guided it, used any bounce that was there, and away it went for 4 good runs to Will Rhodes. He's up to 5. Second over of Warwickshire's second innings. Close to the stumps goes. Oh, that was edged low. Did it carry to third slip? If it did, it was very low indeed. And it's wriggled through the hands and away for a single, but it was low down. I'm not convinced that carried. Maybe a replay will give us a guide, or a better guide. But it really did go low down. Hard to be sure. Towards Hasib Hamid. I'd be tempted to come a fraction closer. There's a replay for those of you watching the YouTube at the moment. Maybe we'll... it's marginal. Chappell bowls, and Yates is guiding this away into the leg side. And there's no run. 1 or 2 interesting comments in among things I notice on the chat on the side of the YouTube place for those of you watching there. Craig on it is saying here it's been a good contest so far. It has. And note your updates on the Warwickshire League as well, Craig. I was reading on Cricket Info yesterday, Moeen Ali's playing in the Birmingham League today. He's squirted away by Yates for 4 off the outside edge. It went low down. I'm not sure he was entirely in control of that, but he picks up 4 all the same. His first 4 runs down to third man. He won't mind that. And Warwickshire up to 10 at the end of the second over. 10 for none. 6 Rhodes and 4 Yates. All this coming for those who weren't around earlier. After Notts were dismissed for 297, they were 173 for 3 at the start of today. They lost James very early on for 4, offering no stroke to Miles. Clark made 61. Stephen Malany a bright and breezy 27 until he flicked across a straight ball from Briggs in his first over. Moores made 13, Chappell 12, Fletcher 2, and Patterson White last out for 36. Played rather well for those. Fletcher starts the third over, and forward comes Rhodes and plants his front foot in place. And defends very securely. So Warwickshire's lead at 54. Still quite a lot of time in the match. I thought both teams played with an eye to getting things moving this morning. It was quite enjoyable cricket. And all the more enjoyable because people are able to be here. Round the wicket comes Fletcher, and Rhodes going to say play to that. I think we must say that he did. Slightly on the move, fencing at it, and it goes past the outside edge. I know many of you watching and listening to this will be doing so from a long way away, many of you in other countries. But if you are able to get to Edgbaston, you have to go through getting tickets at the moment. We're all in COVID times still, and certain restrictions, and you have to book your seats, but it's a perfectly straightforward process. So if you can make it, if that is a possibility for you, you might want to come tomorrow. Could be a good day's cricket in it. Rhodes is, I think, beaten again here outside the off stump. Fletcher's right in the zone where he wants to be. Try and make something happen. Stays 10 for none. But yeah, there's been a lot of good championship cricket to watch and to follow and to listen to over the course of the early weeks of the season. But now, grounds are opening up. if you can get here or get to any of the others that are around the country, all the counties would be thrilled to bits to see you. Round the wicket comes Fletcher. Oh, that's left by Rhodes. Now, Fletcher's reaction, we're not in line here, but Fletcher's reaction would suggest that that positively went through the grooves of a bale. It was so close to the off stump. I'm not sure it was quite as close or as straight as that. But nevertheless, he's in the area he wants to be in here, Luke Fletcher.
There's only two sorts of leave, as they say. I've seen it twice already in this match. A Seabermead and young Lyndon James this morning, both leaving the ball alone and losing their off stump.
Here he comes, Fletcher, round the wicket, and Rhodes is playing this securely forward, and Fletcher's got his hands up in front of his chest, and he's looking at him like, why did you possibly play that?
I do apologise it was so long. The Notts County match finished, but it was one of those results that left both sides waiting and waiting and waiting, because Notts County were waiting on the Wrexham result to see if they got a home playoff tie, and Notts County lost to Bromley, and if Wrexham didn't win, then Bromley would be in the playoffs as well. And of course there was 9 minutes of stoppage time in the Wrexham game, and it was a draw, so both sides got what they want.
Different time zone there. Here's Rhodes comes forward, defends back up the pitch. It's the end of the over. A maiden from Fletcher, who's doing doing a good job as ever.
He's doing a good job. Outlaw Chris says, Dave, I predict Big Luke will definitely be amongst the wickets in this innings, and Mike Brown with us from Guernsey. All we need now is Fetch to do his stuff and roll them over for less than 100. So lots of love out there for Big Luke, who went into this match with 31 championship wickets, just got one in the first innings, so we'll definitely be looking to add to that. He got Craig Miles out very late on in the piece.
There are not many more popular figures around county cricket, I would suggest, than Luke Fletcher, not just with his own fans, as it were, not.
Plays the game with a smile on his face as Chappell comes in and bowls an absolute peach of a delivery to Rob Yates, which goes through to the wicket keeper. 10 without loss, Warwickshire leading by 54. It's just gone off the ball. Oh no, it's not, it's still there. There are 63 overs remaining in the day, so assuming the weather holds, and we've no reason to believe it doesn't, this game one way or another will be fairly well advanced by the end of day 3, and unless Nottinghamshire can take wickets at regular intervals, Warwickshire looking as if they could be in the box seat. There's Chappell past umpire Warren. This goes through to the keeper. Of course the umpires change over. I know what I didn't mean to do from next door was try and identify the young man at second slip. No Ben Duckett, and I can't, so we'll put a call in.
Did he damage his finger,
Ben Duckett? His right thumb on the first morning of the match. Brett Hutton fielded for the first couple of days for him, and indeed took a catch, but I don't recognise the young man who's at second slip and doesn't have a name or number. So it goes through to the keeper. See if we can elicit some information.
There are a few greater lovers of tradition around county cricket than myself, but I do think one of the concessions to progress in recent years, I do think he's rather good. His names and numbers on shirts.
And then you go and watch Surrey or Somerset, and you're back to the old cable knit sweaters, and it's back to the old days of visual recognition. 10 without loss. Yates has 4. Zach Chappell bowls to him. Delivery that spits up off the surface, gets in there and would have tickled the ribs had he not got bat on it.
I think at the end of the over, I think the line is just about holding, but I think maybe we need a slight power change here. So at the end of the over, I think we're going to do a quick pit stop for the kit here.
10 without loss. Already had 7 wickets go down today, believe it or not. The morning began with Notts 173 for 3, and of course they were bowled out, having added 123 more runs. So add 10 on that for the Warwickshire score. 133 for 7 is the cricket we've had today, as another single is taken. Rob Yates playing it onto the leg side, and it's 11 without loss. Got one ball left in this Zach Chappell over, and then Medic Mike is here with the necessary information. I'm told from various sources, including Tom Holcroft, the Notts media man, it's Calvin Harrison, just as Kamal also tells me. Thank you very much, Kamal. It's the young man Calvin Harrison who's on trial with Notts. Thank you, Kamal. Good luck, Calvin. 11 without loss, and thanks to Tom as well. So we'll wish him well.
Right.
Not wishing well, wish him well. We're just going to break.
Take a quick pause here for a second while I reconnect this.
And she said, I blame the dog.
Very good.
Are we back on? 11 without loss. Luke Fletcher bowling to Rob Yates, who's on 5. We're into the 5th over of this innings. And here comes Fletcher from the Birmingham end, the City end. This is off the toe end of the bat. Oh, they're going to get a run here. And it was deflected scuttled along the ground. Tom Moore's dived across, got a glove to it and deflected it away from Joe Clark, and they took a single. And Calvin Harrison, the subfielder, shied at the stumps, 12 without loss.
Yes, apologies for the break in the audio, but it should be hopefully back.
Needs must. It was
Up and running now.
a little bit of CPR required to the broadcasting equipment. Both batsmen on 6. 2 lefties. There's Fletcher round the wicket by a Lloyd at that end. Will Rhodes pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no addition to the total. Have we been round the ground?
I haven't of late. Shall I do this over?
Go on, you have a
You
have a go. 12 without loss.
Fire up this computer, which I think is on from the broadcasting kit. Let's have a shuffle round. At New Road, also in this group, Worcestershire 421, Derbyshire now 250 for 7.
Fletcher comes in. Rhodes just runs it. He's trying to find that gap down towards third man. A good diving stop from Lyndon James prevents any runs. 12 without loss.
Matt Critchley is a useful cricketer.
Yeah.
He's unbeaten with 73, keeping Derbyshire afloat there just about. Lancashire have decided they really ought to have a bowl now in the Roses match and have declared at 509 for 9, which is a lead of 350 over Yorkshire at Old Trafford. That ought to do it.
I wonder if their supporters are enjoying that. Did see one or two of the Yorkshire message boards when they were 20 for 6, and they were well and truly disgruntled. As Fletcher bowls to Rhodes, can't get him away. Fletcher naggingly accurate here. None for 2, 1 ball left in his third over. What else you got?
Bohannon finished unbeaten with 127 there. Sussex Northants at Hove, or amusingly as it says on Cricket Info, Brighton. Sussex 294 for 7, now lead Northants by 213. That's an interesting game. At the Oval, Surrey 473, Gloucestershire have now declined to 133 for 7. With just Miles Hammond unbeaten with 62.
12 without loss. Next ball left alone goes through to the keeper. End of the over. I saw some photographs yesterday, I don't know if you saw them, of Miles Hammond bowling. Quite extraordinary. Dig them out, folks, if you get the opportunity.
Go on. Oh, that's worth a look, is it?
Yes.
Anyway, Hammond saves Gloucestershire. It's been a few years since that's been said. Middlesex 173 for 5 now in the second innings at Leicester, but their lead over Leicestershire has grown to 332.
It looked like he should be at Woodstock, let's put it like that. He's got shoulder-length blonde hair and he's got the biggest black sunglasses on and a headband. He should either be playing at Wimbledon or at Woodstock.
Just a thought. Zach Chappell bowls the start of a new over to Yates, who, like his captain Rhodes, has 6, and he turns the first ball into the leg side, and there's no run. That's quite a look, isn't it? To carry that off. Well, he's playing a lone hand for Gloucestershire today. I went to a Roses match once at Old Trafford where Yorkshire were thrashing Lancashire. Oh, cool, yeah, no, I've heard some moaning. Oh, dear. Chappell runs in. Again, he goes close to the stumps, and Yates is defending back on the leg side. Oh, they were grumbling like you wouldn't believe. It was,
I would believe.
It was mutinous. It was a Lancashire team that included Mike Atherton, Wasim Akram, Neil Fairbrother, and they wanted them all fired and, put on parade, writing lines, all sorts. It was a state. 4 slips now. In the brightest conditions we've had all day. Chappell bowls a little shorter, and Yates has forced that away. Well, I say forced, that doesn't really, just guided it really, but on the bounce and timed it very well, and it bounced wide of point for 4 runs, and that was a well-organised stroke from Yates, who goes 10.
I've just retweeted at Brace Cricket, a photograph I'm showing Mike now of Miles Hammond of Gloucestershire bowling against Surrey. Did I do it justice describing it?
I should say so. Yeah, no, he really has got something of the Beyond Borgs about him, hasn't he? Oh dear. Good man. That's a look there. You're only jealous, David. Here's Chappell bowls to Yates, who defends out on the leg side. Your headband and Wayfarers days behind you now, are they?
Yeah, they are indeed. He's a very fine player. I'm not having to go at Miles Hammond at all, but it's an unusual look bowling with the headband and the sunglasses on. But there we are. I've just retweeted that if you want to have a look at Brace Cricket.
Good for him. Is he a relative of the Hammond?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
I must look that up.
Don't know. We've had some descendants, haven't we? Compton.
Yes.
Ben Compton, of course, is on the Notts staff. Nick Compton, descendants of Dennis Huttons.
Yes. Chappell bowls, sure, that's a good cricketing name, although I don't suppose there's any relation. The bouncer that's down the leg side, and it goes through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, he's a distant relative of Ian and Greg.
He'd have to be.
A very distant relative. Rather bizarrely, away to our left, somebody who's playing in this game, Ben Duckett, is being put through his paces by the Notts strength and conditioning coach.
Chappell drifting on the pads of Yates, who helps himself to 4 down the leg side here. Well played. It went pretty fine, but he was in control of that all the way, and Yates is starting to find a bit of a groove here.
Of course, he can't field because he's got a poorly thumb, but
Yes.
He's not having the afternoon off.
No, he might as well run then, because there's a fair bit of acreage out there. I mean,
They're making him run and run and run. We've got a hand sanitising break here, so you're not missing any cricket. But he's in the Nottinghamshire jungle warfare training gear, and Liam Price, the strength and conditioning coach, is making poor old Ben sprint. I'm not sure that's doing him any good for his poorly thumb. But
who was it who hit his hand? Because he'd be blessing them. Because look, he could be out.
He dropped Peter Malan at second slip. I mean, he
I see.
He should have taken
so
it.
He got himself to blame.
Essentially, he should have.
Dear.
He should have
Poor
taken. Should have taken the chance.
Because he's doing far more running out
Yeah,
there than
he
he would
is.
be doing it, presumably at second slip now.
Yeah, exactly. Here's Fletcher. Is this your end or mine?
Oh, go on, Dave.
Here's Fletcher from the Birmingham end bowls, and it's clipped to mid-on. There's no run. Warwickshire have just eased their way to 20 without any real alarms. Lead by 64. Did you get through all the?
I think I did actually. I don't know.
Scores?
Did I get to the end?
Yeah, probably. Yes, you did.
What have I missed out? Yeah.
Yes, you did.
I don't think it's quite a full compliment.
Just seems as if the Middlesex score doesn't grow at Grace Road. They're 174 for 6, leading Leicestershire by 3-3-3. But that's been a.
Oh, I missed one at the top, of course.
Next one's clipped away nice and fine by Rhodes. Good work by Zach Chappell down on the fence, and Greg Chappell's grandson does really well down there in front of the spectators and the lower part of this stand, the pavilion stand, the south stand. But they do come back for 2.
I thought I was one short. I missed one at the top. Yes, Durham 90 for 2 in pursuit, as it were, of 385. Well, considering they lost Bancroft right at the top, they're doing okay at the moment. Alex Lees, what a good player he is when he's going well.
Yeah.
He's 41.
Is Fletcher bowling to Rhodes. He's on 8, and not sure whether he was going to leave that alone or not, but it just runs off the bottom of the bat down to Asib Hamid at 3rd slip. Hamid, who tomorrow evening, or whenever this game finishes, will be heading off to Lords to join up with the England squad.
It's a nice story, that. I'm pleased for him.
Teammate Stuart Broad will be down there to welcome him, and a couple of Bears as well amongst the squad, in Dominic Sibley, and who might not be pleased to see him, and
No.
and Ollie Stone. I don't mean that nastily, but of course it does mean there are potentially 4 opening batsmen down there rather than 3, as this is pushed back to the bowler. That's sort of saying Sibley, Burns and Crawley. I mean, that would seem to be 1, 2, 3, wouldn't it? But Asib Hamid is there probably as cover.
Well, I'm pleased for him because, I mean, and let's bear in mind he's still a very young man.
Yeah.
But having reached quite a high level and then tumbled back for whatever reason, and he's had a change of county, as we know. But if he's got back to that level, he's obviously been in good form this season, and good for him. Suggests he's got exactly the right character to have a successful long career.
Meanwhile, Ben Duckett's still running as this one goes through to the keeper. And of course, Duckett was involved with England the same winter, 16-17, that Hamid was. Duckett's another one that he won't want to be nursing a poorly thumb. He'll want to be scoring runs and just proving that he should also get back into the England fold. Joe Clark, another one that was tipped for the highest honours earlier in his career, but 1 or 2 issues along the way have just seen his career just go off course a little bit. Thought today he would be the one, but not to be, as the next ball is pushed into the side. Fletcher has bowled 4 overs, none for 4. Warwickshire 22 without loss here on BBC, WM, CWR, Nottingham, live streams, and wherever else you can find us.
Literally all over the place.
Exactly.
I've been saying that you and I are all over the place for years, and it's never been more true.
Dave Bracegirdle, Magic Mike Taylor. One thing for Nottinghamshire supporters just to reflect upon or smile upon or take whichever way you want throughout the lunch period. Jake Ball was out there on the edge of the square with the coaching staff, bowling nicely with the white ball. Looked in good order, good trim. Was pushing it through at his normal bowling speed. So all would seem well to have Jake Ball back, certainly in time for the blast week after next.
3 slips to waiting at the start of a new over from Chappell. Got a little bit of extra offside protection now as he bowls full outside the off stump and Yates doesn't play a stroke. What's the nature of the problem he's had though? Been out for long.
Oh dear. There was him and Brett Hutton. One had a back. Jake Ball had the back twinge, and and Brett Hutton he had a side twinge.
Right.
That's as
I'm not sure I could tell the difference if I had those.
As technically medical as I'm prepared to go.
Ultimately, they're either fit or not. I think they've laid off Ben Duckett now. Or at least the run has stopped. Or they might just be moving the cones further apart. I don't know. It depends how well he's done. Chappell bowls. He beats Yates, and they're appealing for a catch. But umpire Warren is not having it. Well, it certainly deviated off the pitch, I reckon. But they thought they heard something the umpire didn't. And Yates certainly wasn't going anywhere. So there it is.
Try and analyse what you've seen, don't you? How confident were they all? Who led it? Did they all go up automatically together? Don't know if they 100% believed in it. That.
No. Sometimes you can tell with the batsman has a guilty look over his shoulder, but Yates didn't. He just kept looking straight down the pitch. Chappell with bright orange soles on his boots, flashing and kicking up behind him.
One thing we can say now is, you know, we're not the only ones to have the option of passing opinion, because with the live stream, our viewers have, in fact, got a better look at it than we have, and you know, some might have been able to see bat on ball. It is very difficult, though.
Yes, I was going to say.
You know, you do need all the you need all the TV technology, really, don't you? Hotspots and ball tracking and all sorts of other sundry goodies to be absolutely certain. But either way, not out, and we move on. 22
for none. But Chappell's in a good area in this over. Forward comes Yates and defends out into the offside. Because there was one just now, actually, I was saying while you were out of the room, there was a ball travelled low off the edge towards Hamid at the third slip.
Yeah.
And it was, at first blush, my feeling was that it probably didn't carry to him. On the replay, I still think that, but you couldn't be certain one way or the other.
You wonder, don't you? You wonder.
All the same, though, the video streams have been an absolutely terrific addition. And they've enhanced, especially this year of all years and last year, have enhanced a lot of people's enjoyment of cricket and of the county championship in particular, as Yates defends the next one up to mid-on. And the fact that you are tuned into this, whether listening or watching, then you, like the people who are here and like us, are probably doing so because you are big enthusiasts for county championship cricket, so it feels like a secret that we know that suddenly lots of other people have discovered. Sometimes when it comes to the championship recently, people will be saying, isn't there a lot of good championship cricket players? You feel like one of those people who, when someone says, have you seen this drama? And you say, yes, but I've been watching it since Series 1.
Yeah.
Here's Chappell bowls wide of the off stump, outside, and it's gone through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. I'd say I haven't been watching the county championship since Series 1. Because I'd be even older than I look, but you get the point.
Every week there's stories, there's astonishing feats, there's gripping climaxes, there's sensational individual performances, and things that you just thought you'd see. I mean, we had was it last Friday at Trent Bridge, no cricket in 7 of the 8 matches or whatever it was. Popped on the live stream at Canterbury, and Darren Stevens served up 190 runs for our entertainment. Just quite extraordinary.
But it's a good thing. Anything that spreads the word of county cricket's all right by me.
Very much so. 22 without loss. Favourite format is Fletcher in to bowl. This is edged down into the ground, safely pouched on the bounce by Seba Mead.
I don't feel the bowlers are far away here, Dave. There's not much wrong with the bowling, I don't think. Chappell leaked 1 or 2 down the leg side, but there's been some good balls as well, but they just need one here.
Didn't have a look at whether the Bears used a light roller or a heavy roller, but whatever was put on the track, we're now into the 9th over. Sometimes the effects begin to wear off, and at the same time the lacquer just starts to come off the ball, and it starts to do a little bit more as Fletcher bowls. Rhodes clips it up to Malany at mid-on. Dane Patterson's getting himself ready at mid-off. He was the chief tormentor of the Bears in the first innings with 5 wickets. There's been understandably the first change bowler when it's been Broad and Fletcher, and Still finds himself as first change bowler, not bringing in another speedster in Zach Chappell to share the bowling duties with Fletcher. Still only gone for 4 runs. Comes in now and then he's hit him on the pad. They're asking here, and I didn't think that one was going to be given from the outset. Fletcher letting out a throaty roar. Just didn't seem to be quite right, did it?
No, it is strange, isn't it? I had exactly that feeling, and we're not in line, but it just didn't look right.
Derbyshire 261 for 8 at New Road. They're 160 behind there with 2 wickets left. It doesn't seem to be the fashion of forcing a follow-on, but Worcestershire nonetheless would like to get those last 2 Derbyshire wickets and at least have the option. In fact, they take one as I say that. It's 261 for 9 now. 22 without loss. Fletcher bowls, pulled away for 4. No nonsense cricket from Will Rhodes. Sensed it was just short of a length, pulled it away, and cries of "you bears" that hasn't been heard around these parts for 20 months or so. 26 without loss.
I think I just saw a sign go across the top of the stream here that said, I might have misread it, but it said that used a heavy roller during the change.
Well, that's fabulous.
That's what I imagine. I literally just saw the words heavy roller disappear away.
The magical live stream's talking to us.
I imagine. Heavens.
Is Fletcher. It's in and bowls. He's clipped up to mid-on. Alexa?
Sometimes I worry. I do, honestly, I see you talking all day, and sometimes I worry that people might even be able to hear it.
Is it Alexa? I don't know. I've not got one of those, or Jeeves, or whatever it is. Could you tell me if the heavy roller has been used? Yes, David, it has.
Is that the upmarket Nottinghamshire version? It's called Jeeves, is it?
Well, I don't know. I've not got one. What? No. Yeah. 26 without loss. Lovely sunny Saturday afternoon as Fletcher comes in and bowls, and this is blocked, and it is 3 o'clock, so I've got to go and do one into the news.
I'll probably have to as well. You do realise, but just simply by uttering that word, you've activated thousands of devices all over Nottinghamshire now, don't you? Blessing you. Don't say that. It's amazing the more we got in our house, how many things it thinks are you calling its name, but actually it isn't. You spent half your time telling it to shut up. Anyway, 26 for none after 9 numbers. We shall do a local radio update in the next few moments. As Chappell starts a new over with 3 slips ready, and he bowls wide of it, but there's no stroke offered. And the ball is with the wicket keeper. So 3 slips still in place, and then they've kept the point quite far back. That's Ben Slater. He's about halfway to the boundaries. A short boundary on that offside to the left-hander when the bowling's from the pavilion end, but all the same, he's a long way back. And there's extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and then square leg and long leg are quite a long way out. At Edgbaston on the 3rd day of the county championship fixture between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, the Bears looking to try and build on a first innings lead of 44. They've advanced that now to 71. It's 27 without loss early in their second innings, with Will Rhodes and Rob Yates so far resisting and playing 1 or 2 attractive strokes. Yates with a couple through the offside, and that's taken him to 15. Earlier, Will Rhodes finished with 2 wickets, and Danny Briggs with a couple as well. Liam Norwell with 4 as they bowled out Northants for 297. Warwickshire at 27 without loss, lead by 71. Chappell now to Rhodes, who allows a ball that starts wide and goes wider to go past. And it's smartly taken by Moores, diving in front of first slip. Moore's father, Peter, was a very well-regarded wicket-keeper for a long time in county cricket before going into coaching, of course, where he's been so prominent and successful. But he was a fine player before that. Off goes Chappell, passes the umpire, and again, this is quite wide. It's a bit fuller this time, but it's started wide. And Rhodes is letting that go through. Timing is going to be quite important for Warwickshire here, assuming they really get this innings rolling. Then getting the pace of it right, and they will hope that they are in a position at some point tomorrow, maybe tomorrow morning, to be thinking about setting a target. That would be the ideal plan as far as they're concerned, assuming they can keep sufficient wickets in hand. 71 the lead at the moment, but there's still another 56 overs possible today, and there's no reason to think we won't get them as Chappell bowls outside the off stump and through to the wicket keeper. The bad light of this morning is now long gone. It's not perfect blue skies by any means, but given that we're into the long evenings of the late spring now, there's no reason to think we won't get this full complement in.
Strike up the barbecue.
Yes, it's the first chance we had. You might have to, after all the rain that's had on it, you might have rusted away if you got one of those.
Yeah.
One to come. Chappell bowls. That was shortish, and Rhodes pulled the bat well inside the line of it. He was quite wide for the second half of that over, Chappell. So 27 for none at the end of it, just the one run from that over. Warwickshire have had 10 in their second innings. Rhodes has got 12. Yates has got 15, and for the moment they look reasonably comfortable as it goes against the new ball.
You know, when Stephen Malany goes over to the bowler and pats him on the back, that's the end of a spell. I think Zach Chappell has finished for now. You'd imagine it would be, I was going to say, you'd imagine it'd be Dane Patterson, but Liam Patterson-White is loosening up. But in fact, Dane Patterson is going to replace Luke Fletcher. 5 overs, none for 8 for Luke Fletcher. May have another trundle at this end, but the spinner's giving every indication that he's going to come into the attack. Meanwhile, Dane Patterson from the far end did his first innings damage from this end, but let's see how he goes from the Birmingham end. Bowling to Rob Yates. First ball is a no ball. Dane Patterson was highly culpable in the first innings of bowling no balls, and Nottinghamshire, as a consequence, gave Warwickshire a lot of unnecessary runs. So he's 0 for 3 to start with, and he's still got 6 balls left in this over. Let me just have a little look. How many was it in the end? So 18 no ball runs. So that's 9 no balls. They weren't all in, but 5 or 6 of the 9 were certainly Dane Patterson, if memory serves. He's in again and bowls down the leg side. 4 runs. Was it a deflection, or is it more extras yet? 4 leg byes this time. So extras are doing a roaring trade in this over, and so too are Warwickshire. 7 runs already from the over, and we've still got 5 balls left.
Yes, not quite on target with either his feet or his line at the moment.
No. 2 fairly important things as a quick bowler, or a bowler of any speed really. 34 on the board. Add that to the 44 that Warwickshire had over Notts in the first innings, and it's 78 the advantage, and there's 4 more as Rhodes just leisurely and almost lazily rocks back, cuts it away to third man, and the ball is retrieved by the young subfielder Calvin Harrison.
Classy stroke there.
Indeed.
Like it looks as though he had plenty of time to play it, which is always a sign, isn't it?
Notts have quickly gone from plan B to C to D in this over now, and they've now got a third man employed. That's 11 runs already from the over, and there are 4 balls left. 38 without loss. It's not as if they had a first innings lead of 400, is it here, Notts? And that was a loose one. That might just have tilted things back towards Dane Patterson, because Will Rhodes did his level best there to get himself out. Chased one, had a bit of a flail at it. Could so easily have nicked it through to Moores.
I was talking about the timing of Warwickshire's innings, and if all goes well, whether they'd be setting up a declaration and timing that. But equally, the fielding captain's got decisions to make, hasn't he? The quickest way, or the best way for him to try and win the game is to bowl Warwickshire out.
Patterson bowls another run, helped into the onside. It's like 12 runs from the over so far.
But if you attack too much, you can leak runs more quickly.
Yeah.
So there's a balance to strike. But if you go too defensive, then you're doing neither. So it's just interesting times, I think, for both captains in this game.
Very interesting that Notts are going to turn to spin very early on. I think we're not too wild of the mark in suggesting that Patterson White's going to bowl the next over. The way he's loosening up and just continued to loosen up for about the last 5 minutes, as this one is left alone by Rob Yates. 39 without loss.
Well, Warwickshire turned to Briggs at an unexpected moment with the newish ball, and it looks like Notts are going to do the same.
Yeah.
So they're perhaps seeing something out there, looking at the pitch and being close up. Briggs did turn one or two.
We've got a flag. Not noticed that before today. It's probably been there all along. It's just me not noticed it, but I've noticed it now as Yates clips this to mid-on, one way or another. 12 runs came from that Dane Patterson over, 39 without loss. At the base of the Hollis stand, then we've got the Union flag across the middle. UBears fans, it says, or at UBears fans, the Twitter hashtag. Top left-hand corner is the Union Jack. Top right-hand corner, do they call it the bear with the
Bear and staff, or bear with ragged staff.
That's it, and the ECB logo bottom right, and there's nothing in the bottom left. But there you are. You've got a mention for your flag, and it's good to see. We've got a couple of replica shirts I can see. The yellow Bears top, if that's T20 or one-day cricket, but that's in the Hollis stand. A couple of lads there enjoying the cricket in the yellow replica tops.
I saw one, and in fact that might be it. Patterson White's going to bowl in a moment, but when I was out at lunchtime, pretty sure it's that design there, because it had, and this is a while or two ago, AXA Equity and Law League on the back.
Oh, that's an old one.
That is an old one. Here's Patterson White. Starts his first over in this innings, only the 12th over, and the spinner already into the action, which is similar to the stage when Briggs took the new ball earlier.
It is.
And, Rhodes defence.
Yeah, one of them is. It's got the Warwickshire across the front. Yeah.
Well, that's 90s, isn't it?
Yeah.
Patterson left arm over the wicket, bowls. Is driven hard by Rhodes. Oh, well played. He gets 4 runs. He timed it well and he placed it well, just wide enough of mid-off. That's a fine stroke.
In fact, we're only saying the other day, 1993. It was this week, 1993, that the one-day strips. Oh, no, it was last week in the Worcestershire game where we brought it up during the commentary there. That one-day strips came in that week.
Is that right?
In 1993.
Well,
I've got a Nottinghamshire one, but it's about 12 sizes too small now.
Patterson White bowls, and Rhodes guides it into the leg side for 1 run. I believe the retro football shirt is quite a popular thing. My lad said to me the other day, he said, I want a retro football shirt. What do you want of those? Okay, whatever. So well, it may not be a retro, it may be an original, well preserved.
The trouble with the retro shirts is they cost about 12 times the amount they did in the first place. If they give them retro prices.
Doesn't everything.
But you're right, I do like those old AXA Equity and Law League shirts.
Patterson White, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Yates, who is upright in defence.
When I take over the ECB, we'll be back to playing the John Player League. I'll tell you. We'll be playing in whites as well, 40 overs on Sundays.
40 over games, yes. Patterson White bowls again, and back goes Yates, turns this on the bounce into the leg side. If you look back, and many of our listeners and watchers will not remember this, I'm pretty sure many of you will, but in the 70s and the early 80s, 200 in a 40 over game was a pretty good score. Yeah, Patterson White bowls down the leg side and helps this around to Fletcher at fine leg. There's no run.
Yeah, I won't be able to bring those days back where 200 is a good score, but you're right.
200 in a 40 over game. Everybody said, you know, usually on BBC Two with Jim Laker and on Sunday afternoon, we go, oh, they've got 200. Well, nobody's going to get that. And Eddie, beyond scoring at 6 and over, was positively vulgar.
Well, famously, the 1975 World Cup where Sunil Gavaskar was 36 not out at the end of 60 overs.
Yes. On this, no, it wasn't.
That was at
No, it was at Lords.
I think that was at Lords,
yes.
wasn't
Warwickshire, England did play a couple of games at this ground. But, yeah, there were 60 over games.
Most famous World Cup game on this ground, it's got to be the Donald run out, hasn't it, at the end there with Klusner, the semi-final.
Extraordinary game.
1999.
There were so many great cricketers playing fabulous performances in that game.
I was in a beach bar in, don't know, the Canaries or Spain or somewhere. Unusually getting a week's holiday in the cricket season, but lapping it up, but stayed inside watching the cricket. There's Dane Patterson. There's huge bed sheets behind him, Giants bed sheets. It's another no ball to start the over, and it's gone for a leg by, so 3 more extras here. Certainly one element of his game that does need a little bit of work on.
4 in the first innings.
Did he, by Jove?
Bowled 4 in the first innings.
He wasn't. Oh, it's still not been signalled. Poor old umpire's having to hop around on one leg here, whilst Mel Smith, I presume it's Mel with the Warwickshire book. You could have signalled then. You're scoring. You could have waved to him. Poor old Graham Lloyd hopping about on one leg as Patterson comes in. Oh, that's a lead from Rob Yates that was adjacent. Very nearly disturbed the furniture. And it remains 47 without loss. Durham are 3 down now at Chesterley Street. Their hopes are dwindling because they've lost the top 3. Bancroft, Lees and Borthwick have all gone. They've not even been hammered yet. Wickets for Porter, Sam Cook and Ryan Tender-Scarter, but they will get hammered, that's for sure. Another delivery left alone. Derbyshire bat on, 268 for 9 at New Road against Worcestershire. They are 153 behind, so not yet free from being made to follow on. Middlesex 184 for 8 at Grace Road, leading Leicestershire by 343. Gloucestershire 153 for 9 at the Oval, trailing Surrey by 320. Yorkshire's second innings has begun there, 27 without loss, and Northants have got a run chase on at Hove. Patterson bowls, bottom edge past the stumps through to Tom Walls, and they take a cheeky single. 48 without loss, and Yates will move on to 17.
Big boy again.
Was it by
Yeah,
Jove?
big boy again.
My money's on extras to be top scorer in this innings the way it's going. Northants 13 without loss at Hove, or at Brighton as it says on the card that Mike's got up. Northants needing 205 more. Good chance that one might be done and dusted by close of play, so they can all pop out and have a nice evening at Brighton. Next one goes through to the keeper, or Hove. Good old away trip, that one. Always enjoy that one. I would imagine that's keenly competed for in the sports department of BBC WM.
I did it once, but I think there were 3 washouts out the 4 days. It's the end of April.
Of course, it's very changed very much since Notts were last there in 2017, because the old pub's been demolished. I mean, that was always a great attraction, the fact you can watch the day's cricket, roll out the press box and take a couple of steps and find yourself being asked what you'd like to drink. 49 without loss as a singles taken on the leg side. Always important to rehydrate after sport, folks.
I did a 2020 commentary from on the roof at Hove.
Did you? It's nice up there, isn't it?
Well, it was. Fortunately, it was quite a pleasant midsummer evening. Because it might not have been.
It wasn't from choice, it was out of necessity.
Oh no,
then.
it was no.
All the other rooms were pre-booked. Next ball nipped up to mid-on, no run. Nothing doing for Nottinghamshire. 13 overs have gone by, and Stephen Malany has used Luke Fletcher, Zach Chappell, Liam Patterson-White and Dane Patterson, but Rhodes and Yates are still together. 49 runs they've added, and the Bears lead by 93.
Yes, and they're looking in decent shape at the moment, Warwickshire. But it is really important for both teams if they're to make progress in ultimately in this competition. It's so competitive, this group, that a win is a very high premium on a win. I know there are more points this year for drawing than there were, but really going to need to win some games. Patterson-White starts a new over, and Rhodes goes back and turns it into the leg side, and there's no run. Well, I think Warwickshire are an improving team. You know, they look a better team than last year. They're going in the right direction. But it's going to be a difficult group to get out of. Forward comes Rhodes this time and turns it into the leg side.
Well, why not? They'll get out of it one way or another.
Well,
it's just whether they finish first or second,
yes, you know,
third or fourth, or fifth or sixth.
Yes, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't. Yes. Patterson-White using again, and Rhodes goes forward and then back and sort of flexes his wrists and ends up almost back where he started, but defending the ball into the ground.
Do you like the format, the idea, the thinking behind it?
Oh, I think we're in the era of creative solutions just at the moment. Patterson-White has Rhodes going back and turns into the leg side, and there's no run. So given that nobody knew what the situation was going to be this season, I don't think it's a bad outcome. But I still think they should all play everybody.
Yeah.
However, needs must, I suppose. Patterson-White fires this in, and Rhodes turns into the leg side, and there's no run.
Ah, that's a sort of different take on it. So you would go for no two-division cricket, just one division. You play what, 17 matches?
Well, if you really want me to, yes, I would absolutely prefer that. I'd like some of them to be in the summer as well. Here's Rhodes helps this down to mid-on, and 50 are scored by Warwickshire. And spectators, many of them in the ground today, will be in watching cricket for the first time this year, I've no doubt. So they cheer it to the echo. But it's been a well-made 50 also.
I remember speaking to somebody who just said it. First thing he would do would be bring back the Sunday League. You can imagine him.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, yes. Of course.
I'm singing the sort of the same hymn sheet as.
Yes. I do.
As you.
Well, Brentford 2-0 already.
All right. I didn't know if you were going to read out the.
I don't know. I just did. I said,
yeah.
Look, I'm like that fella in that film who just reads everything that's.
Well, yeah. I just saw they've only been going quarter of an hour. Brentford already leading Swansea 2-0.
It's a long way to go to get beaten.
Yeah, of course, it's a long way to go. It's a journey that started, of course, 10 months ago or something.
Well, yes, I suppose. Oh dear.
50 on the board. Dane Patterson bowls, and this has gone through to Tom Moores. How's your scoring coming along?
Messy.
Any mistakes today?
Messy. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's going badly, but I've got Essex winning this game.
Any crossings out? It's a bold move to score with a pen.
Look, I don't pretend to be doing it properly.
Right.
You know. That's why I do it on bits
And what do you
of
do
paper.
with them? Do you file them? Do you keep them?
I keep them at home, and then one day when I'm retired,
Old and greyer.
then I'm going to fill them all into a scorebook. I'm not, of course, because I'll be far too tired by then. But I'm going to tell myself that I will.
Dane Patterson, 50 runs on the board, 54 runs on the board probably when this one reaches the rope. Liam Patterson-White giving it everything. Who's your money on? Oh, did he get it back? Seabermead's going to throw the ball in. The umpires are going to say, now be honest. Liam Patterson-White's down on the ground. The crowd away to my right, which are 200 yards away from it, are saying it should be 4. Is he okay? Is he okay? He's got up. What do you think?
I think he's all right.
3 or 4?
Oh, that, I don't know. I mean, look, they've given 4, which is...
Have they given 4?
Yeah, they've given 4. There was nobody in the ground who could have really told him otherwise. Perhaps the folks in Block 11 over there maybe were the only ones who had a view, but even they're 80 yards
Which is
away.
Block 11?
Over,
oh, yeah, over there.
Yeah.
they
We're behind where the sort of three folks on the outfield are just at the moment.
It was those in base 23, 4 and 5 that were,
No.
that were saying. Dane Patterson has been a little expensive here. Another single taken there, a push and run. And it's 55 without loss. Derbyshire all out for 270. Matt Critchley, who Mike was talking about, is 81 not out at the end of the innings. Derbyshire trail Worcestershire by 151. We wait and see if they enforce the follow on. Worcestershire bouncing back after their drubbing, is that the right word, at Trembridge last week. 55 without loss. Patterson bowls, another single taken here. Notts won't be doing any drubbing here at Edgbaston this weekend, folks. The Bears are in command. The ripple of applause from the very knowledgeable and those that can do the sums knows that that's a lead of 100. 44 from the first innings and 56 on the board second time round.
Well, sitting pretty at the moment, but they will need to try and keep things moving. There isn't time to dawdle too much in this innings. They don't have to go mad. But
Rhodes on 29. Patterson bowls 4 more down the leg side, tickled away. Patterson, I'm pretty certain, got all his wickets from this end in the first innings.
This hasn't been a great opening spell so far from him.
No, 4 more, 60 without loss. You'd imagine for Notts to have any chance they wouldn't want to be chasing more than 250. They wouldn't want that many in an ideal world, but
no.
But in order to do that, they've got to take some wickets and sharpish. They've got to take 10 wickets essentially for 140 runs or so, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen as this one's hit away onto the leg side. Just a single this time, fielded by Ben Slater. 61 without loss.
I mean, what I would say is that clearly there is nothing much wrong with the pitch at the moment.
No?
It's the third day, and the pitches do change, and it'll be warmer by the look of it tomorrow and sunnier. So I imagine the pitch will deteriorate a bit, but there's not that much going on at the moment. And if the ball was swinging in the cloudy conditions this morning, it doesn't look as though it's doing much now. My point being, 250 in the fourth innings is not quite as tall a task as it might be otherwise. However, as you say, Warwickshire are already well on their way to that.
Maybe that Dane Patterson's spell has come to an end as Lyndon James is now getting ready.
Patterson White starts a new over, and Rhodes is forward, keen to get out there and drive this from well wide of the off stump, and times it nicely into the offside. He gets 1 run. But he's up to 35 Rhodes, and he's going quite nicely now. 91 in the first innings. Hadn't really made that many runs in the championship so far this season, although the captaincy was going quite well. But he's well past 100 runs in this match, and that'll make him feel better, I'm sure. Yates turns the next one just round the short leg fields. Is that Hamid under there?
Yep.
But there's no run. And Patterson White trots up again. Arm goes through a little bit quicker this time, and Yates is back and across the crease, pushing it to mid-off. .62 for none. The 16th over, so it's becoming a decent clip of nearly 4 and over now, as he's forced again off the back foot into the covers. But the fielding is done adroitly by Slater, gets the ball quickly back on its way in. So there's no run. Mid-on, Clark comes round a bit straighter. And back goes Yates. Opened himself up there, right across the crease, followed the line of that, and levers it for 1 into the gap at wide of mid-wicket. Lyndon James currently is out on the square leg boundary, but looks as though he might be in business nearer to the centre soon. Slip and a short leg go down. Patterson White draws Rhodes forward, but he's comfortable?
Time to go on. A little update next door, I think. Should be around about the 3:30 news bulletin time.
Okay. Well, that's the end of the over, with Warwickshire at 63 now from the first 16 overs of their second innings. And tidily placed here, with 50 overs available to them today. Well, they're currently going along at the better part of 4 and over. Even if they were only to go at 3 and over from this point, that potentially would take them to a lead over 250 today, but that's some way in the future for the time being. What's happening right now is that there is indeed a change at the Birmingham end. Only 3 overs of Dane Patterson. They were pricey ones as well, with conceding 22 runs, and he's going to give way to Lyndon James, who want to make up for his unfortunate start today. Forward comes Yates to try and defend his first ball, and he's taken on the pad. It runs away safely into the offside. James, to only the 8th ball today, offered no stroke to quite a big in-ducker from Craig Miles, and it felled the off stump. Now it's his opportunity to make some amends for that. Round the wicket he comes, and Yates is busily forward here, and then signalling to his captain that there's no run. Happy chatter around the ground. Must have been able to hear it. May have been privileged to be inside the grounds, but they were comparatively soulless places. Much better now. Round the wicket comes James, and forward is Yates, playing this up to mid-on. At the moment, you were still, I'm sure every other venue is the same. You still have to book in advance, and so that they can take all your details for track and trace and all that sort of thing. Let's hope that, for everyone's benefit, not just for cricket but for so many other things, we'll soon be at a position where that's no longer necessary. Round the wicket comes James, full of length here, and Yates is taking one hand off the bat as he guides this into the offside, but everything's under control for the Warwickshire opener, who's made 18. 8 in the first innings, in not the most outstanding moment in what up to now has been quite a productive season for the young left-hander. And he's waiting for James again, comes forward to push it into the leg side, and again no run. And James at least is, in his first over, dampened the rate of scoring down a little. It's Rhodes who's been taking the lead with that. Tall man James comes round the wicket, and Yates is driving, not quite in control of this, but it goes along the ground off a thickish edge. He had one hand coming off the bat, but it's going to get him 3 runs. It pulls up short of the lengthy boundary down at her backward point, but by the time Hamid has caught up with it, there's time for 3 runs. So Yates will retain the strike. He's 21, and it's 66 without loss at the end of James's first over. If you want to throw in a thought, we are always delighted to hear from you, even if it's just to know that you can hear us and where you might be listening from and which teams or players you particularly following. You can send me a tweet to @SportBBCWM if you want to. You can get Dave at @BraceCricket. You can drop me an email if you so minded. If 280 characters just isn't enough to get that problem off your chest, you can send me an email to mike.taylor.02, don't forget that bit, at bbc.co.uk. Or you bothersome, or poor unfortunate fella. Patterson White started a new over in the meantime, and Dave Bracegirdley's back.
There is Patterson White bowling now. Then he's got an LBW shout here, back leg of Rob Yates. Wouldn't have been surprised if that had gone up. If it did, just go straight through onto the back leg. But didn't seem to be that much excitement otherwise, apart from the bowler. And umpire Warren says no. Here is Patterson White. In again. This time he's found the outside edge, and it's scuttled its way past Stephen Malany at slip and gone away for 4. That's the cheer from the Warwickshire supporters. There was a brave dive down on the rope from Dane Patterson, couldn't get there. And another boundary. Rub of the green at the moment, just going Warwickshire's way. Not to say they haven't deserved it. They've probably played the better cricket in this match so far. But one or two calls going their way just when Notts need that important breakthrough. Another LBW shout here, turned down. Bowler giving his all.
That was a strange one. It seemed to be quite a late decision to call there, but he was quite well outside off stump, Patterson White. The earlier one looked better in this over to the naked eye.
Batted nicely this morning, left with the tail. Liam Patterson White, last out for 36. He
did.
Went with the reverse sweep about 4 or 5 times in a row, and eventually it cost him 70 without loss. The Bears score here. Fletcher's up, saving one behind square on the leg side. Next delivery again causes Rob Yates to go into deep into his crease and defends. Looks the most likely way through at the moment, the spinner, but nothing doing in that over. 70 without loss.
That wasn't the most convincing over that Yates has played through. We're having a sanitising break.
It looks like it, yeah.
He looked a bit. He was a bit awkward there, wasn't he? And he got into a couple of awkward positions. He's quite an elegant player, Yates, and he's done very well since coming into the team. I saw his first appearance at first team level. It was the year before last, if memory serves, at Grace Road in a 50 over game, and he batted very nicely at the top of the order for 60 odd and was rather unluckily run out. And they got him. Was it Tom Rawlings, the media fellow with Warwickshire? He said, "Will you interview Rob?" It was his first interview. He looked terribly bashful, but he needn't have been. He played very well, and he's impressed some very good judges since then. 2
sides are being made to follow on. Derbyshire at New Road. They're only 151 behind, but they've been stuck in again. And Gloucestershire, the proverbial million behind at the Oval against Surrey. They're batting for a second time.
Round the wicket comes James to start his second over from the Birmingham end, the City end, which has gone for many years, and Rhodes pushes away into the offside. And there's no run. Rhodes leading the way with 35.
It's his shirt number, isn't it?
It is. A slip and a golly, the only close fielders for James, as he has Rhodes playing this from the crease. He's quite a tall man, and he's riding this comfortably, the bounce of this out into the offside. But the pitch is playing quite nicely, and Warwickshire's openers are enjoying it.
All is well with the world here. There's elements of the Holly stand that right now sort of giving off the aura of being a bit of a sun trap. There's one or two there in the shorts, got the flip-flops on, got their feet up.
This is pulled down the leg side by Rhodes for 1 run down to long leg, straight to Chapel down there. I saw a chap coming in at 10 o'clock this morning in his flip-flops, and I thought it was a triumph of optimism over experience at that point. But there he are. He's been
I suspect
proved right.
The rehydration's going well as well. There's 1 or 2 more shouts of "you bears" through the afternoon, as you're probably hearing on the FX microphone.
Splendid.
71
for none, James bowls, and again he's angling across the left-handers. Yates is just helping it on with the angle down to long leg for another 1.
Sure, the Nottinghamshire fielders on the fence there getting a little bit of encouragement as well. Down there, 1 or 2 people to talk to for Zach Chappell and Ben Slater, who are out on the rope behind square. There's usually 1 or 2 words of advice from the Holly stand, isn't there?
Sure there is. Yeah. Round the wicket he comes. He's driven. Good stroke by Rhodes. Only just to the offside of straight. What a fine shot. 4 more for that.
That'll do the job, won't it?
Didn't spare that, did he?
Fine stroke. Tom Gould says, guys, talking about the one-day cup shirts, I'm sporting the 2021 Royal London Cup shirt from the Members Lounge. Features all the names of the members who donated their 2020 membership. It's a Warwickshire shirt, obviously. Absolutely fabulous, Tom. I'll just retweet that at Brace Cricket. And very nice initiative indeed.
Yeah, good idea. Good idea. Rhodes is saying, hang on a minute, so we distracting him. Want to come in this over, 76 without loss. Round the wicket comes James, and Rhodes is pushing this away into the leg side. No run, 76 for none. I've heard that now from a lot of sports clubs of different kinds. I mean, there's Premier League football and there's almost everything else. But Walsall Football Club were saying to us on Radio WM throughout last season, they were saying, look, we are extremely grateful to a lot of supporters who are quite within their rights to take their season ticket money back if they wish, but have left it in with the club. Here, you just talked about, I was at Wolverhampton Speedway recently and they said exactly the same.
Next ball is the wicket that Nottinghamshire needed, and Rob Yates has just backed away and lost his off stump, and that's second time in the game he's been bowled off stump. And Liam Patterson-White, having a decent individual day here, has got the breakthrough. Rob Yates bowled by the spinner Liam Patterson-White for 26. Warwickshire 76 for 1, leading by 120. Not's needed that, but Rob Yates will be kicking himself all the way back to the pavilion. Second time in the matches. Just sort of lost where his off stump is, and been found wanting.
It's an odd misjudgment, but he did look unsettled by Patterson-White in the last over. Yeah. He was hit on the pad twice. The first one certainly looked close in that last over, and here, I mean, he left that all alone. And not only that, as you say, it sort of backed away, which just made it look even worse. Peculiar dismissal.
Was indeed. Peter Malan is the new batsman, South African. 3 test matches. Talked about it in the first innings. He played in 3 matches against England, the same series that Dane Patterson made his South African test debut. He played in a couple of the games. So the breakthrough. Yates out for 26, faced 57 balls, batted for 77 minutes, and at 4 fours, gone for 26. Can 1 bring 2? Nottinghamshire do need wickets in clusters, you fancy, if they're to have any hope whatsoever. Patterson-White fields off his own bowling. His 3rd wicket of the game. Liam Patterson-White, couple of scalps in the Bears' first innings effort. Malany drives into the offside, fielded by Harrison, the sub-fielder. Patterson-White had Will Rhodes dismissed for 91 and Oliver Hannon-Dolby at the end of the innings for 26. It's in again, and Malany defends 76 for 1. It remains. Assuming tea will be at 4 o'clock. We've not been told anything.
No. There's going to be a lot of overs left.
You can ask your friend Alexa if you want. If what time's tea? 76 for 1. This time it's defended. I think it's normally 4 o'clock rather than the 32 overs remaining in the day. But as you say, it'll be a long old final session. The lead is 120. Malany looking for his first run, gets it square of the wicket on the offside. He'll keep strike. 77 for 1, a successful over for Nottinghamshire and for Patterson White. And the Bears lose their first wicket with the score on 76. It's now 77 for 1.
He's doing well today, Patterson White. I thought he batted really nicely for his 30 odd. And
it looked like he would stay there all day until he was sort of left with number 11 and decided, well, the best thing I can do here against Danny Briggs is play the reverse shot after shot after shot, and he got away with it for 3 or 4 attempts, and then another one, I'm not entirely sure what it came off or where, but attempting a reverse, it just obviously brushed bat or glove on its way through to Michael Burgess.
yes, he'd obviously decided that was the shot that was on against Briggs. With different results.
And Briggs almost feeding him. He didn't necessarily plug the gap, sort of kept inviting him to do it.
Reeled him in, yeah. Anyway, it was a good hand of 36. Because without that, I mean, he kept the lead down to 44. If he'd have fallen quickly, it might have been nearer 80 or 90. James has bowled 2 overs so far. Bowls for the first time to the right-hander, that's Malany, and he jabs the ball down into the leg side. Immediately looks as if he wants to set off for a run, but there was no possibility of one.
Anthony says, Dave, any news on Jake Ball? Yeah, I did mention it. He's been here on the ground today, bowled all through the luncheon interval on the edge of the square with all the coaching staff with a white ball, and seemed to be, to these uneducated eyes, bowling good pace and good rhythm.
James goes slightly wider of the crease, and Malany is pushing back up the pitch.
So you'd imagine he'll be. I mean, they might take him to Chelmsford next week and use him down there, but more likely, I just think the fact he was bowling with a white ball today sort of told a story. He's the leading wicket taker, of course, in the Blast last year, and it was a big batch winner with Sydney in the winter.
Malany shuffles across in front of middle and leg here and times this nicely through mid-wicket off the front foot, and he's going to get at least 2, and now will turn for a 3rd run. So that's a nice stroke from Malany to get him moving. He's 4. And Warwickshire up to 80 for 1. And despite that wicket, they feel like they're a bit on the defensive here.
Yeah.
There is a slip and a gully. And there's a shortish mid-wicket in. Now, about 4 pitch widths from the batsman. Rhodes, in case he flicks one on the up, but he gets a ball in the slot for driving outside off stump, and he's guided it without really hitting it hard, but nevertheless, the placement, he's going to get him 3 by the time that Fletcher has hauled that in. He set off as if he always had 3 in mind there, Will Rhodes, and made sure he got them.
Yeah, picked his fielder, didn't he? Knew that it was Big Luke who was going to have to make the long journey out towards the Wyatt stand. Malany with just 4 to his name so far. Made 17 in the first innings before falling to Stephen Malany.
James with a leap as he approaches the crease, as Malany tucking this away into the leg side, almost stumbled as he set off for his run there, but he made it his. He started in very positive, bouncy fashion here, David Malany. Not David Malany.
His brother.
That'll be the first and last. Yeah, he's probably related to Greg Chappell as well, I think. No. Peter Malany. I beg his pardon. 84 for 1.
Peter with an eye.
James at the end of his run wastes no time getting on, heading back into Rhodes, who is timing the ball pretty nicely now, but he hits this firmly straight to mid-on, and there's no run, and it's the end of another over. 2 threes and a 1, so that's 7 in that over. 84. Warwickshire, who are keeping on trend of 4 and over here, which is a good rate to be building their lead.
I'm not sure if appearance money is a thing anymore, but James Pipe, the Notts physio, should qualify for something. He's performing the duty of 12th man, physio, doctor, psychologist, coming on every single delivery, at the end of every single over to bring on drinks and sweaters and take off caps and whatever.
He's hovering with purpose,
yeah,
isn't he, out there, as if he's dying to get on.
Former Derbyshire and Worcestershire wicket keeper, very fine physio. As Patterson White starts a new over, bowling to the right-handed Malany, who blocks this one. They timed him. Obviously, there's plenty of footage. Luke Fletcher's injury on this ground. We talked about it when he was bowling to Sam Hain, as Malany goes deep and blocks this one. They reckon he was out there to Fletcher within 9 seconds of it happening.
Yeah. Oh, it was a frightful business, that.
Derbyshire following on have already lost a wicket. Brooke Guest has gone, the former Lancashire man who's filling in as an opener at the moment. They're 16 for 1 second time round, as Malany again defends against Liam Patterson White.
It just makes the odd one look as though it's skidding on a little bit, which may have been what was non-plussing
Rob Yates.
Rob Yates.
Yeah, he's only a young man, but he's got a few weapons. Balls again, and it's blocked. I'd like to think he, at some point in the game, would like to tap into the experience and knowledge of Danny Briggs. Have a word with him. 84 for 1. Next ball is well pushed into the offside, and Malany set off, and that was a one-way ticket to Suicideville. Had he continued with the plans to execute a run, he hit it straight to Calvin Harrison, the subfielder. 84 for 1. Malany has 5. Patterson White short. This one will be cut away, and Harrison again does really well this time to get to it. Saves the run, and again, if Peter Malany had before I finish the sentence, look where James Pipe is. He's already out there in the middle. 84 for 1. He was almost out there in time to field it into the over.
He is like the proverbial ferret up a drain, which sounds like the start of a nickname. But anyway, yes, I thought I remembered his name from a playing career. But he's
former pair.
Yes, he's hovering. Almost putting it on the edge of dying to get on the sea. He reminds me, he's like Arthur with the mouth organ at the end of the Morecambe and Wise show. He's just desperate to get on. Not now, Arthur. And off he troops. Look,
now there's a flashback.
It's like, I've got to go off again. But he'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, he will.
Somebody will need their fingernail file and he'll be back. He's having a well of a time.
It's the Bulwell bomber. Luke Fletcher back into the attack. Malany's rotated his troops since Fletcher went off. We've seen Dane Patterson and Lyndon James bowling from that end, but he's gone back to the big lad, Luke Fletcher, who has 32 wickets so far this season. He went into this game with 31 at 11.9, the best average in the country, but in the first innings 1 for 65, so that'll have dented it a bit. See what he can do here.
And here he is, rumbling in again to bowl to Rhodes, and causes him a problem here, Rhodes. He has to jerk one hand off the bat. That hits the bat hard as he defends into the offside.
The quote that's always been used by Paul Johnson, former Notts skipper and coach, and long time a summariser with me for the white ball matches for Nottinghamshire. Many of you will know Paul Johnson, was that Fletcher always runs like he's towing a caravan. And that's sort of one of the best I've heard about him. But the last match, Ali Martin, who's been here on the ground for the first 2 days,
he's in again, and forward comes Rhodes and guides this into the offside.
Last week he wrote Fletcher runs like a ball through Pamplona. So here's that sort of cricketer, a flashback to forgotten years, really. That said, it's, you know, he's a big lad, but it's not a fitness thing. He wins all the fitness challenges through the winter.
I bet he wins the strength ones. This is short, and Rhodes has pulled him for. He's hit it straight to the physio, typically, and it's gone for 6, and the physio's dropped it. It went straight through his legs.
Well, he's a keeper. He's a keeper, James Piper, and he's not got gloves on.
He just pulled it. It's not a big boundary there, but Rhodes did make that look pretty easy. He had a lot of time for it and just eased it away over the boundary, but he directly to where James Pipe is there.
Yeah. Through the winter goes there all sorts of challenges. He's not really one for the sprints, Fletcher, but
he has Rhodes pressing forward here, but not offering a stroke to a ball wide of off stump. What's the umpire signal?
Heaven knows.
Nothing.
2 left in the over, I think.
Yes.
But for the you know, sort of the long distance stuff and the cycling, the treadmill stuff, the swimming, Fletcher's up there at the top. So you know, the Ironman stuff, the whatever it is, the triathlon stuff, he's always up at the top.
Once he gets moving.
Yeah.
And here he is, moving in again to bowl to the left-handed Rhodes. Oh, that one. That died, that ball, on its way through.
Mark from Tunbridge Wells, who was growing his sunflowers yesterday, says Fletcher reminds me of Vincent van der Bijl of Middlesex back in the 80s. Yeah, he was a big fella as well.
A giant, wasn't he?
Yeah. Good shout, Mark. 90 for 1. Add 44 to that, and I think you've got 134. That's the Warwickshire lead.
Want to come in this over. Fletcher's full here. Oh, it's well played by Rhodes again. It's going to bring him 50. In fact, a boundary to go past 50. Well timed, tipped off his toes by Rhodes. And a half-century, second one in the match for the Warwickshire captain, who has the home supporters very much behind him, as you can imagine.
It's like 68 balls, 8 fours, 1 6, I think it said before it disappeared. Nice looking shot. Second time he'd put Fletcher away on the leg side in the over. 1 for the 6, and that one clipped along the ground for 4.
6 and 6 fours in that
6 fours. I thought it said 8, but there you are. 6 fours. Just the job. I think if T is at 4, we've got 1 more over. That's Patterson White bowls, and Malany pushes it onto the offside field by Harrison. If T isn't at 4, it will be closer to 5 because there's still 43 overs remaining. We did have lunch just about when we expected, about 10 past 1.
Well, if you have to wait until 32 overs left, it'll possibly be the soup course.
Do they have a soup course for tea?
It's who knows.
94 for 1.
Almost up to your dinner.
Here comes again the spinner, the only wicket to fall in the innings, and Malany happy to block, stays on 5.
There have been a few days so far in the cricket season where a cup of soup would have been just the.
We were talking yesterday. I don't know if you heard. You know, when I sort of do the looking back in history bits and pieces. This time it's defended. Or yesterday, 1965. So what? 28th of May, 1965. Second day of England versus New Zealand here.
Yes.
It was described, and you know, it's got the thing, the coldest day of Test cricket ever, where hot coffee was brought out to the players for all the drinks breaks.
Splendid.
Next one is pushed into the offside. Malany's eager to get this single on the offside, and each time he's sent scuttling back by Will Rhodes, because Calvin Harrison is fleet of foot and able to quickly pounce on the ball and make sure Malany can't pinch that single. The next one sees the South African go on the sweep. It was up in the air. It was good work down there by Dane Patterson, who came in hoping that he'd be able to get to it on the full and catch it, but he couldn't. But down on the ground, he's made a spectacular stop. Will that be lunch? No, it won't. It certainly won't be lunch. Will that be tea? Is what I meant to say. I think it is. The two batsmen know because they're trooping off, and it's tea at Edgbaston with Warwickshire 95 for 1.
Yes, and that was quite an ambitious stroke for the last ball before tea by Malany, and Patterson managed to make a parry it about 30 yards back when he first stopped it. But they're well placed here. Warwickshire leading by 139 with 4 sessions to go in the match and a long session to come after tea with 42 overs still available today. 95 for 1, and we'll be with you again in 20 minutes. At Edgbaston on the third day of the County Championship fixture between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire, the Bears are on top in this game with 4 sessions and a long one still today available to them. At 95 for 1 in their second innings, they're 139 runs in front. Their first innings lead of 44, augmented in particular by Will Rhodes, the captain, reaching his second half century of the match shortly before tea by hitting Luke Fletcher for 6 and 4 through the offside. He was kept company for a while by Rob Yates in an opening stand of 76 until Yates, discomfited by the spinner, offered no stroke and was bowled by Liam Patterson-White for 26. But Rhodes, joined by Peter Malany, has Warwickshire in good shape at tea at 95 for 1, leading by 139.
Latest sports and other matches taking around the country today, starting with the match at Chessing Street between Durham and Essex. Essex 182 and 301. Durham 99 and 126 for 2. Durham required a further 259 runs of 128 overs. The match at County Ground home between Sussex and Northamptonshire. Sussex 175 and 298. Northamptonshire 256 and 35 for 1. Northamptonshire require a further 183 runs with 9 wickets remaining. At Worcester, the match between Worcestershire and Derbyshire. Worcestershire 421. Derbyshire 270 and following on 16 for 1. Derbyshire travel at 135 runs with 9 wickets remaining. County Ground Leicester, the match between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Middlesex 295 and 204 for 8. Leicestershire 136. Middlesex lead by 363 runs with 2 wickets remaining. At the Oval, the match between Surrey and Gloucestershire. Surrey 473, Gloucestershire 158, and following on are 28 without loss. Gloucestershire trailed by 287 runs with 10 wickets remaining. The Rangers match at Old Trafford. Yorkshire 159 and 29 without loss. Lancashire declared their first innings close at 509 for 9. In the local paper fixture being played at Chelmsford between South East Stars and Sunrise. South East Stars are 324 for 7, and the Reply Sunrisers are currently 131 for 5. Heavily, the match between Northern Diamonds and Central Sparks. Northern Diamonds 279 and the Central Sparks are currently 111 for 3. In the local paper fixture being played at Chelmsford between South East Stars and Sunrise. South East Stars are 324 for 7 and the Reply Sunrisers are currently 131 for 5. Heavily, the match between Northern Diamonds and Central Sparks. Northern Diamonds 279 and the Central Sparks are currently 111 for 3.
Well, the players are on their way out once again, and it is a sight to warm the heart here at Edgbaston. In fact, for those people lucky enough to be sat outside, it's a sight to warm all sorts of things, because
Your cockles are being warmed.
I wouldn't like to say, but the 11 o'clock this morning, it was a day probably for watching cricket in here, but now it's a day definitely for watching outside. So, hello to you if you are, because I know we have some listeners in the ground, like the gentleman who sent that photograph of the shirt earlier on, which is terrific. Who, by the look of it, I think he's sat somewhere over towards the edge of the holly. So thank you to you, to those of you listening inside the ground, or whether you're in far-flung parts, listening or watching far and near. There are 42 overs of cricket available today, and I'm pretty convinced we're going to get them all, because bad light shouldn't be an option, so let's have it.
Zach Chappell going to get us underway in this session. That's a fairly decent opening delivery from Zach Chappell, bowling to Peter Malany, just outside the off stump. Malany concerned enough to go down and by the little bit of ground that the ball pitched on rather suspiciously there, had a bit of a prod. So the match situation, Warwickshire in their second innings, 95 for 1, leading by 139 over Nottinghamshire. We've got, as Mike said, 42 overs in this session. So this game could be very nicely advanced by the close of play. Next ball through to Moores, repeat of the first one. Will Malany go down and do a bit of gardening this time? He won't. He'll turn towards the square leg umpire and rehearse a defensive push.
Chappell bowled his earlier spell of 5 overs, none for 19, from the pavilion end, the way we're commentating from, the new construction, as it were. Not that it's so new anymore, actually, is it? I suppose it's been here the best part of it. I saw the sign earlier on saying it's 10 years this year, the Alistair Cook record, 294 here. I watched that from the far end, so it's about 8 years old, this building.
95 for 1. Next ball wide of the off peg this time from Chappell. Again goes through to wicket-keeper Moores, the 1 wicket to go down in this Warwickshire second innings, that of Rob Yates. He was bowled by Liam Patterson-White for 26. That was in the 20th over. The score was on 76. Mike was commentating at the time and almost could see it coming. I think you mentioned the previous over. He was just sort of getting himself into a little bit of a tizzy against the spinner, just trying to do something out of the ordinary when he really didn't need to. Next one's chopped down to backward point, fielded by Ben Slater, no run.
There were 2 LBW shouts in the previous over, and the first one in particular looked close, but there was something about the way he was fidgeting in the crease. It was unlike Rod, because he's a very good player to watch when he's in command, but I never quite felt he was today, whereas Rode does look as though he's in good touch.
So I say, when you just sort of be aware of what your partner's doing at the other end, and if he's scoring the runs, if he's in good touch, you haven't really got to do anything other than make sure you don't lose your wicket. Down the leg side, well taken by tumbling Tom Moores. It's good work there by the keeper. If you've been out, not necessarily following us, the day began with Nottinghamshire 173. 173. I've written 163. Yeah, that's why it doesn't add up. 173 for 3, and they lost their last 7 wickets for the addition of 123 more runs, with Joe Clark out for 61. Liam Patterson-White made 36. Next ball from Chappell, incoming, cut away and out. Notts have got a wicket, gifted a little bit by Malany, cutting it into the offside straight to Patterson-White, and Notts have got a second wicket. And Chappell bowled 2 or 3 really good balls there right at the start of the over, and towards the back end he's picked up a wicket with one short and wide, cut to cover, and Notts do get a bit of a gift. They've not really had the rub of the green, as I said before. You make your own fortunes in this game by and large, but sometimes things go for you, sometimes they didn't. There's not a lot gone for them really. It's been tough going for the bowlers, but start of this session perhaps things are just turning around a little bit, because that's been hit straight to the fielder, and Peter Malany for the second time in the game trudges off with a cheap score beside his name, 95 for 2.
Bit of a cheap dismissal, really. I mean, yes, okay, if it's at either side of the fieldsman, then I suppose we're all saying how marvellous it is, but, you know, a flamboyant stroke. But first over after tea, hammered a bit of a long hop straight to field. You'd be cross with this, because there are runs there to be had. There's nothing much wrong with the pitch. You know, Rhodes has got himself in nicely. I think you'd be... These things happen, but I think you'd be annoyed with yourself.
Yep.
I imagine so. Anyway, there it is, 95 for 2, and it's a real boost up for Notts at the start of what could be a very long... See, if things were going badly, this could be a long slog, 40-odd overs to bowl when you're up against it in the match, but that's a bit of a kick-start. And Patterson White, who's had a decent day, he's going to try and carry it on, bowling to Will Rhodes for the first time since tea, and Rhodes scores the first run since tea by pushing this to mid-on. He's actually been quite starved of the strike, Will Rhodes. Faced only 15 balls in the last 10 overs. But, and he's got off strike straight away now, because Sam Hain, the new player, he's going to come in to face Patterson White for the first time.
Made 61 in the first innings, Sam Hain. Eventually one of Dane Patterson's victims, trapped LBW.
Well, if he gets in, then it could be a good time to watch some batting for Warwickshire supporters who are here, because with Rhodes going well, Haynes is an attractive player to watch, but he's content to push his first ball back to the bowler. There's plenty of time to bat today. Still 40 overs after this one today, and the conditions are good. He's well down the pitch here, Hain, but only with thoughts of doing something defensively. And Patterson White hurries the ball through a little bit to meet Hain on the way. Just a couple of walking paces, couple of trotting paces for Patterson White. That, I think, turned. Certainly judging by the way that Hain played it, he adjusted late and nudged it into the ground with the outside half of the bat. But he made a late adjustment there, and he's encouraged Patterson White. Lead of 140. Round the wicket, Patterson White. This is quicker and short, and Hain is rocking back to force it away into the offside. Out to the deep point boundary where Lyndon James is the fieldsman, and they take one run. 97 for 2. Now James finds himself at deep square leg as the field changes over. Oh, that scuttled a bit, and Rhodes was forward, and then he was back, and he ended up being neither, and that rushed through outside the off stump, and he somehow missed everything. It's the end of the over.
And almost first out there in the middle is James Pipe again, if you're with us before tea.
Yes.
Here is talking about the Notts physios.
He walks in with the bowler, doesn't he?
He almost does. We've talked about things that might be different once things are back, in inverted commas, back to normal, but I suspect one of the things is that in future years the umpires are no longer going to be festooned with bowlers' sweaters and caps and other paraphernalia. Last season in the Bob Willis Trophy and this season they've seen sides acquit themselves perfectly comfortably by the 12th man having to rush on and collect caps and sweaters, and I think that'll be a thing in the future. I think the umpires' union, if there is such a thing, will say no. We're not going to
be a clothes horse.
Be weighed down. Be a clothes horse. Yeah. Here's Chappell in to bowl down the leg side, taken by Hain. I have to just pop and do a half past 4 next door.
97 for 2. Hain taking another guard after that first ball. the long boundary to the leg side, there is a deep square leg, and that's pretty deep, and a long leg. Be a good carry to get it anywhere near them. In comes Chappell, and really bent his back on that one and forced it through outside the off stump, and then made a big deal of following through to almost to meet Hayne as he came to prod the pitch, but Hayne wasn't looking at him. Took no notice, Sam Hayne. First class average of 35, but I'm not sure that entirely does justice to his abilities. A lot of first class cricket in this country is played in awkward batting conditions these days at either end of the season, but all the same, highly competent player in all forms of the game, Hayne. No ball, a bouncer from Zach Chappell, and a short one. Whether it was called no ball for height or no ball for overstepping is a moot point. But 2 more to the total, 99 for 2. But Chappell looks eager, encouraged by that wicket of Malany, who hit it straight to Patterson White at extra cover off the back foot. Chappell arrives again, and Hayne, with a big forward motion, raises the bat out of the way of a ball that started quite wide of off stump. But very positive in his movement, Sam Hayne, very deliberate. As if he's trying to make sure that all the gears in the machine are functioning fully before he tries to get into too many strokes. Now he's forward, again a quick adjustment, and even after playing the stroke, corrects his balance as he turns this into the leg side. A busy cricketer, fidgeting around at the crease, often compared in his early moments, and particularly when they batted together, by Jonathan Trott. Very similar in their mannerisms. Chappell comes in and bowls a ball which climbs a little bit on Hayne. He rides the bounce nicely and guides it into the leg side. But nevertheless, Chappell is really forcing it through a bit in this over. And he's doing everything he can to wring any pace he can out of a pitch, which is not a particularly quick pitch, although we have seen some good carry from it at times today.
I'm afraid I've just had to be honest and tell the truth.
No.
On Radio Nottingham.
It's quite in fashion, I hear. Chappell bowls outside the off stump, and Hayne allows that to pass. It's gone through to the keeper. What have you admitted to?
I admitted. Before we have the score, we'd like to know what cake you were given at tea at Edgbaston.
Oh, yeah.
We've had nothing, have we? We've had nothing.
Cakeless.
We're cakeless.
Dear.
Does make it a long old day, but no, we didn't have any cake, but we'll. I'm sure we'll make up for it a little later on.
Suitably fortified later on at the Hotel de Ville in Edgbaston.
Very much so, yeah. 99 for 2. Glorious, isn't it? Absolutely
Splendid.
Glorious.
Yes.
Chris Morley's just got in touch to say he was at track last weekend. Absolutely frozen, but
yeah.
Watching the live stream here, watching the pictures, and looks very, very different. Very pleasant. There's Patterson White tossing it up there, the slow left arm spinner with a bag full of tricks. Rhodes, who was beaten by 1 in the previous over, helps this into the offside, and there's no run. And again, almost
starting his momentum when he's in front of the umpire. This one just turned into the pad, but outside the line. 99 for 2 it remains.
Patterson-White, he's getting somewhere, isn't he, in this spell? He's just making little bits happen.
He's in again and bowls, and he's at least getting the full-on focus and respect of the Warwickshire captain right now, Will Rhodes. Desperate not to get out to him. Of course, he was so disappointed to fall for 91 in the first innings. Clips this one on the leg side, and there's no run. He just proffered up a catch at short leg, sharply taken by Asiba Mead, and he's only got to look to his right and he'll see Mead's there again, just waiting for anything. So a little bit of bounce might be the bowler's friend. This one's pulled away for a single. The round of applause is because the Warwickshire total hits 3 figures, 100 for 2, so the lead 144, and the inevitable cries of "you bears" come from all around us. 100 for 2. Sam Hain is on strike, blocks this one. That's the end of the over. Just wonder if Warwickshire will make a determined effort to increase the tempo through this session, or they'll essentially just look to take each ball, each over as it comes, and see where they are at the end of the day, and then plan their day 4 activities around how far in front they are first thing tomorrow morning, whether they need to go helter-skelter for half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour, or whatever it is in the morning before trying to put some pressure on Notts.
It's interesting that hard though Chappell is trying, and he's really forcing in. He has taken the wicket of Malany. The bowler that it really looks like might make something happen is Patterson-White. I think that's quite interesting. Maybe that gives us a bit of a pointer as to where this match is going. But generally speaking, batting conditions are still not bad.
Yes, you can imagine sometime tomorrow there might just be a fairly lengthy session with Tim Bresnan drying up one end and Danny Briggs bowling with 5 round the bat at the other.
That's certainly, you can see how we could get to that point.
Yeah.
Chappell is going to set in. His last over was really energetic. He's going to try and bowl to Rhodes, who's 55 and hasn't looked too hurried in the main so far by anybody. He defends a no ball out into the offside, second in successive overs for Chappell.
How many is that scorer, Mike, in all this innings?
I think that is 4, because we had 2 from Patterson-White before. We've had 2 in successive overs now.
2 from Patterson.
2 from Patterson, and 2 all called by
Graham Lloyd.
Graham Lloyd at that end. At the Birmingham end, the City end, to be precise. Round the wicket comes Chappell, well wide of off stump here, and Woods is letting it pass. I don't want to be the spoiler of anything, because at least Leaf need that. But there is some darker cloud, although not threatening cloud, leaking over the ground and over the city, more to the point, which makes quite a dramatic view for the time being. But I don't think anything to worry about in it for the time being. The forecast is good and better for tomorrow. So as I was saying earlier, if you are able to go and watch some cricket tomorrow, whether it's here or anywhere else, but if your circumstances allow that, then it'd be a good day for doing so. This is pulled by Rhodes for 4 runs away to mid-wicket. It might even have rolled under the gate there and gone out over the back of the Holly stand. And the 12th man for Notts, who I can't quite identify, bunny hops over the gate in a way that just makes me insanely jealous, because there may have been about 5 minutes when I was 12 when I could have done that, but I certainly couldn't now.
It'll need to be temperature checked before it's allowed back into the ground, that one. Just too short of a length, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was easily hit by Rhodes. 150 the lead now. Oh, that was a good response by Chappell, because that was a quick, short delivery, but not so short that Rhodes could allow it to lollipop over his head like he did an earlier one. That arrived at about throat height, and Rhodes had to make other arrangements.
Did a bit of limbo dancing, didn't he? To get underneath it. Are you all right? Frog in the throat?
I'm optimistic of making it to the close, but I can't promise beyond that. Can't be too careful these days.
150 is the advantage.
If my insurers are listening. Chappell's on his way, close to the stumps, and Rhodes drives, but didn't really time that. And is it? Oh, I thought for a moment he was signalling no ball again. Graham Lloyd. He was just pointing at stuff. He does have a 2 balls to come gesture.
Yes.
Like, he's called me out a couple of times already. The left arm sticking out. He's 2 to come, I think. So, Shufflehouse is in the field. There's a deep point gone out now. Hamid's been dispatched out there, which is a long way from anywhere. The way the ground's set up today. In comes Chappell, and that's heading on to Rhodes's hip, and he has plenty of time to guide it to long leg for 1 run. .107 for 2. Rhodes up to 60. Yeah, so past 150 runs in the match, which is a good contribution because he's been a little bit short of them so far this season. I noticed in the chat alongside the YouTube screen there were some discussions after we were talking before about the format of the competition, the general summary of those views, just glancing through them. Come to in a minute as Chappell completes this over, and there's runs here for Hayne. Turned off his pads for probably 2. Yeah, Hamid's come after it. They took a beat before deciding whether there was a second run, but they get it. 109 for 2. The general theme of these comments seems to be, we quite like the format so far, but let's see what happens after the split, because there might be some games that look a bit cold after that. So yeah, well, I think that's a fair assessment. So.
And I think we also need to know what the split means. You know, there's been some sort of rumour, if you like, or some theory, some interpretation that we will go back to 2 divisions, and the top division will be the sides that are in Group 1 and half of the sides in Group 2, or whatever. I think we need to know. Here's Liam Patterson-White in bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. Did just whilst Mark was talking there, just to pass 5 seconds and find out for myself. I did just look. That's Liam Patterson-White's first catch of the season for Nottinghamshire. He's played in all the games. I didn't think he'd bagged any before. Next one's clipped on the leg side, but it is his 4th in first-class cricket. He got 3 in 2019. Those handful of games he played then. 109 for 2. He's in again and bowls and pushed away on the offside. Nicely fielded by Ben Slater. And there's no run. Considering he's usually either in 4th slip or gully position, he'd have imagined, he'd played in all the games, he'd have imagined before now he'd have had one come in his direction this season. But that's why I had a look. I didn't just recall him taking one. 109 for 2.
Got ticking every box today, hasn't he? Runs, wickets, and now a catch.
Yeah.
Had a good day.
Lots of cricket left today, potentially. 36 overs after this one. Patterson-White in his 10th over. Bowls hit firmly along the ground to Joe Clark at mid-on. Clark having a bit of a graze in the outfield, having spent time in the slips for the quick bowlers, as he usually does. Out for 61 this morning, Joe Clark. Did say at the time that might just be a key moment in the innings, because didn't exactly collapse, but they certainly didn't get the sort of score they would have done if Clark had batted for a couple of hours. 109 for 2 at the end of that over.
I take the point entirely about, games after the split, there's a danger of them not being very important, and I think you make a good point. But having said that, whatever league system you devise, whether you have one or you have two divisions or groups, you are almost certainly going to end up with a situation where there are some games in the end of the season that are meaningless, as it were. And I hate the term meaningless because it shouldn't. It might be meaningless for the teams, but it shouldn't be meaningless for each individual player. Just as games in the last third of a football season for a team that's mid-table, it should still. Players have got contracts to play for, or your own personal pride, or whatever. Exactly. And it's no different here or in any competition. So you're never going to get a system where every match counts unless you just have a knockout, which I don't think anybody wants. Chapel bowls at the start of a new over again, and Hayne drives up to mid-on. So there won't ever be a perfect system.
No.
But I think given where things were at the time that this had to be drawn up, and nobody knew what was even going to be possible at that point, then this doesn't seem bad for now. But we'll see anyway, won't we? The second slip's come out and gone to short mid-wicket, so there's just one slip there at the moment. Notts will want to try and get some wickets, but equally they've got to try and contain the scoring as well, and it's an awkward balance to find. The lead of 153 and 36 overs still available today. Chapel runs in and drifts onto Haynes' pads, and he gets a comfortable single guided down the leg side. James, who is spending a lot of time in the deep field at the moment, throws in from long leg.
It's the old thing, isn't it? But it's usually true. Warwickshire's best chance of winning is probably being bowled out rather than the declaration. It's putting a lot on Will Rhodes just to time that correctly, unless, of course, they absolutely rattle along this evening and first thing tomorrow morning. But of course, Notts would like to keep Warwickshire out there batting for much of tomorrow morning and put it down on the skipper just to sort of call it right.
Yes, it's a tricky one. Chapel bowls and Rhodes takes a run here. Again, drifting onto his pads. There's been a lot of leg side bowling today. And there's one there for Rhodes, he's 61.
There again, why is it that you get that in red ball cricket? Why do you get no balls, a lot of no balls, as we're seeing from Notts in this match in red ball cricket, but not in white ball cricket? Well, clearly it's the discipline of the bowlers, but also a heftier punishment, I guess, in white ball cricket.
Good short ball here, but Hayne played it well. Played it in a way that suggested he got a lot of time. He just sort of flexed one leg and bent out of the way of it.
I'm not advocating that we end up with a scenario of free hits in red ball cricket, although occasionally playfully I might suggest it, but I don't really think that should come in. But certainly the discipline of the bowlers should just be the same, whichever colour ball they've got in their hand. Don't get why you would continually overstep.
Chapel hurries in and forward comes Hayne and hits this sweetly up to mid-on, and there's the run.
Nelson on the board. The wicket will go down any time now. Perhaps.
Some full-throated encouragement.
Yeah.
For you Bears. I haven't seen the mascot. Is Hugh Bear still the mascot? I haven't had cause to see him for a while. Hayne is beaten here on the line of off stump, and Moores, he also seemed to have to adjust late to that. I don't know whether he moved a little bit after it went past the bat, but Hayne looked a bit anxious. It was close to the off stump. It was a good ball.
It's a quick delivery as well. It seemed to be. Yeah, he's found good rhythm after tea. I sense he was given a bit of a G up at tea by all of them. Come on, Zach, go out there. We really need you now. Give us 5, 6, 7 really quick overs. See if you can ruffle it up, get us a wicket. And of course, he got one in the first over of the session. A little bit of a help yourself wicket as Peter Malan Hit it straight to the fielder. Still Nelson on the board for 2 wickets, so 155 is the lead as Patterson White, who, like Chappell, has bowled unbroken since tea, bowls to Will Rhodes, who's on 61 and defends. What was he on at the break? 53, Will Rhodes.
Patterson White's keeping things pretty tight. Into his 11th over, he's only conceded 17.
Next ball worked away on the leg side. Cries of catch it. It was past a Mead. A bit of a blur. Don't think it was catchable, but Will Rhodes flirting with danger, I guess, if he's deflecting it on the leg side with a short leg there. 112 for 2, so you can put your feet down now, Mike.
You might think you were pretty unlucky if you got caught at short. It would have had to go stick straight in his hand.
Yeah, twice in the match. Next ball is defended by Sam Hain, who stays on 4.
Yes, that's how he got out in the first inning.
Matt Lamb due in next. He also got into the 60s in the first innings. 67 he made. And Michael Burgess and Tim Bresnan both missed out. Danny Briggs, Craig Miles also single-figure scores. This one is defended, and then there was that late flurry of runs between Liam Norwell and Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
That one just bounced a little bit on Hain, a bit more than Hain was expecting.
Got a butterfly just fluttering its way past our window. Flutter by, butterfly. Wonder how high they go. Next ball is steered into the offside for a single. That might keep me awake tonight.
Somebody must know that.
How high a butterfly flies.
Jump on the Twitter or whatever it is.
Sounds like a child's book, something that David Walliams or Dr. Zeus might write. How high does a butterfly fly? 113 for 2. Next ball is incoming, and Will Rhodes, the Bears captain, blocks it, of course, with Patterson White on. The over 8 good for knots, +2 at the moment, end of the over, 113 for 2. James Pipe is out there, so too James Hayes, who is the Notts 12th man, out there with some gel, the hand sanitising gel that the players still have a quick splodge of every 6 overs.
I spotted a discussion just now on the sidelines of the video feed about why there are so many counties called shires. I think a listener from overseas, because the shires, and the fact, shire being a sort of an old term for a part of the country, outside the towns, which of course then made me think, of course, here are Warwickshire, just like Nottinghamshire, playing right in one of the big cities, and particularly in Warwickshire's case, this is no longer part of Warwickshire.
It was on Tenable the other afternoon. One of the old Tenables. Name 10 shires between, I don't know, the letters C and S or whatever it was.
I do like a quiz show, but that's one I haven't seen. But yes, we're no longer in. When Warwickshire started playing here, it was in Warwickshire, but here no longer is for reasons that.
We're in the West Midlands, aren't we?
Yes, we have been since.
There's Zach Chappell, born in Lincolnshire, played for Leicestershire, now with Nottinghamshire, and gets his 2nd wicket, and it's an important one because it's Sam Hain, who's very often been a thorn in the side of Nottinghamshire, who's nicked behind. Another catch this season for Tom Moores, and Zach Chappell has been very good indeed from the Birmingham end since tea, his 2nd wicket, and it's 113 for 3.
Yeah, bowling's been good since tea. Patterson White has gummed things up at one end, and Chappell has been full of energy and vigour, and his first wicket might have had a little bit of bonus about it, given that it was a very loose stroke from not such a good ball. But that was a good ball, and he's earned it in this spell. He's bowled with real energy and vigour, and he's hurried the batsman a bit, and that was a good ball in the slot. Found a nick. A really orthodox but well taken wicket. Well done, Zach Chappell. A good wicket to get as well.
Very much so. New man is Matt Lamb. Already out there in the middle and getting a a greeting and no doubt a little word or two of encouragement from his captain, Will Rhodes.
Yes, and there is still plenty of time to bat. This is still a good time to bat. 34 overs to come today. So there is time. The conditions are still... They're not as nice as they were, but they're still favourable. It has gone darker to our left, but not in a way that's threatening the cricket.
Will Warwickshire want to go off? No, I suspect
no,
not.
No, I don't think we're remotely in that territory.
I mean, it's not in the hands of the batsman, of course. It's solely the umpire's decision.
Oh gosh, no, we're not in that area.
Here's Chappell again, in and bowls, and Lamb is away. First ball, 114 for 3. For Wolf, Matt Lamb gets his first run. The lead is 158. Umpire Russell Warren with a bit of a laboured walk from square leg to square leg for the left-hander. You see the old boys don't do it, do they? Nick Cook and one or two of the others. And I'll stay here. I'll stay this side, Skip. 114 for 3. Chappell in again, and the umpire's going to have to swap over again because there's another single taken. Here he comes. Look at umpire Warren.
He was, if I remember, Northants, wasn't like Nick Cook, wasn't he? A man of Northants.
Yeah, he had a season or two with Notts as well. Russell Warren. In fact, he's on the list of those recently added to by Joe Clark, of course, against Warwickshire in 2019. A century in both innings. Russell Warren.
He can't have been retired that long.
No.
Russell Warren.
Here's Zach Chappell. In bowls. This is through to the keeper. 115 for 3.
Yeah, he had a good career. Yeah, I have a memory of him keeping wicket as well, quite a bit.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
I'm not getting confused with somebody else, am I? No. Good player. 115 for 3, so lead of 159.
Chappell almost setting off from a pile of sawdust. Deposited there this morning. Oh, Matt Lamb in no sort of position at all. Blame the studs, Matt. Blame the studs. Look, he's blaming both studs, both soles there. As he nearly toppled over. He was nearly had his feet whipped from underneath him by that delivery.
He'd be glad he did, because he was right in front there and he got himself in a frightful tangle.
He did. It's hard to tie your own legs in a knot, but he had a good go at that. Good pace from Chappell.
You can't take liberties to Zach Chappell just at the moment.
No.
He's right on the button.
They all say he's slippery quick, and right now he's in the groove. And this one goes through to Moore's end of the over. 115 for 3. Add 44 to it, and the lead is 159. 159 for 3. What Notts would give to take the next 7 wickets for only 50 or 60 runs. Not impossible, but highly unlikely.
Yes, but they're chipping away at it since tea, and they've had the better of this first half an hour or so since the break. And there's still a really good game in this. I know that at times it's looked as though it might really need a 5th day to reach a natural conclusion, but it might still be an interesting game in this. Patterson White is going to have another go from the pavilion end. His 12th successive over in this spell. Began before tea, and he's going to bowl to Will Rhodes, who's made 63, but has slowed down in pace a bit recently. He's not had so much of the strike, it seems, and he comes forward to defend the first ball. Goes back. Oh, he cuts, and he was stretching a bit for that, and ended up sort of flailing the bat in a bit of a circle and not making any contact. But Patterson White appears to be making it difficult. Briggs in his short spells seem to be getting a little bit to happen, so maybe the pitch is going to assist these left-arm spinners a bit. Forward comes Rhodes, turns it into the leg side, and there's no run. Slip and a short leg are the close field. Left arm over the wicket. Rhodes drives, but ends up being more of a sort of a flick drive, and he hits it low back to the bowler with a great pace. Patterson White fields in his follow through. 115 for 3. And Rhodes is well forward again. A confident big stride in, but he quickly contained any idea of a single. It's 5 o'clock again. It's on the bong of on the hour. Dave opens the door and out he goes. Look, he's training to be a cuckoo clock. Off he goes. Talks to Radio Nottingham. Back goes Rhodes. Turns out into the leg side. There's no run. And a maiden from Patterson White, who's doing a splendid job here. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19, and he and Chappell haven't put knots on the top in this match, but they certainly have made the running in this session. Chappell has taken the 2 wickets that have fallen since tea, but Patterson White has played a significant part in drying up runs from his end. Had he not done so, Warwickshire might have been trying to push towards a lead of 200 by now. They're still not badly placed, but Chappell's trying to do something about that. He hurried Lamb with 1 in the previous over, but not so much here, as he defends a ball from just outside the line of off stump. Back up the pitch. On 15 for 3. So I've done a quick update for local radio listeners, trying to have a look around the other games, see what's happening and not happening. Shame the sun has gone in here. Such a nice evening shaping up before. Chappell bowls and lays going back, and quite get this off the middle of the bat, but it's secure defensively. Comes off a slight inside edge, but bounces into the ground. There's still quite a lot of blue sky visible to our right, but it's darker to the left, but it doesn't look like rain-bearing clouds so much, just that sort of deep overcast. With which we started the day. But tomorrow's forecast seems better, and for the next few days for that matter. Short ball from Chappell, and it's a high one, and Lamb is not required to do anything with that, flying well past head height outside of the off stump. Some encouragement still coming from the outfield for Warwickshire. In the county championship fixture at Edgbaston, still quite a lot of play to go on the 3rd day, but Warwickshire 115 for 3 have found it slightly more difficult to increase their lead since tea, and they've lost 2 wickets, both to an energetic spell of quick bowling from Zach Chappell, who had Peter Malany slapping a short ball to extra cover for only 6. And then induced an outside edge from Sam Hain, good reward for an excellent few overs, and Hain was caught at the wicket for 5. Will Rhodes not scoring as quickly as he was earlier, before tea, hasn't had so much of the strike, but he's still there with 63 now, joined by Matt Lamb. Warwickshire prospering, but their rate of progress is reduced. They lead by 160 runs at 116 for 3. They picked up a single during that radio update. Lamb, second run turned into the leg side, and now one ball in this, or a couple of balls in this over for Chappell to bowl to Rhodes, and they're appealing for a catch. Oh, he's bowled, I think. Yes, just trimmed the. Has it trimmed the off bail? Yes, it has. My goodness, that ball did a bit. Rhodes was looking back as if he'd been. It was for a catch at the wicket, but that in fact has just kissed the top of the off stump, and it was a really good ball from Chappell. My goodness, it pitched and it moved from around the line of leg stump, and there wasn't a lot that Rhodes could do about that. Chappell has a third wicket in this spell. Rhodes bowled Chappell for 63, and it's 116 for 4. What a good ball that was.
Yeah, I like you. I just saw it next door as I was finishing my update for Radio Nottingham, just basically saying how well Zach Chappell was bowling right now. It's 116 for 3. That was the end of the report, and then just saw the next delivery, and I presumed the nick, the deflection through to Moores was off the bat, but no, it was off the bail, off it toppled, and it's a really good wicket. He's been very, very impressive in this spell, and it's another example of how frustrated we all get when he doesn't produce like this, because on his day he can be terrific. He's played for the Lions, he played in that little series a couple of 3 years ago now, the North v South in the Caribbean, and did really well in that. Came to Trent Bridge with a fine reputation, forged from his early career at Grace Road. By and large, we haven't always seen the best of him so far in Nottinghamshire's colours, and he's I know he's been a little frustrated in and out the side, but certainly in this spell we're getting a prime example of just what he can do. Terrific stuff this from Chappell.
That was a fine delivery. Looking at the replay, it really it pitched around the line of leg stump, and it has gone past the outside edge and just taken the top corner of the off stump. What a good ball. Well, the game's moving on, isn't it, now?
Yeah.
At 160 with 4 down, then I don't say not so necessarily back to all square, but they're not very far behind in this game all of a sudden, I don't think. However, just one or two signs that the pitch is starting to offer a little bit.
200 looks a lot to get. 250 looks very, very difficult to get. And
it's a tough chase if they bowl well, but this has been a particularly good spell, Chap.
With the best will in the world, it's, you know, the very least Notts can expect to chase, I think, is 250.
Michael Burgess is the new batsman. Chappell's got 3 in this spell, but he leaks this first ball, the only one he'll get in this over to Burgess, down the leg side. But it's been a splendid effort by Chappell that has, well, it's more than arrested the rate of progress, but he and Patterson White, very much, although he's got the wicket to Chappell, I think this ought to be viewed as a bit of a team effort.
It's definitely a partnership. It's a great skill of a captain to obviously get the right bowlers on at the right time, but even more so if you can get a pair of bowlers on at the right time, complementing each other, and it's going to carry on. Stephen Malany having a bit of a blather to Liam Patterson White about what sort of field he wants for Matt Lamb. He's got Seabermead there under the lid. The captain, when he's finished his chat, will go back to slip. Charlie says Zach Chappell bowling with some real wheels here. Tail up, pace and movement. Great to watch, great to see. You're absolutely spot on there, Charlie. Just saying he's on a bit of a roll.
Excellent spell.
There's the contrasting spin of Liam Patterson White. It was difficult, I guess, for a batsman. Don't think I've ever been in the situation where I've had somebody bowling 90 mile an hour at me at one end and somebody else with the ability to toss it up nice and slowly or get it to bite and turn at the other at the same time. 116 for 4. Very different skills required when you're facing one batsman to the other. One thing, of course, with Chappell as well, we'll give him credit for, he's not getting too long of a breather between overs, because Liam Patterson White doesn't take long. Hamid has gone from short leg to silly point for reasons that obviously out there on the field they'll know and understand, but I'm not entirely sure of. You obviously feel the bat pad is likely to pop up to Hamid on the offside rather than the leg side. I guess that's understandable, I guess, with the right-hander. Here he comes round the wicket, bowling to Matt Lamb, solidly behind it. So batsmen 5 and 6 out there together. Got Tim Bresnan due in next. He'll come in on a pair. Danny Briggs at 8, and then Norwell, Miles and Hannon Dolby. This one is blocked. 116 for 4. Openers put 76 on, then the wickets have fallen. 76 for 1, 95 for 2, 113 for 3 and 116 for 4. Lamb has 2. Drives crisply. Doesn't get a run for it. Straight to Clark. And the floodlights are coming on. Over the ground there's a dirty grey smudge of a cloud, but to our right it's, as Mike said earlier, the Simpsons opening credits. Beautiful away to our right. End of the over. 116 for 4. Fairly rapid in times of second taken maiden by Liam Patterson-White. End of another very decent, threatening, containing over, and Warwickshire just got to negotiate this little tricky spell with 30 overs remaining in the day.
I'm quite surprised to see the lights on. So quite that dark. Or maybe they know something we don't. Nevertheless, Chappell going to go on. He's had 6 in this spell since tea. 3 for 16 in this spell.
3 wickets in the space of 33 deliveries, tweets Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club.
Yeah, very good. Yes, Malan, his stroke now looks, I mean, it's unfortunate at the time, these things happen, but looks costly now. Anyway, Burgess, who faced just the 1 ball at the end of the previous over from Chappell, to face him again. And Chappell, his first ball, he's pushed out the offside. Try and rattle through the other scores. I promised I was going to do that. At New Road, Derbyshire following on 41 for 1, still 110 behind Worcestershire. So, what to do for that? Although they hope to, if they could clear some of the arrears tonight, that'd be something. Durham 146 for 4. For their target 385 to beat Essex. Comes Chappell. He's close to the stumps here. Burgess is forward, bat and pad together and defends. Durham in one of those situations, if they were to bat for long enough, they would get there. But it's whether the wickets might run out first.
Well, Martin Emerson's on one on Twitter about the latest dismissal, one of Michael Jones, the 18th LBW of the match, and he's not happy. It was going over and down according to Martin. He's not happy with that at all.
Chappell passes umpire Lloyd, and Burgess is scoring his first run here, just guiding that wide enough of mid-on. In the Roses game, Yorkshire batting a second time, 350 behind after Lanks declared at 509 for 9, a 63 without loss. So something very in 34 overs. So they've dug in there. You might need to have. Lively finishing prospect probably in the morning at Hove. Northants 96 for 2. Need another 122 to beat Sussex. Short ball here. Lamb guides it down. Didn't really commit to hitting it hard and just guides it down into the gully for no run. I suppose depends how many overs are left.
Yeah.
Looks a bit too many for tonight. So at the Oval, Surrey had a big lead over Gloucestershire, made them follow on. Gloucestershire 52 for 3, second dig as well. So still way in arrears, 263 behind. I saw Moriarty got a bag of wickets in the first innings for Surrey. I don't think I've seen in person. Sean Abbott's got a couple of cheap ones in the second so far. Chappell bowls and Lamb is defending off the back foot. A sort of positive defensive stroke, if you know what I mean. He was looking to force it. But, it's up to mid-off and there's no run. And there's one more game, which is Leicestershire set 378 by Middlesex. Have lost an early wicket at Grace Road. They're 16 for 1, but that would be by some margin the biggest score of the game to win it.
Yeah. Funny feeling Moriarty played here against Notts on finals day. I think that would be the only time I've seen him. Young spinner Daniel Moriarty.
Chappell to complete his 7th over since tea. There wasn't quite the same fire in that over, and that one was shortish and wide of off stump, and Lamb didn't really have anything to do with it. So it's the end of the over. 117 for 4. The runs have dried up a bit. Lead is 161, and there are 29 overs left today.
course, the first round of Rachel Heo Flint Trophy matches have taken place today. A couple of results. Disappointing one for the for the side in the East Midlands. Lightning lost to Southern Vipers by 4 wickets down at the Ageas Bowl. We were talking about Emily Windsor earlier. It was a fair amount of commentary with Kevin James on the Hampshire game. She made 15 in that one. 2 results so far. Southern Vipers have beaten Lightning, and South East Stars have beaten the Sunrisers. Next over is underway. Patterson White bowling to Burgess. All the scores, all the scorecards, everything you need to know on the BBC Sport website and app. 117 for 4. Patterson White in again, nicely played by Burgess. Backing away, cuts it out to Lyndon James on the offside. Michael Burgess scored a century for Sussex against Notts, last match of the 2017 season, the last match of Chris Reed's career down at Hove. Ben Brown, the club skipper down at Hove, so Michael Burgess eager for an opportunity elsewhere, and obviously with Tim Ambrose retiring here at Edgbaston, he's been a big an important pick-up here for the Bears. Latest ball went through to Tom Moores.
Followed the same course for us, Tim Ambrose here, I suppose. From
Yeah.
South Coast
Yeah.
here to Edgbaston.
Yeah. Ambrose sort of second in the pecking order, I guess, behind Matt Pryor, and Burgess the same, as I say, behind Brown. Nice looking shot here. Work for Joe Clark to do. That's really good from the former pet. Joe Clark, who was 25 on Wednesday. Agile young man. They got the single, but for all money it was a boundary as it left the bat. Matt Lamb on to 3. Burgess has 2, 119 for 4. And Patterson White coming to the end of his 14th over. Another single here. 1 for 22 his figures. 120 for 4 at the end of the over. Both batsmen have 3. And we've got 28 overs remaining here on BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC WM, BBC Radio Nottingham, with Dave Bracegirdle and Mighty Mike Taylor.
You'll run out of rhyming adjectives.
Alliteratives, is that the thing?
Yeah, I think it probably is. 120 for 4.
Yeah, the blue sky is not very far away, is it? We're all right for the time being. Another wicket at Chesterley Street, Durham, 151 for 5. You can only see that going one way, I'm afraid.
Credits are rolling on that.
Martin Emerson. This is an English record now, he tweets. The 19th LBW of the match.
Only 3 of them were out. Is Burgess facing the first ball of another over from Chappell, who is turning it away into the leg side.
How many has he had since tea then,
This
Chappie?
is his 8th.
That's good, isn't it?
It's a good shift, isn't it?
Yeah.
121 for 4. I think he didn't quite have the fire in the last over, understandably. Been hard work, but we'll see. Chappell is going to start it again in a moment. Here he is. Long strides, bouncy approach, and Lamb is defending it to the offside. I think I'm going to get a shout from... Oh, I did just get a shout from BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, which was a sort of a standby. But I think it's imminent. Two, 1 for 4. Certainly the wickets have calmed the rate of scoring a bit, haven't they?
Yeah.
Up comes Chappell, and Lamb is making an adjustment here, but he defends nicely. Starting to find his feet in the team a bit, Matt Lamb. He's been on the edge a bit and not playing some 2020s and this, that and the other. But, he's starting to feel his way in a bit. More regular presence in the top order, because there's been some gaps come in with the relatively recent retirements of Jonathan Trotney and Bell. So vacancies for newcomers. A short ball, and Lamb set himself to pull, and then maybe he got onto that a bit early because he sees it down well in front of square.
He's got one young man on the staff that I shall follow his fortunes closely. Taken on in the winter under the first professional contract. I don't know if it's made your note. Jacob Bethel, a young man taken on.
I've heard about him. Yeah, I haven't seen him myself.
17 years of age, brought up in Barbados.
Been a bit of chat about him, hasn't there? Sounds like a talent. Looking forward to seeing him play at some point. Lamb just for rather airy strokes at the offside and misses.
Well, he's sort of the first product of the Franklin Stevenson Cricket Academy in Barbados. I've seen Jacob play. I've been out there watching him back with his parents, and he sort of smashed all sorts of records. A really outstanding cricketer for his age group. Played for the Barbados, under 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, or what have you. I've got his opportunity here.
Well, that's one to look forward to. Lamb cuts for 4. Good stroke. The previous attempt, he didn't really have control of it. That one he certainly did. That was a fine shot. 125 for 4. Yes, been an intriguing day here, Clive, and there's still a lot of it left, with 27 overs still available as they try and make up some from the time lost yesterday. Warwickshire in the second innings are 125 for 4. That's a lead of 169. The pace has been of their progress has been arrested a bit since tea by a very good spell of bowling in tandem by Liam Patterson-White, bowling a controlled left-arm spin from the pavilion end, and a fiery burst that's now extended to 8 overs of quick seam bowling from Zach Chappell that's brought him 3 wickets from the city end. Another careless stroke from Peter Malan, caught at extra cover, got him started. And, he found a good ball to dismiss Sam Hain, finding the outside edge for him to be caught at the wicket, and one better still that seamed and took the top of Will Rhodes' off stump, the captain having looked the outstanding contributor for Warwickshire to that point in making 63. So that's held up Warwickshire's progress a bit, but there's still a bit of time left for today, under quite heavy cloud now all of a sudden, in the last 10 minutes or so. But nevertheless, they can try and build on this lead, which is now worth 170 at 126 for 4.
Good mental arithmetic there as run being scored whilst Mike was doing the update. Very good indeed. Where is Clive?
I don't know, but it sounds noisy. It sounds like somebody's about to sing the national anthem. Oh, he's at Franklin's Gardens. Oh, there's a good old
That's
ground.
Northampton, isn't it?
Northampton.
126 for 4. As Liam Patterson-White, 2 balls left in this over. Where are we? 20 or so minutes past 5 o'clock. Should be going on till about 7. We fancy it. This one's dropped on the leg side. Ben Slater doing the fielding. Really good knock from Slater yesterday, just tarnished by the fact that he chased one and nicked behind for 77. He was going like a train at that time. Next ball deflected away. Was it gone? In fact, Stephen Malany has to chase after it. They don't get a run. End of the over. On come all sorts of sundry bodies, including James Pipe again with all the hand sanitising gel. 1 or 2 12th men from both sides rushing on with supplies. End of the over, 126 for 4. The men out: Yates for 26, Malan for 6, Hain for 5, and Rhodes for 63. 3 wickets to Chappell and 1 to Liam Patterson-White. We've had 11 wickets go down today, and we've still got 26 overs to enjoy.
And yet it doesn't feel like it's been the bowlers dominating all day. I mean, we've also seen, over 250 runs as well.
Yeah.
So there's been plenty happening today.
Moving day.
Yeah. Been watching watching too much golf, you know what they call it in the golf. The third day moving day.
They do. They do. Chappell's taking a gulp of water, and he's deserved that, because he's now going to come out of the attack. And what Nottinghamshire need now is for the pressure, the intensity, the accuracy of Chappell to be repeated by Dane Patterson, whose first spell was a little wayward. 3 overs, none for 22. Didn't get off to the best of starts. I don't think certainly 2 of the 3 overs he began with a no ball, and he was playing catch up really with his figures in each over he bowled. He allowed the batsman to get away to a decent start, but here he comes.
Well, he's a good enough bowler to do it, and here he is to start this over to Burgess, who pushes back on the leg side, and there's no run. 126 for 4.
Dismissed both of these in the first innings. Had Burgess LBW cheaply, just 3 runs, and Matt Lamb, of course, made a fine half century, and was dismissed on 67. Lamb nicking one off to slip, where Brett Hutton, who was on the field as a sub-fielder, pouched the catch.
Here he comes now, and a busy approach to the crease, but Burgess is not busy, he's just efficient in his response. A well-organised defensive stroke. He's 5, Lamb 7. Warwickshire having lost the wickets of Yates 26, Malany 6, Hayne 5, and Rhodes for 63, giving him what, 154 in the match, Will Rhodes. So a good match for him, and he picked up a couple of good wickets as well. Now he's got to try and steer the ship towards a winning position with his captaincy. This is cut for 4. Good stroke by Burgess. There was a bit of width there from Patterson, which will have disappointed him, but it pleased Burgess all right, and he stroked it past point for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's poor ball, isn't it? Short and wide. Sometimes you get a result, as Zach Chappell did when Malany slapped his short and wide delivery straight to cover, but more often than not, that's the end result, and probably deserved it there.
Yes, but of course Chappell, to be fair to him, responded to that bit of good fortune by really revving up in the next few overs, so good for him. Patterson could do with a similar lucky break here, but he doesn't get it for now with a ball that wobbles by the off stump.
Yeah, you can sort of hang your hat on getting a wicket, can't you, and give you a bit of confidence, and you know, it lifts your teammates as well. They will offer plenty of encouragement and whatever. When a ball's slapped away for a boundary, you know, come on, Mark, come on, Dane, bit of a response or what have you. Just noticed something interesting after this ball.
Patterson was quite wide on the crease here, trying to angle this in, but he doesn't find the angle that will trouble Burgess' no stroke.
Got a sub-fielder at second slip. That's the youngster Calvin Harrison. We've got a sub-fielder now at mid-on, somebody we've not seen on the field for Nottinghamshire since the first day of the season. And that's Jake Ball. Didn't mention he was here at lunchtime. He's on there as a sub. Possibly, probably, has Zach Chappell gone off for a well-deserved rest?
Well, that will please a lot of Notts fans, I'm sure, to see.
Chappie's out there. Where's Fletch? I think it's Luke Fletcher. Next ball is deflected down to long leg to Lyndon James. I'm sure Fletcher just popped off for a comfort break, but good to see Jake Ball out there.
Yeah, that's excellent. That's very good. Oh, you're away again. So easily called away. He's off. 131 for 4. I reckon it's just to get his 10,000 steps. I don't think there's this many reports on Radio Nottingham. Gallops off. 131 for 4. We've had 41 overs in this innings. There are 25 more available today. Lead at the moment is 175. Patterson White is going to continue what has been a long spell, but it's applied a bit of a a tourniquet on the run scoring, which has been very useful for his team. But not here, because this one is just dropped a fraction short, and there hasn't been much offered to hit from Patterson White. But Burgess hits this. He doesn't beat James on the offside boundary, though, who runs round it and picks up 2. 133 for 4, Burgess up to 12. And he gets another wideish one here, but hits this too close to the fieldsman to make it count. And Harrison, that substitute, he's doing the fielding. Patterson White into his 16th over, left arm round the wicket. Oh, and Burgess is not caught. Oh, he could have been. He pulled it straight but high above the head of mid-on, and he had to go for it with one hand above his head there, Zach Chappell, and he couldn't hang on. And tipped it over the invisible crossbar, so to speak. It was going quickly. It really did. Burgess set himself and gave it a fearsome swat. But Chappell couldn't hang on. It arrived so fast and high. It's a hard one to control. And they took a run as the ball ran loose. 134 for 4. Burgess got away with one there. Would have been a good catch, but standards are so high these days. It's never a surprise when good catches are taken. Round the wicket comes Patterson White, and Lamb is forward in defence. Yes, it's very much in Chappell's defence with that it was coming high and very fast. Patterson White, oh, and a late adjustment there by Lamb in the crease. He was right back against his pads, against the stumps, and had to guide it down on the bounce into the offside end of the over. Another awkward one in the end from Patterson White. He bowled a couple of short balls to begin with, and then he very nearly ended up with the wicket of Burgess. However, Burgess hangs on. He's 13. And Lamb 7. And it's 134 for 4. Who's on and off the field now? I think we've... Oh no, ball has gone back off. So, is Fletcher back on? Just looking for him. I usually miss him. There he is. Start of a new over, and Patterson, that's better. That's a better start to the over from Dane Patterson, who beats Burgess on a forward push. That's a much better start. 134 for 4. That was a hot chance, wasn't it? It really was.
What is he, 6'5", 6'6", Chappell? Had him in 2 inches taller. I thought he'd got it. It
was coming quick.
Yeah.
Burgess has 13. Patterson wide of the crease. Burgess is defending. I'm quite sure he got that right out of the middle of the bat, but all the same.
And had it been taken, Lamb would have been absolutely furious with himself, wouldn't he? Because could have slapped it anywhere and hit it straight to the fielder. Got Luke Fletcher back on, so
yes.
Only a fleeting sight of Jake Ball, but good to see him.
Yes, he's gone back to spend time with the physio. To be fair, if he was on the field, he'd be just as likely to spend time with the physio. He's an eager participant. Again, Patterson, he goes quite wide on the crease to bowl here to the right-hander Burgess, but Burgess has everything correctly forward. 178 the lead, but they're creeping along a little bit at the moment. There's been a couple of boundaries in recent overs, but
just wondered who that was loosening up down on the ground. Couldn't make him out as he was rolling about, but it's Ben Slater. Rest assured we won't be seeing Ben Slater bowling.
Patterson bowls, Fuller, and Burgess drives along the ground, fielded by Chappell at point.
That said, not
so what does Slater propel then?
Well, that was going to say
Don't
that.
we know?
That said, he he actually was lobbed the ball. Notts played Oxford University in a 2-innings 3-day match pre-season, and they sort of got to the stage where they were winning it comfortably, and almost everybody had a bowl. They lobbed the ball to him, and off one pace, right arm lob, and the fielder hit it straight down the throat of, or the batsman hit it straight down the throat of a fielder.
Any first-class wicket's a good one. This is outside the off stump, and Burgess isn't playing at it.
I don't think he has, no. I think he's bowled one over in his Derbyshire career, and without reward. Somebody might put me right on that. Just as you can see here, no notes on Ben Slater's bowling ability around me, but
you haven't seen him.
no, that's the only time he's bowled for Nottinghamshire. But yeah, wicket first ball against the Oxford University students. Those games no longer first class, and some would say about time.
I beg your pardon. So some of them still were. It's outside off stump, and Burgess isn't playing a stroke. It's the end of the over. That was a maiden for Patterson, and he was a bit nearer where he needed to be there.
Surely we've not whizzed round another 6 overs. No, I don't think we have. I think it's just another opportunity for James Pipe to come on with bottles of fluid and bring on some caps and take off some sweaters. And
a physio's work he's never done, evidently.
you remember the old days when 12 men used to smuggle notes out there, and you know, in the pretense of bringing batting gloves out?
What do they do now? Text?
Oh no, they've just somebody run. You're used to somebody running on at the end of every over, aren't you?
Yes, I know. I think even umpire Lloyd is now. He's chatting with Pipe.
Probably.
He might be saying, "What on earth? What is it now?"
He'll have played. He'll have played. Well, no, he's as I said earlier. He'll be very grateful for all these people rushing on, carrying the sweaters and caps.
I see. Yes, if it's that. Yes,
it's going to be Luke Fletcher. So he obviously popped off to put his bowling boots on. Billy's boots. No.
Change of ends did Chappell some good. So
yeah, no wickets in the second innings. Only got one in the first. Full of wickets the last 3 matches, Luke Fletcher, though, and he starts outside the off stump, and straight away an insult to his ego with Tom Moore standing up to the stumps. Good stuff from Moores. I guess it shows that it is a fairly placid, even-paced wicket when Tom Moore's, good keeper as he is, stands up to Fletcher.
Is this a regular occurrence?
No, not generally. So, as I say, it's either the feeling that the wicket. There's a shout here, given. Fletcher straight away with a wicket. Matt Lamb didn't last long after chipping one in the direction of Chappell and over a 2 back, and he's been pinned. Looked a very, very good shout there, and no real surprise on this occasion that Russell Warren raised the finger straight away. Matt Lamb, LBW, Luke Fletcher for 7, Warwickshire 134 for 5, leading by 178.
Yes, to the naked eye that looked about bang on, didn't it? And Russell Warren certainly thought so. And Notts have chipped their way back into contention in this match. 178 is the difference at the moment. And Warwickshire's position is by no means as strong as it was. Just waiting for the replay to come up on my screen here of that one, but that, I reckon, oh dear. It looked dead from here on this angle, and it still does. 134 for 5. It may not be an easy chase. That's hitting, knocking Midland leg halfway up, I think. Well, it's almost back in the hazard, this, isn't it, I think, with Bresnan now out at number 7. There's still some decent players left, but Warwickshire have lost now, what, 5 for 58?
He's on a pair, of course, Tim Bresnan. Must have had one or two in his lengthy career. 134 for 5. Won't want to get one now, and he defends this one quite comfortably. So Fletcher just a couple of balls back and amongst the wickets again. His 33rd wicket of this campaign, and remember he missed the game against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge, racked up on the first morning, feeling a little poorly. So was sent home just to isolate for a day or two. There's nothing that hung around, thankfully. 134 for 5. He's in again, bowls to Tim Bresnan, who ekes this one out onto the leg side again. Bat and pad very close together. Just wonder if Tom Moore's claiming a bit of an assist for that wicket. Maybe maybe it was just a bit of a plan for Matt Lamb. Let's stand up to Matt Lamb and put a potentially try and make him feel there's a bit of extra pressure with the keeper standing up. But for whatever reason, Notts have got a wicket, and they'll suggest that perhaps all sorts of things they tried haven't worked, and let's do this, let's do that, as Morse takes this one outside the off stump. Mark in Tunbridge Wells, who's been with us all day, give yourself a gold star, Mark, for long service and good was it good conduct and long service and good conduct. That's it. Give yourself a long service and good conduct gold star. Says it's game on.
I think it is. I think that's fair enough.
178 the lead. Next ball from Fletcher, and claiming a wicket, and Bresnan has got a pair. The fingers up, and Fletcher's got 2 in the over. Double wicket maiden, and Tom Moores has taken the catch, I believe. 134 for 6. The finger went up. May have been the pad, but I think it was a very faint edge through into the gloves of Moores. So that's more good work from the wicketkeeper, standing up, and whoever's decision it was absolutely top draw. 178 for 6. It is game on.
That's my feeling too. That that's a catch at the wicket by Moores, and it must have been only a slight feather.
He'll have had a pair before, I'm sure, Tim Bresnan, and he'll almost certainly get 1 or 2 more, because there's certainly no sign of him packing in yet, even though he's 36. But the fella from Pontefract has not made a contribution in this game. Of course, he was the one that saw the Bears over the winning line, an unbeaten 68 at Trent Bridge, and may well have a big hand to play tomorrow with the ball, but no runs for him. Here comes Danny Briggs, the last of the middle order killer bees, Burgess, Bresnan, Briggs. Briggs on his way out to the middle. Of course, he is a fine player, as we were saying, was it yesterday or the day before, opened the batting at Chelmsford in the last match. It's funny how your fortunes can change, Fletcher.
Oh, sure.
He comes on and bang, bang, 2 for.
Both bowlers have prospered from a change of ends, haven't they? Because Chappell wasn't much happening from this end.
Charlie's watching the stream, says that's sensational keeping from Tom Moores. Luke Fletcher on the charge again.
Yeah, that's a very good take. Start of a new over. Patterson to bowl. Only 4 wickets in hand now, in the lead of 178, and Burgess pushes away into the offside. And there's no run. And the game could advance quite a lot still today. Still 22 overs to go, and rather than looking about how far Warwickshire can extend the lead, now Notts will be looking, can we try and get them all out tonight if we can. A sporting chance they will now. This is Burgess driving into a crouch down quite low and hitting that off a slight inside edge. Back past the bowler. Three, 4 for 6.
Sorry for the tapping, to bang out the old fall of the wicket for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. Hanging on my every word, I'm sure. Those of us, those of them that
they will now.
not listening. Maybe out for the evening, sat in a beer garden somewhere or at a barbecue.
They'll raise a glass to Luke Fletcher. I dare say they often do. Here is Burgess forward defending into the offside.
Two slips, Joe Clark and the subfielder Calvin Harrison. Zach Chappell at backward point, Ben Slater in the covers, Captain Malany at mid-off. They're the five fielders on the offside. And Patterson has a long leg, a deep backward square. Unusual to see a Seba Mead out there. And then a mid-wicket and a mid-on.
In comes Patterson, and no stroke from Burgess to a ball outside off stump. Sensed that Burgess wanted to try and increase the pace a little bit, but he might have to think better of that for the time being.
Just wonder if it's time for a change at this end, and there's a couple of things making me feel that. I'm not entirely sure that Mead any longer has the protective pads on underneath, and I can see now Liam Patterson-White wearing a cap, which I don't think he has been while he's been bowling.
In comes Patterson, and again Burgess is forward.
What am I talking about? Fletcher's already replaced him, hasn't he? Of course.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Wittering away. Wittering away I am. How many overs did LPW bowl?
16, and he took 1 for 26.
16 in a row?
Yes.
Either side of
tea, yes.
Yeah,
he bowled,
thanks, mate. Yep.
Where are we? 7 before tea and 9 afterwards.
It does come in handy with you keeping the score. If you can follow me around for the rest of the season, it'd be very helpful.
Some of these facts are even wrong. I just won't tell you which ones. Burgess is driving the next fullish delivery away into the offside, and that's the end of the over. A second successive maiden from Patterson, and a third in all. 134 for 6.
Yes, and the runs have dried up temporarily. You can imagine the two batsmen have just sort of said to each other, let's hang around, let's try and build a partnership here. So that in itself, the fact that there's been 3 maidens isn't unduly worrying to Warwickshire, who still say, even though Nottinghamshire have given themselves a sniff, Warwickshire are probably still in the box seat, leading by 178, and you'd imagine even if another couple more wickets go down, maybe the lower order will come out looking to play their shots like they did in the first innings. I would still say, if Notts are chasing less than 250, they've had a real result.
Oh yes.
Even whatever the end result is.
But there's a realistic chance they will.
If they've given themselves an opportunity of doing that. Fletcher right on the mark again as he starts a new over, and Danny Briggs' first ball is a defensive block.
Well, Warwickshire still 72 short of making it 250. So, yeah, that's got to do quite a bit of digging to get to that. I reckon 250 makes it a good match.
You can take it one way and say Notts are in a good position to keep their chase under 250, but you can also say, well, 4 good wickets here for Warwickshire. There's a drive into the offside, no run. One decent partnership out of the last 4 wickets, and they're perfectly capable of making sure Notts have at least 250 to chase. And as we've seen, it won't be easy. We've had 13 wickets today, and as you said earlier on, it's not really felt like it's going round corners, and it's unplayable at times. We have seen batsmen look fairly set. Will Rhodes in particular. Fletcher bowls again, another drive into the offside, no run. Malany doing the fielding.
Well, he looked really on a different level to every other batsman in the Warwickshire innings today.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah,
and
he did in the first innings as well. To be fair, I know Hayne and Lamb got 60s, but it was a very classy innings from Rhodes, and of course he was dropped on 6 right at the start, at 11:05 on the first morning. Fletcher again. Floodlights just casting a bit of a shadow now. 134 for 6, but we do have pretty decent overhead conditions. Latest delivery blocked by Briggs, still looking for his first run, and We're now heading towards a 4th consecutive maiden, are we?
We are. I mean, Yates got 26, but didn't look in the same sort of form as Rhodes.
He was a little scratchy at the first and at the start, and he was a little scratchy towards the end.
Yeah.
And he found a bit of fluency in the middle of his innings. It was strange old innings. Fletcher in again to Danny Briggs. Again well taken by Tom Moores. Not seen a replay of that catch, but one or two people suggesting that was a terrific bit of wicket keeping.
Yes, I would say so.
Sometimes you know they just nicked and they're almost in the glove before the keeper has the time to react, but sometimes they almost preempt what happened and at the glove there. Kamal says absolutely loving the ebbs and flows of county championship cricket. He'd be foolish to bet on the outcome. Very much enjoying the commentary in the feed. Thanks you very much, Kamal.
I agree entirely about the ebbs and flows of the game, Kamal. It's a split match, this one. I gather it has been over the first 2 days. What I've been able to see of it, it certainly has been, and it's very much shaping up for a good conclusion tomorrow, one way or the other.
Final ball of the over. Fletcher bowling to Briggs, works it on the leg side. Patterson White can get there and does get there. End of the over. You know it's the end of the over even before the umpire calls it, or even before you can see it on the board. It's because James Pipe, the physio, comes on. He's got a bottle of water here for Luke Fletcher. He'll gulp gallons down now. He'll get a word or two of encouragement from James Pipe, and he'll be ready to go again in a minute or two after Dane Patterson has sent down the next over. Still 20 overs remain here at Edgbaston, 10-7. We finished at 7:03 apparently officially last night, and it's going to be something similar. Stephen Malany, mentioned him this morning, didn't I? He'll be looking forward to the evening. You won't be finding Stephen Malany sat in a corner all on his own tonight reading a book. He'll be watching his beloved Manchester City, I'm sure.
Start of a new over from Patterson, who has launched an appeal for LBW against Briggs, who looked quite well forward there.
It's Burgess, isn't it? Is it Burgess?
I did. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah. I got my Burgess and my Briggs mixed up.
Sorry,
no, you're quite right.
Not in line. Looked a reasonable shout, and Patterson actually took off in his appeal. He was off the ground as he bellowed towards the umpire.
My feeling is he's coming from quite wide on the crease in general.
He does, yeah.
And whether that angle's acting against him. Anyway, yeah, he does again there. Oh, that's heading down the leg side. There's an even greater angle. It's going to be 4 of something. If Burgess just tickled that. And it's scurried away, though, well out of Moore's reach for 4 runs. The first runs for quite a while. The last run was at 5:30.
Look at Tom Moores here.
What's he up to? Is he going up to the stumps again?
Yeah, he's got the helmet and he's going to stand up to Dane Patterson as well.
Well, fair play to that. We've gone 27 balls and 28 balls and 22 minutes without a run before that.
You keep tally of the time as well. It's very good.
Patterson bowls, and this is carved in the air for 4 more, making up for lost time.
Like
Burgess.
London buses.
Hey. There was nobody at third man, and once he got back, he's able to get it over the 2 slips. So Burgess dipping his bread now in this over for 2 4s.
That's all you need, isn't it? Somebody just to either have a go and accelerate the scoring, or, as I say, lay down a frustrating lower order partnership here might.
Yes, fielding captain's right in the game now. Do you defend? Do you put a third man back? But you know they've been getting wickets of late. Crocky, I've just seen a replay of that LB shout first ball of the over.
Look good.
Looked better than it did in the naked eye. He'd be glad to get over that one.
Luke Fletcher going off the field. I think that's the hold up.
Oh dear. What's up?
Is
Chappell's warming up all of a sudden.
Yeah, is Luke Fletcher going off the... Yeah, I'm going to say the Fletcher's nipped off the field and the umpires are chatting, and I wasn't sure if Fletcher had nipped off for a second because he could see the umpires chatting, or in fact Jay Ball is on, so Well, we don't know.
I've just seen a replay of the one he flicked down the leg side for 4. That was quite interesting. Burgess shuffled down the pitch to meet him a bit on that. You can see on the replay. And now he's hit again, and another appeal for LBW. He wasn't going anywhere that time, but well, he was going sideways, and that might have helped him. Maybe he got outside the line of off stump. He certainly wasn't going forwards. Well, the things are suddenly happening again in this over. Burgess is fidgeting in the crease a bit. And
A couple of boundaries.
He advanced to one and flicked it down the leg side, and he's carved one over third man. There's been 2 appeals for LBW.
And Notts have lost Luke Fletcher.
Yes. Well, that's not good. That's not good. The big man's been right in the game just lately. Burgess drives, but doesn't collar it really.
He's not been involved in the action in this over, has he, Fletcher? Because I think he's got a nosebleed. I'm looking at him, and I've got the binoculars on James Pipe, and
well, he's a tall fella.
what's that got to do with it?
Well,
oh yeah, right. Slow there, Bracegirdle. Dave Palmer. It looks from the live stream as if Fletcher's got a nosebleed. Yeah, I've just clocked it myself, Dave. Thanks. Thanks very much. Yeah, it does. It does. And in a way, that's not a bad thing.
it's not. Here's Burgess driving again. He's going to get more runs here, possibly 4. I think maybe Chappell got a little bit of that, but not all of it, and it's run away to the shortish boundary for 4. So 3 boundaries in that over, 2 big appeals for LBW. And I think another set of batteries have conked out, which is a bit disappointing, so I'm going to replace those before we lose you completely. And we'll be back in a second. Look at that, like Lewis Hamilton's picture that was. You see that?
Hopefully you're back with us, and so too is Luke Fletcher. Certainly looked as if he had a bit of a nosebleed there. He's had wedges of cotton wool and all sorts stuffed up his nose, but he's into bowl to Danny Briggs, who's on 0 not out. He's now faced 7 deliveries. So I don't know what that brought on. Clearly he wasn't struck by the ball or anything, but there was all sorts of consternation as he left the field, and Jake Ball came on again for the remainder of that over and disappeared again. Maybe somebody high-fived him on the nose after his wicket of Tim Bresnan. This one's played away on the leg side, nicely fielded by Liam Patterson-White. 146 for 6, so the lead is 190. Craig Miles, Liam Norwell, Oliver Hannon-Dolby on the batsman. Still European, says I blame the dog. That's very good. 146 for 6 is the next ball. LBW shout here. It's going to be a leg by. So we've got the old snooker maximum on the board up there. 147. And the lead is 191. 147 for 6, Warwickshire. The batsman exchange ends.
That didn't look such a good shout, did that one?
The thing was, it looked like it was going down the leg side because I think Briggs went so far across his stumps, and sometimes, you know, we've become used to seeing the replays, haven't we, the televised matches of the ball clipping and umpires call and all that sort of thing, and bowlers do sort of appeal a little bit for those that might be clipping the leg stump. And he comes again, runs here, nicely played by Burgess, opening the face and angling it down to third man. Hamid is like a whippet, and he's done really well there to keep them to 2. And it's 149 for 6, and Burgess on to 27.
That was a good old chase from Hassim Hamid.
Cries of you bears. Defiant cries of you bears.
I haven't heard that for a bit.
I had to Didn't realise till you said it though that the Bears mascot was called Hugh.
Yes, but then there was a second mascot who was Hugh's other half.
Oh.
This sounds like I'm making it up.
149 for 6. Fletcher in again, well taken by keeper Moores. And she's known as Hugh's other half, is she?
No. You see, well, the full shout is "Come on, you Bears," no?
Yes.
Right. So she was called Carmen.
Ah.
See,
I like that. Somebody's been very clever.
Carmen Hugh Bears. I believe there was a ceremony. Don't think I was here for that game, but there was.
A ceremony.
Formalise their union.
2 slips. Final ball of Fletcher's 9th over, 2 for 20. Bowls to Burgess, who plays it up to Malany at mid-on, end of the over. On comes James Pipe again. What will he have this time? He's going to have something else to shove up Fletcher's nose.
There's a phrase you didn't think you'd be saying at the start of the day.
It's going to take him off again. More running repairs. The pit crew, that is James Pipe, is going to attend to Luke Fletcher's every need. And down the steps again comes Jake Ball. Take it carefully, Jake. You can see somebody coming a cropper, can't you? I hope it doesn't happen, but running quickly with studs on down those steps at the far end.
You sound like maybe that kids don't run down the stairs.
Don't run down the stairs. 149 for 6. So
He's
Jake
taking
Ball's
about
on again.
He's taking about as much notice of you as my kids do. To be fair.
Durham have almost sunk without trace. They're 170 for 7, requiring 215 more to beat Essex. It won't happen. We might need some floods in Chesterley Street to prevent Essex winning.
They really will sink without trace. Here's Briggs coming forward to the first ball of a new over from Patterson. He's had an odd little spell here, but he's been nearer to the mark than in his first one, certainly. And Patterson doesn't really offer a stroke, having placed his front foot.
Yes, he was 3 overs none for 22
Yes.
when he came on. He's now 7 overs none for 39. So
Well, he won a couple of maidens, and then the last over, there was all sorts kicking off. Twice he thought he might have had his man LBW, but then he took him for 3 boundaries through the offside. So, pays your money, takes your choice. Patterson bowls on the pads. Good shot here by Briggs to score his first runs. He's timed it nicely. It's towards the long boundary. If it had been the other side, it'd been 4 by now, but it isn't, so they'll have to run 3.
just looking at the umpire. Look at the umpire.
Oh, no ball. No ball again, so that'll be 5.
Yeah.
So that's 154 for 6. All donations gratefully at the moment.
Yes, it's not a bad delivery when you get 5, and you get that delivery again as well. So 154 and 44, lead 198.
The match I was scoring the other day, the kids' game, there was an incident where the 2 batsmen hesitated over taking a 5th at one point. Sadly they didn't, because it would be tremendous fun to see what happened if they did. In comes Patterson, and Burgess nudges this for a single into the leg side. Briggs, I mean, it seems as though he was going to inadvertently run into Patterson and ended up sort of lifting the bat over him. And Burgess goes to 28. He's bumped his score up a bit lately.
Lead is 199, so right now Notts need 200. You fancy they're going to need a few more. Durham 170 for 7, then Essex require 3 more wickets. Looking to polish that off in 3 days. Derbyshire 76 for 4 at New Road in their second innings.
That's not too pretty. Forward comes Briggs and allows it to pass.
So,
and for the first time in a long time, I think if the weather forecaster in the country is similar to what it is here, or what it was when I looked this morning, no longer can captains look in hope the weather forecaster bail them out, or at least not tomorrow.
First game to close for the day is at Hove. Northants finish 131 for 2, requiring 87 more runs to win tomorrow against Sussex.
Here is Briggs forward, defending on the bounce. Back to the bowler.
Don't know how much time's left at the Oval, but potentially that could be over as well, because Gloucestershire, again following on, second time round 85 for 5, slumping badly against Surrey. Yorkshire 84 for 2 in the Roses match. Second innings still trailing Lancashire by 266. Leicestershire 26, I beg your pardon, 49 for 1. That just bumped up. 49 for 1 against Middlesex.
This is outside off stump, and this is a quieter over. Now we'll be going quieter, and Patterson is not troubling Briggs with that.
So no results as yet, but tomorrow morning 1 or 2 of those likely to be concluded. Maybe done tonight at Chesterley Street, as we say. All 4 Rachel Hale Flint matches have finished today, so wins for Central Sparks, Southern Vipers, South East Stars and Western Storm, and if you've got that on an accumulator, well done.
Patterson not so wide on the crease this time, and another appeal for LBW as Briggs is playing forward and missing, but it's not enough to persuade umpire Lloyd, who is not easily persuaded. And it's 155 for 6. At the end of the over, he's certainly given more no balls than decisions.
Fletcher's on his way back to play, having sat out the last over. Again, being tended to by his nosologist. What is it, your nose? What's your nose?
Trochologist.
Nasologist, would it be?
I don't know, but I have to write a quiz.
Rhino. It's rhino, is it? Is it rhinologist?
That sound. I'm persuaded by that. I have to write a quiz for Radio WM if we go down on a Friday night. So I have to find 50 questions a week. That feels like it might have to be one for next week.
I shall have a go at the old Jay's virtual online quiz later on tonight. Next ball is imminent. Fletcher bowling outside the off stump. Jay's virtual pub quiz, every Thursday and Saturday night. I don't know if you've caught up with that.
We did that a bit at the last year for a while. Yeah. Well, I shall take the opportunity to plug mine then. It's on Radio WM on a Friday night, 7 o'clock. We started it as a lockdown filler, and we still seem to be. Nobody seems to have thought of anything better to do yet, so we still seem to be doing it. You can get it on BBC Sound if you want to go back and have a look.
Fletcher bowling to Burgess, who's on 28. Pushes it onto the offside, we'll get a single. 156 for 6, and the format of this masterpiece, tried and trusted, ask 50 questions, or have you got music jingles?
It's precisely 50 questions, and then somebody does a music round which I don't understand, but I write the 50. And
is there a theme? 10 sports questions, 10
really,
history.
It's a bit of a mix-up. Occasionally, I put some rounds in that have a vague and slightly hidden link in them. But it's a bit of a
general knowledge.
Just general knowledge. Dots about, gets a bit silly near the end.
Fletcher 156 for 6. The lead is 200. As Danny Briggs survived a very confident shout in the last over, nudges this up to mid-on.
We'll try and start it easier and make it harder towards the end, but sometimes it works out the other way. I don't know. It depends what people know. You either know it or you don't.
You do.
But I try and write them so at least you could have a wild guess and stand a chance. Anyway. Don't look on BBC Sounds, it's on the radio. You can listen on BBC Sounds if you want.
156 for 6. Briggs has 3. Next ball clipped onto the leg side, just short of the diving Patterson White. Got to him, not quite on the half volley, but almost, very nearly carried to him. Clipped up easily by Briggs.
Yeah, that was an earless one.
And is it, mark your own no prizes sort of job,
or BBC,
yeah, well, yeah.
No, merely for that. Well, it was started off in the end. It was, you could play it in your house and against your neighbours if they're listening as well. That was the idea. God, what people do, heavens above. We get a lot of people texting in every week, so I know you're still going there.
Fletcher has 2 wickets bowled to Briggs, who defends it. 156 for 6. So if you're to loose end, folks, yes. BBC WM.
Fridays at 7.
Mighty Mike Taylor's. Is there a name of this one?
It was called Pubmaster in the beginning, on the idea that it was supposed to be sort of replacing your pub quiz. I think we still call it that, really. But it's a quiz.
Jingle?
Like a quiz.
Got a nice jingle?
It's got somebody paid some music for it, yes. And a fella called John Fox presents it, and I sort of.
Oh, you don't ask the questions.
I appear in the voice in the background.
All right. Fletcher in again, bowling into the pads once more, but would have gone down the leg side. End of the over. The Bears lead by 200. An hour's cricket left with 16 overs on the board. 10 past 6 here at Edgbaston. As the over ends, they're going off for a hand sanitising break here. Will Luke Fletcher have to go off for more rhinology? 156 for
I like
6.
That. I'm having it. It may even be right. I'm not fussy. The only way you can really find out and get a response if people are listening is to put a deliberate wrong one in. Because as soon as you put a wrong question in, or something that's wrong, you get people ringing up and complaining. But we do get some kind people texting. But no, I'm presented as supposedly the man who knows the answers, but that's mainly because I wrote the questions, so the answers are what I say they are.
You have the final say. Yeah, I put my rules. Very good. Not sure where next wicket's coming from, but Stephen Malany thinks it's coming from Dane Patterson because he's going to continue. 5 for 90 in the first innings, none for 45 so far in this. But he did bowl quite a number of overs in the first innings before he got his first wicket, and then they came as a bit of a cluster. 3 at the end of the first day and 2 at the start of the second.
Well, he's been sort of in the market for one, hasn't he? He's hit the pads a few times. Look, there's a man come in now to put a man in there to try and catch the calves through the gully's gone back a bit. It's quite an interesting position as Patterson starts this over. He's defended it on the offside, but there was he played a couple of, one in particular, didn't he? Scooped it over the slips a bit down to, so Patterson White's gone in at a deepish. Oh, they've thought better of it straight away, have they?
They're lowering the colours at Chesterley Street. Durham are 9 down. 173 for 9. The last pair need 212 to win.
Oh, good one to get that. Oh no, they've just changed the field. They've changed who's the man there. Patterson bowls, and Burge he's not going to be tempted into that stroke here because it's fallen on the pads. So he has one out to Hamid coming in from deep mid-wicket. They're all shuffling about here. They're just sort of milling about on the offside. Where are they going there?
Keep moving till the music stops.
So Slater's he's covered more ground than the physio in the last 10 minutes.
It's always nice to have a little bit of theory, said Charles Darwin.
Well, he did well out of it. Yes, for Briggs, they decide they don't need anybody in that position. It's not quite a fly slip, but it's getting over that way. Anyway, they haven't got it for Briggs because he's playing in slightly more orthodox fashion. He's only 3 so far, and he plays this out into the covers. So the only wrinkle we've got from what you'd think was a straightforward field here is Patterson White is in sort of shortish mid-on, sort of in between mid-on mid-wicket, about 2.5 pitch widths away. But there is a normal mid-on and mid-wicket, and quite a wide long leg. He's flicked along the ground, but not wide of Hamid, who fielded that well down to his left.
Magnificent work.
Yeah, Patterson White feels the need to go and congratulate him.
Yeah, indeed.
Good? Very good.
95 for 1 was the tea time score, so Notts have fought back well, whatever happens in the remainder of this session. 62 for 5 so far in the hour or so since tea.
Patterson's chatting at Malany. The things that catch your eye, I've got the Cricinfo live scores thing on here, and it tells you, they always put the career totals on the side of whoever the current batsman and bowler is for some reason. This is turned away by Briggs, and they think about a run, and eventually they decide that there is going to be a run there as the ball runs past Patterson White. So Briggs up to 4.
So what's caught your eye?
Well, it says here, the current bowlers is Patterson currently has 378 first-class wickets, and Fletcher has 377.
Yeah.
Well, there's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew it was in that sort of area.
That's a fair collection for both of them. That is 377 wickets.
Of course, the last 3 matches they've had Stuart Broad there as well with with 830.
Yes. Well, that's just showing off, isn't it? There's an enormous gap on the leg side now, of the way they've moved a man out of there, but for Burgess back on strike, but he's only interested in defending the last ball of this over. It's 158 for 6. We've had 51 overs today. Fletcher is no longer, it would appear, needing running. Oh, no, he's going to come on and bowl.
I
now,
would
isn't
hope
he?
we've had rather more than 51 overs. We had 51
No,
overs.
51 overs in this innings. I beg your pardon. Yes,
yeah.
that's what I meant.
So what we were due to get 104
104.
overs.
So we dropped a couple between innings.
Yeah.
There were 66 left at the start of this innings.
So we've had 87, I think, today, or thereabouts.
Well, we started the day. Yeah, Notts had 35. And then we've had 51. Yes, so they had 35 and a fraction.
Yeah.
So yes, that's exactly where we are.
Still going to be Fletcher, with or without the nosebleed.
We've got the 2 mid-wicket gambit going in.
We have, yeah, the wall, the Nottinghamshire wall. The bowls edged 4 runs. It was nice and fine. Notts have only got 1 slip in there now. Certainly wouldn't have carried to a 2nd or 3rd slip, but they would have been in position to stop the ball had it scuttled along the ground in their direction, but that was out of the reach of the diving Joe Clark. 162 for 6.
Quiet still in.
Yeah. Clearly there was no blood on the shirt of Luke Fletcher. Football, if anybody has a nosebleed, it's almost automatic, isn't it? They have to pop a spare shirt on. 162 for 6. And comes the Bulwell bomber again down the leg side. Good from Tom Moores. Really had to throw himself to his left to prevent that going away for 4 byes.
Has he always been with the county, Luke? Has he sort of come up through the age group ranks? I've lost track of where he's in his career now. He's early 30s.
He's 32. He had a bit of a go with the age group and then didn't make the academy. Went back to Notts Premier League cricket with his club Papelwick and Limby. Here he comes again to bowl to Briggs, driven to mid-on, fielded by Chappell. Can't think of his name. Phil De Freitas.
Oh yeah.
He was playing for the same club, and he basically kept telling Notts, "No, come back and look at him. I'm playing with him Saturday after Saturday." He's 18 years of age, 18, 19 years of age. Wayne Noon went and watched him a few times. Obviously, McNeil's right-hand man at the time, county coach. He's in, he bowls and is defended. They gave him a bit of a trial, did well, took him to South Africa on a pre-season tour, did incredibly well, and he was one of 3 young bowlers, 19, taken on at the time. Andy Carter and Ian Saxelby were the other 2. Saxelby didn't make it with Notts, went down to Gloucestershire, had a few years with Gloucestershire before his career ended. Of course, Andy Carter ended up playing for something like 6 different counties with his career, but Fletcher's still there. 2015 and 16, he had 2 loan spells away from Trent Bridge. This one goes through to the keeper when he found himself out the side, but Notts felt he needed to be bowling. He had a month with Surrey in 2015 and a month with Derbyshire in 2016, but since he's come back, his fitness has improved. His belief that he has what it takes really to be a successful bowler, and he's had a very successful career. Now, as you say, over 370 first-class wickets, and he's had his reward this season twice, bettering his previous career best. This goes through to the keeper. First 6-wicket haul and his first 7-wicket haul have come in the last couple of matches. 162 for 6 at the end of that over.
What was the name of the club, did you say?
Papelwick and Linby.
Oh, splendid club. And is that in
2 little villages, Papelwick
Notts.
and Linby, and as these things happen over the years, the cricket club amalgamates, and very successful club in the just outside Nottingham.
I quite like the idea that Phil De Freitas was still playing club cricket at...
Well, he was when,
fairly,
that's 13, 14 years
yeah,
ago.
but even so.
Yep. Mark Foote played as well. Imagine racking up on a Saturday, and you've got De Freitas, Foote and Fletcher as the
dear, oh dear,
the opposition bowlers.
God, that'd make you up about.
Yeah.
Patterson starts a new over. Good shot from Burgess. It was a bit short and a bit wide and a bit hammered. He clobbered it wide of point for 4 runs. And it's been a bit of a mixed bag from Patterson. He got 5 wickets in the first innings. He's been close to, well, he's obviously thought he's been very close to a few LBW decisions, but Burgess has taken him now 5 times in this spell through the offside to the boundary. And the scores being as they are, that feels like quite a big difference. And you can have more runs here, but this time through the leg side, because there's a whopping gap there to pop the ball into. Hamid has a remarkable piece of fielding. He galloped away to his left, and then threw in a way that seemed physically impossible given the way his body was moving. But he managed to get the ball on the way, one way or the other. They were still coming back for 2 all the same, but it was a remarkably athletic thing to do. I don't know where I could have tried to do that without completely falling over.
It'd be quicker if he had a haircut. I keep saying he's got magnificent lockdown hair, Asiba Mead now.
Yes. In hurries Patterson, and this time Burgess only thought is to defend a straight ball.
Did retweet a photo earlier of Miles Hammond of Gloucestershire. If he weren't with us then, it looks what you said, Bjorn Borg.
Oh, definitely. He's got such a Borg.
Headband, long blonde hair, sunglasses on, bowling in the Surrey Gloucestershire match this week. They finished at Old Trafford. Yorkshire second innings following on. No, they're not following on. Obviously, in the second innings, 85 for 2, a long way behind.
In hurries Patterson, and he doesn't really hurry Burgess much in his defensive stroke. There's no problem there.
You'd imagine they'll be playing to a conclusion at Chesterley Street, where Durham's last pair are still there, 174 for 9. Essex on the brink, as they say. I told Martin Emerson this morning they'd be hammered. Simon Harmer's figures, 23 overs, none for 57 up there. Siddle 3, Cook 3, Cook 2 and Porter 3 have done the damage.
You'd want to go back to the hotel for the night before starting that drive, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Even on the long sunny evenings. Burgess is guiding a ball that's quite close to the off stump down to backward point. No run.
Don't know what time would they get to the Sugar Hut if they left Chesterley Street now.
The Sugar Hut. I don't know.
I'm told that's the place to head for. Is that the Towie place?
I'm bowing to your superior
I don't know.
Here. Dave, my goodness.
I do tweet nonsense like that when I'm down at Chelmsford, just about to the Sugar Hut, and the same when I'm in Manchester, just after the Hacienda.
Ooh, never heard of it. She's driven on the offside for a run out to Chappell, who flings that in.
What was the place to be seen in Birmingham then and now? Back in the day, what was the famous nightclub of Birmingham? Where would you go now?
I think there was one called what was it called? Oh, there was one called the Tower Ballroom years ago. I mean, ages and ages ago, but I couldn't tell you where it was. I think it was just in the. I don't think it was too far from where our studios are now at the mailbox, which wasn't there then. Or at least it wasn't a mailbox. It was the old Royal Mail sorting centre because we used to work in it.
Yeah. Huge development in that part of the city.
I work in the same building as my dad used to work in.
Good grief.
Doing a completely different job.
169 for 6.
Small world, isn't
it? It is. Going to be Fletcher. Bowling to Burgess, played very nicely for his 37 here, well taken by Tom Moores, who continues to stand up. The spearhead, Zach Chappell, loosening up, making himself feel very dizzy with his zigzagging movements there. I don't know what he was doing. It's a weird way of getting yourself ready, but now he's turning his arm over. Will probably replace Patterson at the far end. You'd expect that to be the logical move. That's where Chappell got his wickets, and Patterson, I guess, coming towards the end of a little mini spell.
7 overs, I think.
Next ball from Fletcher, right up there, and I think Luke Fletcher thought he was through the defences of Michael Burgess, because he suddenly threw his arms up and realised he wasn't.
He's done that quite a few times today, not always in relation to how close he's been to getting a wicket, to be fair.
12 overs to go after this one.
At the end of the day, I suppose, the key thing is to make the batsman think you nearly got him out. Whether or not you actually did is neither here nor there.
At the end of the day, it's all about the cliches in cricket.
Oh,
next ball is through again to Tom Moores. And the wicket keeper standing up, grabs it. Taking a couple of catches in this innings, Sam Hain and Tim Bresnan. Bresnan's got a pair, made a pair. I'm sure he's had them before in the game. Tom Moores getting a thin nibble, standing up. Chappell, don't think he's stood up to him yet. That'll be interesting. Next delivery from Fletcher down the leg side and helped further away for 4. Fletcher bends over double. Frustrated, disappointed, got his line wrong there. He's asking too much of that ball. It started life, angling down the leg stump and just carried on, and it was the county championship equivalent of a free hit to Michael Burgess. He just had to get anything on it, even his pad, and it was going to run away for 4, but he got his bat on it. So he's on to 41, 173 for 6. And if we had 44 for that, you've got the lead.
So much of his game, he's being so accurate, Luke Fletcher, that he will be cross with that one.
Yeah. They're into the extra half an hour at Chesterley Street. 173 for 6. Here goes Fletcher. 2 balls left in this. The 54th over of the innings. Balls now worked away on the leg side. Another run. This partnership damaging as far as knots are concerned. It was 134 for 6 when Bresnan was dismissed. It's now 174 for 6. And Burgess has done much of the heavy lifting here. Briggs just 8 of this partnership.
Briggs has brought a bit of enterprise back to this innings, which, due to as much as some very good bowling, had drifted to a bit of a standstill. He's taken a few chances.
Knots are just reverting now to plan E, F or G out of their playbook, because Fletcher's going to go round the wicket to the right hand. You would normally suspect it was for a quick bowler was doing that, it would be a little bit of leg theory, but they've got 3 there in the wall. They're inviting Danny Briggs to chip one up to short mid-wicket where there's 3 of them waiting. Fletcher bowls to Danny Briggs, just lets that hit his pad because he knew it was bound to have pitched outside the line, end of the over. Strange way for the over to end. 174 for 6. On again comes James Pine.
I'm sure occasionally they do these things, especially when there's just 1 ball left in the over, almost just as a way, if you distract the batsman away just by having them thinking, what on earth are they doing? Then you've in a way broken his concentration.
Yeah.
Funny business anyway.
Yeah, Zach Chappell announced by the man on the tannoy. At least there's people here for the man on the tannoy to speak to. I'm sure you, like I, have been to a number of football matches over the winter, and you find out that the man on the tannoy has still been employed, and the substitute for Colchester United, replacing number 43, is number 27, and you wonder who they're actually doing that the benefit for when there's only the media and the coaching staffs there, and the media are well aware.
I'm all for for people coming and just doing their job and getting through it, but particularly at Wolves, where I've covered a lot of games this season, the public address has been allow people to hear it even if they aren't in the stadium, to put it that way. Chappell bowls wide of the off stump, and Burgess plays no stroke. It is at, I was going to say disco, a word which I fear dates me greatly, but it's a earwax removing volume at the best of times, but without the crowd into it is just bouncing off the steps. Then, quite frankly, anywhere in the centre of Wolverhampton, whether you were in the ground or not, you would have comfortably heard it.
A question that you may not know the answer to, so I apologise for asking it anyway. What's the name of that very distinctive song that they have at Wolves where they come out to?
I don't know what it's called.
Okay.
They
still do it?
Mean. The ball turned into the leg side and there's no run. These days they come out to all sorts of... there's Hi-Ho Silver Lining they come out to.
Oh, no,
I know
that.
that. But...
talking yesterday with Rob Gurney about Johnny Todd and
yes.
the Everton one, the Z-Cars theme. And
well, I've been there twice in the last month.
We both learned a little bit about that. Rob looked it up, who Johnny Todd was and all the rest of it.
It's an old sort of Merseyside folk song.
Yes. Yeah, well, you see, you could have saved us the trouble of looking that up yesterday.
I've been there twice in the last month. This is outside off stump. Oh dear, he's pulled up sharply there, Chappell. I hope he's all right. At first, he sort of hopped 3 or 4 times. I think he is. He just felt something twinge a bit there.
Did have a little bit of this in 2019 when he moved from Leicestershire to Notts. There were 1 or 2 occasions that he didn't complete an over, and you thought, well, that's the end of him for 6 weeks, and then he'd be back on the field 10 minutes later. Never really got to the bottom of some of those, but yeah, he's okay.
It's a curse of young bowlers, isn't it? Strains and things like that.
Let him bowl.
Well, yes, Chappell bowls from close to the stumps. This is elegantly pushed through the offside for 1 run. Ball goes to 43. But I suppose if you've had it, then you'd worry these days.
Yeah.
Every time you twist something, you could miss it. And the fixtures are so close together, you miss half a season.
And the physio's saying, the moment you think it might be going, stop, because
well, if you've been
if you do that, you
way,
might only be out for a fortnight rather than 3 months.
If that's how you've been instructed, then you probably do end up being, an abundance of caution.
That's right.
Which is fine, but anyway.
In the old days, when clubs didn't have physios, just bowl through it. Get on with it, bowl through it.
He's bounding in all right now, and offers a ball to Briggs, which is well outside off stump. I noticed you were referring to the scores in the Rachel Flint Trophy earlier. Amy Jones scored a century for Central Sparks. She's a Warwickshire player, Warwickshire and England player, Amy Jones. Scored 100 in that match. So, scored a lot of runs over the last couple of years, particularly for England, Amy Jones. Another good performance in that competition for her to get it started. Back goes Briggs. He's going to get 4 here, probably, yes. It was guided, he was trying to sort of guide a short ball down, a late cut down to the vacant 3rd man. There is a man halfway back, Slater, who's very cross with himself that he didn't haul that in. He sort of touched it, but it only took a bit of the pace off it, and that boundary is quite short, so he didn't take enough off to stop it going for 4, and now he's going away proper grumpy.
Andy Easom says, The Liquidator by Harry J.
Oh, yes. Oh, no.
Harry J. All-Stars. Thank you, Andy.
Yes.
That is it, isn't it?
That is it, and it isn't played anymore.
Oh.
And nor is it played at West Bromwich Albion, where, peculiarly enough, it was also a favourite.
Was it, by Joe?
Because, and I think I'm right in saying, and I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm not right, but it was generally because it got to a point of having such a cacophony of stuff chanted with it.
Oh, right.
And how it ended up, both clubs who were such, extremely tense rivals for a long time having the same song, I don't know. But in the end, I think it was generally figured that it caused more problems than it solved. And so they don't play it anymore.
Does Chelsea have it as well?
They may well do. I think lots of clubs have it.
I'm not sure. Steve Malany's into the attack for the... It's his first time in this innings. 179 for 6. Bowls to Michael Burgess, who's on 43 and stays on 43 as he helps us into the offside. Thanks for that, Andy. Much appreciated. The Liquidator, that's it.
It's been a little while since they played that.
All right, 179 for 6. Jake Ball's on the field again, only this time he's come out with his county cap on rather than the floppy sonnet. Malany. Balls well taken, Moores.
He's kept well today, isn't he?
He has indeed. Very well done indeed. Fancied him for a few runs this morning as well, and he was a little unlucky. Drilled one back to the bowler, and a reflex catch from Will Rhodes, and that was it. His His innings was over. What's could have done with him sticking around for an hour? Malany in again, bowling to Michael Burgess, who again defends. 179 for 6, the lead 2-2-3, I think. 4 wickets needed by Notts.
That's right.
You'd imagine that Warwickshire will be bowled out at some point as this one goes again through to the keeper.
I think I shall update Coventry and Warwickshire listeners in the next little while. There we are. Must be half time in rugby. So that must be Northampton against Wasps. By process of elimination.
They're your local team then, I presume, the Wasps. As Malany bowls again, squares Burgess up, clips it on the leg side. I know they're London based, but are they the side based at the Rico?
They are based at the Rico Arena, have been for some time, yes. They sort of worked their way gradually out of West London. I think they went to Wickham for a bit, but now, yes. So, your friend of mine, Clive Egan, who is often on these commentaries, but he covers a lot of Wasps as well, because that's on his manor now.
Oh.
They're at the Coventry end of our joint operation, as it were.
Malany bowls again worked away for a single by Burgess. Just a nice little partnership of gradual accumulation here between Burgess and Briggs. 180 on the board. Saw the old darts final last night. The Ferret winning the Premier League.
The Ferret? Exactly that many at 184-6. Warwickshire lead now by 224, and there has been a response in the last hour led by Michael Burgess, who has chanced his arm on occasions but has picked up 5 boundaries through the offside, all off the South African test bowler Dane Patterson, who took 5 wickets in the first innings but has not found a reliable line or length in this one. And that's rather allowed the pressure that had built up on Warwickshire to leak away. Zach Chappell and the spinner Liam Patterson-Wise bowled in tandem for an hour after tea to really haul Warwickshire back. Chappell claimed 3 wickets in an excellent spell, and Patterson-White really dried up the scoring rate. But it has, the ebb and flow in this session has led to a game that really still has lots of possibilities for tomorrow. And there are still 10 overs to come today. Warwickshire, with 4 wickets in hand, lead by 224 at 180 for 6, with Burgess 44 and Danny Briggs 12.
You didn't mention Luke Fletcher's nosebleed.
I didn't.
Here's Zach Chappell from the City end, Birmingham end, bowling to Burgess, who's on 44 and gets another boundary. Didn't mean to play there. He's looking to drive in the V, looking to drive towards mid-off or extra cover, and the ball just clipping the outside edge, running away down to the third-man fence. And that applause is for a 50 partnership between Burgess and Briggs. Come up from 74 deliveries.
Yes, timely that. So it's come at quite a decent rate in the circumstances, given that they were struggling for runs.
Decent number of boundaries, I would imagine, in that 50 partnership. Chappell starting a new over, going away for 4 runs. He's now conceded 50. Start of his 15th over, 3 wickets to Chappell. Little push and run here by Burgess on the leg side. And that will be his 49th run.
It will. 8 boundaries in this partnership.
Jake Ball's still on the field. Luke Fletcher has toddled off. See him at the far end of the ground. We've not seen Ben Duckett on the field as a fielder in this innings. Batted this morning, made just 4. Chappell bowls again. Ooh! The only thing that was missing there, I thought, was Tom Morse throwing the ball up in the air and everybody celebrating. I thought I heard a snick as it went past the outside edge of Danny Briggs' bat. Pushed at that one, groped at the fresh air, and didn't nick it.
There haven't been a lot of occasions today where they've been slow to appeal.
No.
So I think we must assume that he didn't.
Steady.
But it was a good ball.
Steady.
No, I think look, you might as well shout. If you don't shout for it, what else is going to...
Just thought I heard He had a nick. 185 for 6. The next delivery, left alone, this one a little wider. Clark at first slip. Calvin Harrison, young sub, who I'm told is on trial, is second slip. The rest of the offside is third man Ben Slater, backward point Dane Patterson, Liam Patterson-White is at extra cover, and Stephen Malany at mid-off. And then on the leg side, another subfielder, Jake Ball at mid-on, a Seba Mead, England bound, at mid-wicket, and Lyndon James, who we haven't seen bowling for quite some time, down at long leg. There's Chappell, looking for his 4th wicket, and doesn't get it here as Briggs solidly defends. Yes, the Ferret. Don't you follow the old darts?
And not as closely as I once did.
Johnny Clayton won the Premier League.
It's a new name to me.
Beat the Welshman beat Michael Van Gerwen in the semi-final, and Jose de Souza in the final, the Portuguese player.
There's a Portuguese dart player.
The special one.
It's obviously been a while since I watched it.
The special one, he's called.
Of course.
185 for 6.
I used to watch it a lot.
Next ball banged in short and finds its way through to Moores. End of that over. We've got 9 overs left here at Edgbaston on BBC WM, BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, BBC Radio Nottingham. Jake Ball, for the umpteenth time, takes his leave, having gone out there and watched the action from close quarters for 6 balls. On comes Luke Fletcher. The two well, it's not quite a high five and it's not quite a handshake. They brush hands together as they pass each other. Fletcher back on the field. And here he comes. 185 for 6. It's going to be Stephen Malany from this end, and Fletcher's had to run all the way from the far end down here below us to take his position at mid-off, and Stephen Malany comes into bowl.
Yes, he starts this over, and Burgess defends. Out on the onside. So 9 more overs to come. Not everybody who was here has stayed, but perhaps about half of the people who came today have stayed. Well, if you haven't had cricket for a long time, you might as well wring every drop out of it if you can. If you haven't got anywhere else you've got to be.
Yeah, first day they didn't want to go home.
No, well, I can appreciate some people have got other places they need to be, but if you haven't,
They were still here when I left, some of them.
well, it's been a long time.
What we did notice yesterday, you didn't get the people leaving work on a Friday early to come in and watch the cricket. Of course, you've got to book your tickets in advance and all the rest of it.
Malany bowls. She's driven. Well, he tries to drive, but it comes off a thick inside edge and bounces across him and into the leg side.
Always nice to see a ground swelled or swollen for the last hour and a half as people leave work or whatever they've been doing for the day and come in, have a drink, sit in the sunshine, catch up with mates and watch the cricket. Of course, these are at different times, but hopefully we'll be back there sometime soon.
Malany bowls and Burgess defends into the offside. Malany's a reliable campaigner, isn't he? He's a
very much
good
so,
option. Was batting quite breezily this morning at one point. Just sensed he overreached himself a little bit. Briggs' first over. And quite a attractive 26, I think it was. There's a run here for Burgess. His 50th run. Pushes it square on the offside. That's a very timely half-century for Michael Burgess. And for his team, off 75 balls, with 7 boundaries, but of considerable value.
Very much so, yes. It's all over at Chesterley Street. Essex have won by 195 runs. I mean, bowled Durham out for 189. 19 LBWs in name, a first-class record in English cricket.
Briggs has 12 and is providing sturdy support for Burgess. And he defends. 186 for 6. Burgess scored 50 out of 70 since he's been at the crease. So he has restored some momentum that Warwickshire didn't have.
It's a bit of a tonking, isn't it, that Essex have delivered. Notts go to Chelmsford next week. Warwickshire go to Derby. Howard's with us in Buenos Aires. Buenos dias. Howard, Essex have won. Come on, Notts, he says.
Well, it is important now, isn't it, the way that these groups are shaping up. So what's it, top two to go into the... That's where you want to be, isn't it, top two?
Is it Buenos dias or Buon dia?
Well, you've covered both bases.
Buongiorno. 186 for 6. Chappell from the City End bowls. And this is run away to backward point, fielded by Harrison. No run. 50 to Burgess. 12 to Briggs. Wickets tumbled in quick succession when Chappell was last bowling. Can he do it again? Can he end the day here with a bit of a clatter? Of course, after Chappell came off, and Luke Fletcher began his spell with a double wicket maiden, and the Bears found themselves 134 for 6. But now a partnership of more than 50 just tilted the balance again. Firmly back towards the Bears, you think. 186 for 6, add 44 to that, and you're round about, what, 230, is it? 220, 230, 230.
230 at the moment.
186 for 6. Still 4 wickets to fall. Felt I was being optimistic when I said the best Notts could hope for would be to chase 250. It's going to be more than that. It's pushed up to mid-autumn Malany. Of course, tomorrow morning it might just be a case of how many and how long with regards to Will Rhodes. If a couple of batsmen are going nicely, be it this pair or Miles or Norwell or Annan Dolby. Always nice, I fancy, for the bowling side on the last day to have just slightly more than 80 overs. You get the opportunity of that second new ball.
Yes.
This one is defended, but difficult to imagine that Warwickshire would have enough to prompt Will Rhodes to declare very early in the morning.
What have been 96 overs tomorrow?
You know, captains err on the cautious side, don't they?
Because I don't think you carry overs into the fourth day.
No, you don't.
So it's 96 tomorrow, so there are 8 or 7 left after this one, so it's 103 overs left in the match. We're going to lose 2 at some stage between innings, probably. So 101 overs left in the match. So to get 2 goes at the new ball, you have to declare in the next 15 overs.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen now. Chappell bowls again. This is off the outside edge. Burgess down to towards third man. Good work by Slater, and absolutely fine with regards to the rope. And they do come back for a couple. And it'll be 188 for 6. I was right first time. Thanks, Howard. Buenos dias. Although it's probably afternoon.
Buenos Aires is what, 5-6 hours behind?
I don't think it's as many as that, actually. Howard's sick of me asking him what's the time, as you always do when there's somebody abroad, or what's the time there?
And what's the weather like?
Yeah. I think it's only about 3 hours. 188 for 6, 6:45 here. Bouncer from Chappell goes through to Moores, end of the over. 7 overs remain, 42 deliveries. 188 for 6. The lead is 2-3-2.
There used to be a radio programme in these parts. There was a radio presenter called Les Ross, who was much loved. I don't know whether you ever came across him. He flitted between. He started with the BBC Radio Birmingham, as it then was, and then spent a long time on BRMB and came back to WMB.
I know Tom Ross.
No, not him. Yes, not him. No relation as far as I know, but anyway, there you are. But he was a very funny man, Les Ross, nice fella. Les Ross, sorry.
Leslie,
yes. Yeah. And there's a bit of having a chat here of Malany and his stuff, so they're not doing anything yet. At one time, this is back in the early 80s, we used to have this programme called Round the World Phone Calls, which was when calling somebody on the other side of the world was a big deal. you know.
Yeah.
So they'd sort of ring up the radio station. They would always have a story like, well, you haven't seen your Auntie Flo in 35 years since you got the boat to Australia or whatever. And now we've put you in touch, and I haven't spoken to her since 1961. And the first thing they would invariably say, oh, hello, you'd say, right, your Auntie Flo's on the line now. You know, Flo, it's your cousin Bert in, you know, Bordesley Green. Oh, hello, Bert. And he'd say, hello, Flo. What's the weather like? He'd say, well, you haven't spoken to them for 25 years. It's all you can ask is, what's the weather like? Oh, dear.
Protective pads brought out for a Seba Mead because we're going to have some more twirly-whirly stuff from Liam Patterson-White to end the day from this end. So we're all going to watch a Seba Mead get dressed over the next couple of minutes before we have any more cricket. 188 for 6, and Mike's about to do an update for local radio listeners who are anxious to know what the weather's like, and they'll be keen to hear about Luke Fletcher's nosebleed.
Can you hear something that I can't?
They have just said we'll come to you in.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, you were about anti-flow.
Was I in flow?
Yeah, you were.
Oh dear. I'll keep listening. I can't hear the program cue at the moment. Should I be able to?
Well, I can't anymore.
Oh, that's all right. No, that's all right. That's all right. No, you worried me now. That's okay. I'm in good hands in the Coventry studio, I know that. Anyway, 7 overs to come. Here's Patterson and White. It was quite a long break between the overs while they were getting all the protective gear on. But finally, Patterson White is back into his work, round the wicket, left arm spin to the right-handed Briggs. Yes, I shall book the overtime with you later, but there are still 7 overs to come tonight. The floodlights are on, although the natural light's probably okay. Warwickshire 188 for 6. This stand currently worth 54, mostly powered by Michael Burgess, who's reached a very attractive half-century, not entirely without risk, but on the whole, he's played pretty securely. He's hit 7 boundaries almost all through the offside, and he has, if not exactly rescued Warwickshire, then certainly changed the way the game was flowing against them after they'd lost 5 wickets for just over 50 runs to bring Notts back into the game. It still looks potentially quite an even contest if it's a good day for batting tomorrow, because the lead is by no means impregnable at 232, but Warwickshire looking to add a few more to it before the close, still with 4 wickets in hand. Warwickshire 189 now for 6, lead by 233. They just picked up a run through the offside there.
I've news from Argentina where it's 2:50 p.m. here, sunny, fresh, still locked up. 3-hour difference when you change your clocks, Dave. Thanks very much, Howard. Hope all is well. Obviously, trying times there as it's been all over the globe.
Burgess turns this one off his pad.
It's a 2:50, and what is it here? 6:50. So 4 hours.
4 hours that. 3 hours 58 if you're going off the scoreboard clock. 189 for 7. We've had 60 overs of this innings.
189 for 6. Don't say it's 7.
Did I say that?
Yes,
I was thinking it was
perhaps
7 o'clock.
Perhaps you've just had a glimpse into the future.
I shouldn't think so. 6
overs remain. Mike's called it 189 for 7. Stephen Malany's going to switch ends, I think. He's been replaced by Patterson White at our end, the pavilion end, and he's going to have a little trundle from the far end. So Chappell has done 16 overs, 3 for 53. His latest little 2 or 3 over burst wasn't anywhere near as threatening or as productive as the one after tea when he really did trouble the batsman and gained his reward, 3 wickets.
Yes, just 3 overs in that spell, but he had a long spell, 8 after tea, and it wasn't just 8 overs. I mean, he really did pound in.
He did indeed. He'd clearly been given some energy drink during the tea interval. Here's Malany into bowl to Briggs. Tom Moore standing up to Stephen Malany. Takes the first ball. 189 for 6.
Yes, I just feel as though they need a pep up again. Notts, they had it. That first wicket after tea. I mean, a lot's happened in this long session, hasn't it? Really?
Yep. Malany again. Bowls to Briggs. Stubborn competitor. Very capable batsman. Plays this into the offside. There's no run. The 5 wickets in this session. 3 to Chappell in that bit of a burst, and 2 in the same over from Luke Fletcher. Before tea, Liam Patterson-White with the breakthrough wicket, the one of Rob Yates. Here's Malany in bowling. Again, Briggs gets behind it, nudges it back to the bowler. Got 5.5 overs left here. 189 for 6. Lead is 233. I think we'd have a good game right now if 4 wickets went down for nothing, but that would, I suspect, give Nottinghamshire more than half a chance. Warwickshire will want plenty more, and this is a nice stop at mid-on. There's no run. May well be that I'm going to have to set off with 270, 280 minimum, the requirement, and find themselves under a great deal of pressure. I want somebody to really play a major innings. 189 for 6. Next ball, again through to Tom Moores. Maybe more than that. It may be down to Will Rhodes and his interpretation. Clearly, both sides will want to win this.
Oh yeah, well that's the point I was trying to get to earlier, in that it is such a close group, isn't it? And there's not that many matches left to play in it.
No.
So it's 10 matches, isn't it? So this is the 8th. Is it the 8th for both teams?
No, 7th.
7th, right.
Next ball to backward point. There's no run.
All the same, such as the pace that's been set, it's a
Yeah.
proper 4-way dice.
Yep.
If you want to get in the top 2, it's going to be tight.
Well, Essex have won 3 from 8. They've played a game more. Notts have won 3 from 6 going into this one. Warwickshire have won 2 from 6 going into this one. So they'd find themselves on a par with Notts, but having beaten Notts home and away, they'd certainly be favoured and fancied to go through. Of course, Notts have got to go to Chelmsford next week, which is, as anybody knows, a tough assignment.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire played Essex twice now.
Yep.
Round the wicket comes Liam Patterson-White. A good crunching hit through the offside by Burgess. He can't be short to Burgess, who he does, when he goes for it, he really commits, and he hit that hard through extra cover for 4 runs. I don't know why, it always seems that wicket keepers, when they bat, they tend to be very powerful offside, or square the wicket players, cross bat players, don't they? I don't know why that is. Patterson-White bowls again. He hasn't often been short today. When you make sure he's not here, he pitches this right up.
Anupadin, I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Anupadin. Intriguing game of cricket. Obviously, I want the Bears to win, win, win. And then a little bit about nightclub venues.
Oh, this is pushed through a bit again, and Patterson-White threatening to drop short, but this time Burgess hits it straight to Hamid.
Anupadin says, back in the day, my favourite night-out venue was Bobby Brown's.
Okay.
Other venues were and are available.
I'm sure they are. Patterson-White bowls and Burgess defends on the offside. Or at least they will be, of course, won't they? I suppose a lot of those places still haven't opened up properly yet. But hopefully
mean
they
anything,
will.
Bobby Brown's?
I've heard of it, but
Broad Street?
I fear that I have not frequented it.
I bet you have.
Well, I just can't remember it. Patterson-White round the wicket. Burgess turns away into the leg side, and there's no run. Look, I've been scoring cricket matches when I've been going to watch them since I was 11. Do I sound the sort of fella who goes to another nightclub? Oh dear.
You must go somewhere when the cricket matches are finished. You need to rehydrate, I've told you.
Patterson-White round the wicket. And Burgess chops this into the offside again, but straight to, is it Harrison, the substitute field?
It is.
And there's no run. So just a 4 from the first ball in that over. But that'll do for Warwickshire. 193 for 6, and Burgess is 56 now.
Well, this is difficult. We've got 4 overs left, but the light is flashing on my laptop here. Critical battery, so I must just pop and plug it in next door because I've left the plug next door.
4 overs then, and again the heavy cloud is starting to drift back, so still we'll have wrung the full allocation out of today, which is pretty good. And it's set up, I reckon, a decent game tomorrow, one way or the other. Whether it ends up being a target of 250 or 270 or more than that remains to be seen. But Malany, in the meantime, is going to bowl, see if he can influence it one way or the other in his potentially 2 overs left he's got today. The Notts captain, his first ball wasn't far away from either the off stump or the outside edge of Danny Briggs.
So I'm laptopless right now, so
you look well.
If you want to send me any interesting correspondence, I won't be able to answer you during the.
That's laptop computerless, by the way. If your line dropped briefly anywhere, I feel the need to clarify.
Yes.
Malany bowls wide of off stump.
Thanks for all the correspondence today on the various nonsense we've managed to talk about through the course of the day. It's flown by, really, hasn't it? And we'll be looking forward to doing it again. And if your Sunday's not yet full of social engagements and other plans, we'd love to have you joining us just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Keeper stands up, but Briggs drives on the bounce back to him. Back to Malany. Dear.
And I like it when folks tell me cricketing birthdays, because it saves me.
It's good,
it saves me looking up.
Like
there is one. I'll tell you now. There is one very famous Warwickshire cricketing birthday tomorrow. So I've got that person. But if there's any more you know of, let me know.
Forward goes Briggs. He dabs this away for a short single. Well judged as well. They picked their spot there. Patterson-White was after it. But maybe in the first over of the day's cricket, the fielder would have leapt on it more quickly. But he's got through a bit of work today, Patterson-White, and they just nipped through for a run.
Somebody shouting "You bears!" We heard that before today. It has been the soundtrack to the day, really, hasn't it? The spectators very much encouraging the players, and they certainly enjoyed Will Rhodes' 50.
Edgbaston's starting to sound like it used to. That's well left by Burgess. And Moores, extravagantly, with the wicket-keeping gloves on, bowls the ball to Patterson-White just to show us that he can.
We've not seen the Teletubbies or the Spice Girls or any of the other usual Saturday fancy dress for the big matches, but the people that have been here, we've enjoyed their company.
Indeed. Hopefully there'll be plenty tomorrow as well. If you haven't got a ticket, there's every reason to go and get one, because if you can make it, if you're free, because it could well be a good game in prospect tomorrow. So if you can spare the time and you've got the means, then it would be fun to see more people here. And I'm certain that both Warwickshire County Cricket Club and the players in particular of both teams would appreciate it if you could.
Very much so, yeah. Don't know what the current ground limitations are, but be lovely to see you here. So just check before you set out.
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure you can just pole up and...
no, you have to book, I think.
You do. Next ball is cut away. Patterson-White starting this over. There's this and then 2 more. If you just rack up on the day, you're likely to be jabbed rather than invited to watch the cricket, because there were long queues this morning. There were probably 5 times as many cars in the car park this morning than on days 1 or 2, and all the folk here were coming to have a jab. Ground being used by the NHS 195 for 6 to get people really importantly vaccinated.
Yes.
They were looking at me like I was the odd one this morning when I arrived with me Notts top on. Where's he going? How's he getting to the front of the queue? This is clipped to mid-on, and there's no run. It's because I've had my 2 jabs.
Are you 2 jabs, Bryce?
Oh, 2 jabs, yeah.
Very good.
195 for 6. Next ball is short, cut away for 4 runs. It wasn't meant to go there. In fact, I've gone early on this. Fletcher's chasing it. They might run 4 here. It's not going to go all the way to the rope. They've already come back for 3, and they'll settle for 3. I wasn't aware in my sort of tiny little world that I occupy that being poorly was a thing with the jabs, but I had no reaction whatsoever for the first one, and I had my second jab last week on the Wednesday, the day before the Worcestershire game. And then everybody was telling me, oh, you won't be fit to work tomorrow now, you won't be able to do it, etc., etc. But this has clipped on the leg side. But thankfully I didn't have any reaction to it. I think some folks do and some don't. I was fortunate.
Yes. Yes, that's very much how it was in our family. I was more fortunate.
198 for 6, the lead 2-4-2. Next ball is blocked. Burgess has 59, Briggs has 15. This morning Nottinghamshire began with Lyndon James and Joe Clark at the crease. Lyndon James didn't last long, shouldered arms in the second over of the morning, bowled by Craig Miles. That was 177 for 4. Clark had got his half century in the opening over of the day, out for 61. LBW to Tim Bresnan, 203 for 5. Stephen Malany just backed away, trying to cut Danny Briggs away, was bowled for 28. 227 for 6. 237 for 7 when Tom Moores drilled one straight back to Will Rhodes, a caught and bowled for 13. Here's Malany.
With 2 overs to bowl today, and that ball just makes Burgess adjust late. It looks like it's bounced a little more than he expected, but he pushes it into the offside, no run.
Zach Chappell caught by Matt Lamb, chipping tamely to mid-wicket off the bowling of Liam Norwell, his fourth victim of the innings. Chappell out for 12, 270 for 8. Luke Fletcher's top score this season is 2. He matched that again today. He was caught behind off Rhodes.
It's turned into the leg side off his pads by Burgess, no run.
277 for 9 when Fletcher got out. Dane Patterson, last man, hit a big 6 off Danny Briggs. A mighty blow into our stand at the south end here. He was not out 8 when Liam Patterson-White, who'd shepherded the tail nicely, was last out, caught behind off Briggs for 36. Knots 297 all out.
Forward comes Burgess, pushes away on the offside and gets 1.
And in this innings, with a lead of 44, second time around Warwickshire, Rob Yates bowled Patterson-White 26. That was 76 for 1. Peter Milan caught Patterson-White, bowled Chappell 6, 95 for 2. Sam Hain caught Moores, bowled Chappell 5. That was 113 for 3.
This is outside off stump, and Briggs is watching it carefully but allowing it to pass.
Will Rhodes played nicely, 91 in the first innings, 63 second time around before he got the ball of the day from Zach Chappell. It went this way and that way, bowling with good pace Chappell, and removed the off stump to bowl Will Rhodes for 63. That was 116 for 4.
2 to come in this over, and this is again outside off stump. Malany is not giving them much to hit, and they're not going after it.
Luke Fletcher just 1 wicket in the first innings, nothing in his first spell. Second time round, but when he came back from the pavilion end for his second spell in his first over, a double wicket maiden, he had Matt Lamb LBW for 7 and Tim Bresnan caught behind by Tom Moores without scoring.
Forward comes Briggs and defends out on the offside. No run, 1 over to go today, 199 for 6.
Those 2 wickets falling at 134 and 134, and Tim Bresnan registering a pair in the game. At that stage, the lead was 178 with only 4 wickets left. A lot healthier now for Warwickshire, a lead of 243. Still with those 4 wickets in hand, but there's 1 over left. Notts just couldn't quite continue the momentum they had in the first hour after tea, and the second hour has belonged to Burgess and Briggs.
Final over today. At 8 minutes after 7, Patterson-White is going to bowl it, and forward comes Burgess, who has 60 and will want to be back in the morning, I'm sure. He defends back up the pitch. My colleague Richard Wilford informs me that there is no chance that I can have been in the hostelry that we heard about earlier, and nor he claims that he hasn't either. I'm sure it's splendid, but I've never been there. Thank you, Richard. Burgess pushes away on the offside, and there's no run.
Is he suggesting you're a bit of a tightwad who doesn't go out and treat your friends to a drink?
I'm not sure I want to ask why. But no doubt it's a splendid place. Forward comes Burgess and pushes away on the offside. to Hamid, and there's no run. I know my place. 4 to come, 3 to come. He's rattling through him, Patterson White. Once he's dinner, oh gosh, that scuttled a bit, and Burgess adjusted late, and I reckon it needed to be a fella who'd got his eye in to see that, because he dipped down low to guide that away from the stumps. 200 he's raised in the final over today, and Burgess would be quite pleased to be off strike, I'd reckon.
Yes, we talked about double-barrelled names. The match at Trent Bridge, it was Richard Wilford who came up with all the double-barrelled players around the game.
No, he moves in those sort of circles. Briggs turns this away off his pads for 1 run, and so Burgess has got to face another one. So he'll be chuffed about that. Final ball today, 201 for 6, a lead of 245 as it is. There's 1 or 2 folk, no, they don't want to go home. I want to say they've seen the full day, but they're on their feet, look, they're on the starting blocks at the far end. Got a bus to catch. Patterson White bowls, Burgess defends, and that really was a good day. Lots happened today. The game needed to move on at a pace. It has done, and there's a lot of good cricket potentially left tomorrow, with both sides having a chance. Maybe Warwickshire's chance is slightly greater, but not decisively so, I'm sure. 245 is the lead, 201 for 6, and Michael Burgess has played a very good hand here, unbeaten with 61, and Danny Briggs keeping him company in the stand, currently worth 67. That has tilted this game back towards Warwickshire, I think, but as I say, not decisively.
No, very, very good day's cricket. 13 wickets have fallen, and something like 330 runs as well. Very much enjoyed the day's cricket, and as Mike said, just wonder which way it's going to go in the morning. May well be that we see Will Rhodes calling the players in when he feels they've got enough. It may well be that the early morning tempo might produce those last 4 wickets for Nottinghamshire. It's been an absolute cracker. Very much enjoyed Mike's company, very much enjoyed your company and all the correspondence, and